Chapter 10-20. Xianxia took the lead and led the way. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed him like shadows. The terrain in the mountain range was steep. It was difficult for an ordinary person to walk. Coupled with the wild beasts that would jump out from the side, it was enough to be a nightmare for an ordinary person. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and the other two were not ordinary people. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu flew in the air without any pressure at all. Although Xianxia was flying on the ground, he seemed to be walking on flat ground as though he was taking a leisurely stroll. The sword energy that was emitting a sharp aura from his body caused the wild beasts to flee in all directions, let alone pounce on him to attack. Finally, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed Xianxia to a canyon in the depths of the mountain range. The entrance of the canyon was the one-line sky. It was covered by a lush forest outside. If it was not for Xianxia leading the way, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu would definitely not have discovered this hidden canyon. Young master, young lady Tianwu is inside. Xianxia's breathing quickened as he stood in front of the canyon's entrance. It was as though there was something inside that made him inexplicably excited. On the way here, Duan Lingtian had already introduced Feng Tianwu to Xianxia. Xianxia was a shrewd person. It was easy for him to see that Feng Tianwu was interested in his young master. After seeing his young master's attitude, he knew that young lady Tianwu would very likely become the third young mistress in the future. Therefore, when he faced Feng Tianwu, he was very respectful and did not dare to neglect her. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had also noticed Xianxia's excitement. This made him even more curious. What was inside the canyon? It could make Xianxia lose his composure. In his memory, Xianxia was a steady person. Let's go. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he took the lead and flew through the one-line sky and entered the canyon. Feng Tianwu and Xianxia followed closely behind him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as he entered the canyon, Duan Lingtian heard the sound of rushing water coming from inside, which attracted him to look into the distance. With just a glance, he saw a huge waterfall in the depths of the canyon. The waterfall was like the Milky Way hanging down from the horizon. Looking from afar, it gave people a kind of visual shock. Young master, this is the place. Now, Xianxia's agitated emotions had finally calmed down a little. He once again took the lead and was the first to arrive at the opposite side of the waterfall. He stared straight at the mountain wall beside the waterfall. It was as if there was something on the mountain wall that attracted him. At the same time, the sword energy on Xianxia's body skyrocketed as his attention was completely attracted by the mountain wall. It was filled with waves of fierce aura as it emitted an extremely sharp aura. Xianxia's strange movements immediately attracted the attention of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. At this time, Duan Lingtian had also come to Xianxia's side. Out of curiosity, they immediately followed Xianxia's gaze and looked at the mountain wall beside the waterfall in the distance. With just a glance, the two of them were completely attracted. Sir. On the mountain wall, a huge word, sword, appeared clearly before Duan Lingtian's eyes. At first glance, he did not feel anything. However, when he looked at it carefully, Duan Lingtian discovered that his mind was completely blank. The word sword on the mountain wall was obviously carved by someone using a sword ray. The strokes of the word were smooth, and it emitted waves of fierce sword intent. Soon, the only thing left in Duan Lingtian's blank mind was the word sword before his eyes. The strokes that were filled with fierce sword intent caused Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was possessed. Whoosh! Unknowingly, a sword energy rose around Duan Lingtian's body. It was the 9th level intermediate sword concept that he had comprehended. Almost at the same time when the sword concept appeared, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head stirred and finally gathered into 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In the canyon, it was dead silent. It was not only Duan Lingtian and Xianxia who were staring blankly at the word sword on the mountain wall. Even Feng Tianwu's eyes were attracted by the word sword on the mountain wall. Originally, she only thought that the word sword was beautiful. However, after she took a closer look at it, she discovered that the word sword seemed to have some kind of magical power that caused her to be unable to move her eyes away. It was as though she was completely immersed in it. Unknowingly, she felt that she seemed to have touched a type of force and had successfully comprehended it. The characteristics of this force were obvious. It was fierce and sharp. Sword force. Feng Tianwu's heart skipped a beat, and her beautiful face changed slightly. She did not expect that the word sword on the mountain wall before her would allow her to comprehend a sword force that she had never come into contact with before. Although she was deeply shocked, her eyes were still fixed on the word sword on the mountain wall. The word sword seemed to have an endless magical power that caused her to be unwilling to move her eyes away. Whoosh! Next to her, the sword energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed. It emitted an even fiercer aura that shot into the sky. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head changed as well. In just a blink of an eye, it changed from 100 silhouettes of horned dragons to 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. First-level advanced sword concept. Perhaps, even Duan Lingtian, who was completely immersed in comprehending the word sword on the mountain wall, did not realize that his sword concept had broken through. He had broken through to the void transformation concept in one go. Sword, the king of all weapons. Sword, you can save people, and you can also kill people. Sword, uphold justice in the world, and cut off all injustice in the world. Unknowingly, a calm voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears while his mind was completely immersed in the word sword on the mountain wall. The voice did not contain any emotions. When the voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears word by word, it gave him a whole new understanding of the word sword. The person who left the voice behind had a comprehension of the word sword that made him feel embarrassed. For a moment, he felt that his attainment in the sword was like the difference between a firefly and the sun and moon when compared to the person. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that he seemed to have fallen into a strange state. In this state, his mind was completely clear. The word sword that came from the mountain wall and filled his mind began to undergo a myriad of changes. In the end, the word sword turned into a black shadow that appeared out of thin air with a sword in hand. Duan Lingtian could not see what the black shadow looked like at all. However, he could clearly sense the fierce sword intent that was emitted from the black shadow. It was a sword intent that seemed to be able to tear everything apart. The sword intent was so oppressive that it made it difficult for him to breathe. In front of the invisible sword intent that's being emitted from this black shadow, I'm afraid even the Emperor stage sword profundity can't compete with it. For some reason, this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. As soon as the thought appeared, it was difficult to suppress it. Soon after, the strange black shadow that appeared in his mind began to move. Duan Lingtian's mind was in turmoil all of a sudden. Heavens! How was this possible? He realized the black shadow's movements were as smooth as flowing water. It had actually performed a sword skill. It would be fine if it was some other sword skill. However, it was the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash that he had performed. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was a heaven-rank advanced sword skill that came with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Logically speaking, other than him and the reincarnation Emperor Wu whose soul was destroyed, there should not be a third person in the world who knew how to perform this sword skill. Duan Lingtian did not have time to think. His mind was in turmoil again. He realized that when the mysterious black shadow in his mind performed the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, all 9 dragons had appeared, and its aura was like a rainbow. The 9 pairs of eyes of the 9 divine dragons flashed and shot out 18 ultimate beams of light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 18 ultimate beams of light shot out in an unstoppable manner. It was as though they could pierce through everything. The perfection stage 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Subsequently, he saw the mysterious black shadow perform the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash again, and again as though it did not know the meaning of exhaustion. At this moment, it was as though it had transformed into a tireless teacher. Duan Lingtian went from being shocked at the beginning to calmness at the end. Now, as he watched the mysterious black shadow perform the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash without blinking, he learned many things from it. Time passed by quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. Just as he realized that he had a brand new and ultimate understanding of the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, he realized that the mysterious black shadow had stopped moving. Just as he was about to come back to his senses and perform the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash to test the results of his understanding, whoosh! The mysterious black shadow moved again and performed another set of sword skills. This set of sword skills surprised Duan Lingtian again. 9 Tribulations Sword Control Technique. The mysterious black shadow stood in the air and 9 swords appeared around its body. The 9 swords floated around its body and moved continuously. All of a sudden, whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh! As the mysterious black shadow moved, the 9 swords shot out together with a murderous aura. However, this was not the only thing that surprised Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was shocked to see that 9 divine dragons emerged from the 9 swords. A total of 81 divine dragons appeared and their eyes flashed at the same time. In the next moment, 162 ultimate beams of light shot out and enveloped the entire area. It was extremely domineering. This works too? Just as Duan Lingtian was in a daze, the mysterious black shadow disappeared, causing him to come back to his senses. Only then did he realize that he was still standing on the opposite side of the canyon's waterfall. Tian Wu. After he came back to his senses, Duan Lingtian noticed that Feng Tianwu was also staring at the word sword on the mountain wall. He could not help but gasp. Who left that word sword behind? Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering about it, he seemed to have sensed something and suddenly lifted his head to look at the sky above his head. There, the heaven and earth phenomenon showed signs of dispersing when he was about to withdraw the sword concept that had risen from his body. This. Chapter 1021. Duan Lingtian saw it. At this moment, there were 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head. Just the sword concept alone is able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 5th level advanced sword concept. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was mumbling to himself. However, in the end, his eyes narrowed uncontrollably as he exclaimed in shock. Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. He had only taken a glance at the word sword on the mountain wall earlier, and it had already caused such a huge change in his body. Not only did he have a new understanding of the 2 sets of heaven-rank advanced sword skills, but even the 9th level intermediate sword concept that he had comprehended earlier had also transformed into the 5th level advanced sword concept. It had risen by 5 levels in one go. Even the profound assimilation formation is not as crazy as this, right? As Duan Lingtian mumbled to himself, the corner of his mouth twitched a little. His gaze instinctively landed on the word sword on the mountain wall again. With just one glance, Duan Lingtian felt his head sink, and his gaze became unfocused. Harmph! Duan Lingtian, who was already prepared, pinched his thigh with his hand that was placed on it. The intense pain caused his gaze to focus immediately, and he was completely awakened. After he regained his senses, Duan Lingtian did not dare to look at the word sword anymore. Who's the person who carved this word? Even a powerhouse like Emperor Wu wouldn't have such a technique, right? Duan Lingtian gasped. He was a little frightened. He noticed that as long as he looked at the gigantic word sword on the mountain wall, his gaze would become unfocused. It was as though the word sword had some sort of special magical power. I've searched through Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations memories. Not only has he never seen such a strange thing, he has never even heard of it before. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a gleam in his eyes. According to Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, in an era that was even older than his first reincarnation, there were many powerhouses who were at the 7th level Emperor Wu stage and above on the Cloud Continent. However, even among those powerhouses, he had never heard of anyone who had such a technique. Just by carving the word sword on the mountain wall, it allowed my 9th level intermediate sword concept to break through to the 5th level advanced sword concept in one shot. Not only that, but it can also guide me in my sword skill as well. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath when he thought of this. At the same time the word sword, the sword concept that was about to dissipate, condensed again, and merged with the origin energy that had just rose in his hand. The sword to Lingtian's the sword Lingtian the sword as well. At the same time, another 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head. It was the heaven and earth phenomenon that was formed when Duan Lingtian, a 6th level void transformation martial artist, used his origin energy to draw upon the heaven and earth energy. 9 dragons radiant flash. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned slightly cold. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand suddenly swept out like an extension of his arm. What a wonderful feeling! This sword strike flashed out, and it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as if he had the help of the gods, as if he'd already studied the 9 dragons' radiant flash to the limit. Everything was so natural. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Duan Lingtian's sword swept out,
The origin energy that pervaded the sword aura swelled up, instantly transforming into 9 divine dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards the other side of the mountain wall not far away.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The eyes of the 9 divine dragons flashed, and 18 extreme flashes shot out. They easily penetrated the mountain wall and left 18 small holes that were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Duan Lingtian, who saw this scene, was completely dumbfounded. He did not even seem to notice when the 3-foot-long sword in his hand that flickered with the sword aura disappeared. I've cultivated the 9 dragons' radiant flash to the perfection stage? After a while, Duan Lingtian reacted, and his breathing became extremely rapid. The 9 dragons' radiant flash was a heaven-rank advanced sword skill that came with the 7th form of the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique, the sword dragon form. It was divided into 4 stages: rudimentary stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage. When cultivated to the perfection stage, 9 dragons would appear when the sword was swung out, and 18 flashes would be released simultaneously, easily piercing through everything. It's that sword word again? After a while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress his surging emotions. My 9 dragons' radiant flash was originally only cultivated to the initial stage. When the sword was swung out, only 3 dragons would appear. However, just now, when I was affected by the sword word, and the mysterious black shadow appeared in my mind to guide me on my sword skill, my 9 dragons' radiant flash has entered the perfection stage in one go. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this was really inconceivable. If someone else told him this, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, now that he had personally experienced it, he had no choice but to believe it. There's also the 9 tribulation sword control technique. Soon after, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the actions of the mysterious black shadow in his mind earlier. After the mysterious black shadow displayed the perfection stage 9 dragons' radiant flash, it continued to attack and skillfully merged the 9 dragons' radiant flash into the 9 tribulation sword control technique. When the 9 swords were swung out, 81 dragons appeared, and 162 extreme flashes swept out in all directions, making it impossible for one to dodge. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared. Subsequently, after he activated the split and combine formation, the sword was divided into 9 swords and controlled by his spiritual energy. They coiled around his body and spun continuously. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. 9 Tribulations Sword Control Technique. In an instant, Duan Lingtian tried his best to control the 9 swords, intending to make the 9 swords shoot out at the same time to display the greatest power of the 9 Tribulations Sword Control Technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. In the end, only 5 of the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that spun around Duan Lingtian's body shot out. It was as though 5 Duan Lingtian had attacked at the same time, and it was extremely imposing. Although he was a little disappointed, Duan Lingtian's mood was not affected. Since he was already prepared, he controlled the 5 swords to perform the 9 dragons' radiant flash. Initially, he was still a little nervous. This was because he had only seen the mysterious black figure perform the 9 dragons' radiant flash with the 9 Tribulation sword control technique. It was his first time performing it. However, when he saw the 5 swords shot out with the 9 Tribulation sword control technique and 9 divine dragons respectively, a total of 45 divine dragons shot out at the same time, he could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 45 pairs of eyes of the 48 divine dragons flashed and condensed 90 extreme flashes that shot out like rain, leaving 90 densely packed small holes on one side of the mountain wall. Each of the small holes was bottomless, showing the power of the extreme flashes. Who's the person who left the word sword? Duan Lingtian, who had transformed the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords back into one, gasped again. At the same time, he instinctively looked at the word sword on the mountain wall. He who had lost his vigilance, lost his focus and was attracted by the word sword on the mountain wall again. In his eyes, the word sword continued to enlarge. Subsequently, the voice that he heard before resonated in his ears again. The voice was indifferent as it entered his ears and explained the truth of the word sword to him. Of course, there were many things that he did not understand because they were too unfamiliar and difficult to understand. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. There's no change. Looks like I won't be able to make a breakthrough every time I immerse myself in the word sword. After communicating and performing the sword concept again, Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw that there was no change in the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky above his head. He was not surprised. The sword concept was still the 5th level advanced sword concept. When he immersed himself in the word sword again, there was no obvious improvement. Huh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. His eyes immediately landed on Feng Tianwu, who was not far away. Boom! Vast flames raged on Feng Tianwu's body. The heaven and earth energy stirred in the sky above her head, and soon gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 9th level advanced fire concept. Initially, Duan Lingtian was still a little anxious. He was really worried that Feng Tianwu, who was immersed in the word sword, would ignore the energy from the fire spirit body in her body and forcefully communicate and perform the fire profundity. However, when he noticed that the fire concept on Feng Tianwu's body had stabilized at the 9th level advanced fire concept, he could not help but feel relieved. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed that the flames on Feng Tianwu's body began to compress from top to bottom. In the end, it seemed to compress into the shape of a sword and transformed into a sword-shaped flame. At this moment, Feng Tianwu was completely shrouded in the sword-shaped flame. It was as though she had transformed into a fiery red gigantic sword. At the same time that it emitted a scorching aura, it also emitted a gradually growing fierce aura. Sword concept? Soon after, Duan Lingtian sensed a familiar aura from the sword-shaped flame around Feng Tianwu's body. It was the aura of sword concept. Although it was only the elementary sword concept, it still made Duan Lingtian feel extremely shocked. Tianwu didn't seem to have comprehended sword force before this, right? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He realized the changes on Feng Tianwu's body was due to the gigantic word sword on the mountain wall. This sword character, who exactly left it behind? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to the mountain wall again. However, he did not look at the word sword. Instead, he scanned the surroundings as though he was looking for something. Finally, he discovered some smaller words at the corner of the word sword. They were words that were also engraved on the mountain wall. Whirlwind. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian flew out and arrived in front of the small words on the mountain wall in just a moment. He studied them carefully. At first glance, Duan Lingtian instinctively looked at the signature at the bottom right corner. Chapter 1022. Sword Saint? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw the inscription. This Feng Qingyang guy is really arrogant. He actually dares to call himself a sword saint. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Duan Lingtian was a sword saint. Any existence that could be called a saint was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Sword saint. A person who dared to call himself a sword saint must have a high attainment in the sword Tao. If the word sword, that seems to be filled with magic, was really left behind by Feng Qingyang, then, even if he calls himself the sword saint, he doesn't have an undeserved reputation. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the 5 words that were written before him. After all, the seemingly simple word sword had not only allowed him to comprehend the 5th level advanced sword concept, but it had also helped him cultivate the heaven rank advanced sword skill, the 9 dragons radiant flash, to the perfection stage, and merged the 9 dragons radiant flash with the 9 tribulation sword control technique. Naturally, he knew very well that even though the word sword looked simple, every stroke contained the truth of the sword Tao. Perhaps, only a sword cultivator powerhouse whose attainment in the sword Tao has reached a certain level would be able to inscribe the word sword. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked up and began to read the densely packed words. The words were left behind by the inscription. Before I ascended, I left the Tao martial saint land and traveled the 4 seas. I've been to continents ruled by mortal stage Tao cultivators and mortal continents ruled by both mortal stage Tao cultivators and mortal stage martial cultivators. In the end, I came to this mortal continent ruled by mortal stage martial cultivators, the Cloud Continent. In the 3 mortal continents, I've left behind my lifetime's comprehension of the sword Tao, waiting for the fated person to obtain it. If you can obtain half of my comprehension, you'll be able to move freely in the Tao martial saint land and ascend. The line of words ended here. Below it was the inscription, Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang.
The word sword was indeed left behind by him.
Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Tian still couldn't help but gasp, and he was completely shocked. That mysterious word, sword, actually contained the comprehension left behind by this so-called sword saint, Feng Qingyang. It was his lifetime comprehension of the sword Tao. No wonder it was able to help his sword concept rise by an entire 5 levels. Also, this Feng Qingyang called himself a saint and came from the Tao martial saint land. On top of that, he said he's been to 3 mortal continents, and one of them is the Cloud Continent. The Cloud Continent is a mortal continent? Duan Tian frowned with a confused expression on his face. Based on what he said, he seems to have been to 2 other mortal continents similar to the Cloud Continent. It seems that this world is far bigger than I imagined. After taking a deep breath, Duan Tian tried his best to suppress his surging emotions and calm himself down. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the Cloud Continent is surrounded by a vast ocean that seems to have no end. Even he found it difficult to explore it. Coupled with the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang's message, the Cloud Continent might only be the tip of the iceberg in this world. Duan Tian's breathing quickened when he thought of this.
In other words, apart from the Tao martial saint land and the Cloud Continent, there are 2 other mortal continents that are similar to the Cloud Continent in the boundless ocean.
Mortal continents? Mortal stage martial cultivators? Mortal stage Tao cultivators? Duan Tian's face was filled with confusion when he thought of this. He could still understand martial cultivators since they were martial artists. Tao cultivators, he had heard about it from the black-clad middle-aged man who had transformed Zhao Ming into a human puppet. At that time, the black-clad middle-aged man had told him about the origin of the talismans in his hands. At that time, he found out that the 3 talismans his cheapskate father had given him were Tao talismans drawn by some saint rudiment stage Tao cultivator. That black-clad middle-aged man isn't from the Cloud Continent. Moreover, he also called me a mortal stage martial cultivator. Could it be that he's also from the Tao martial saint land like the sword saint, Feng Qingyang? Duan Tian thought to himself as he continued to speculate. Mortal stage martial cultivators, mortal stage Tao cultivators, saint rudiment stage Tao cultivators, human puppet. And the mortal continent, Tao martial saint land, ascension. It's a mess. It's too messy. Duan Tian felt a headache coming on as he continued to speculate. He realized that it was difficult for him to sort out this information. Forget it. I'm not going to think about it anymore. As long as I raise my strength, I'll naturally have the opportunity to come into contact with that level. At that time everything will be clear. One had to admit that Duan Tian was very open-minded. Very soon, he tossed all the information that was troubling him to the back of his mind. However, there's one thing I'm certain of. The person who left behind these words and the gigantic word, sword, is very, very powerful. So powerful that it's beyond my imagination. Duan Tian did not doubt this at all. After letting out a sigh of relief, Duan Tian left the side of the mountain wall and returned to Feng Tianwu and Xiongquan's side. His gaze immediately landed on Xiongquan. Currently, the sword concept on Xiongquan's body was emitting a fierce aura that shot up into the sky. However, the heaven and earth phenomenon that was formed by the heaven and earth energy above his head was still the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. There was no change at all. It seems like Xiongquan's current situation is the same as when I was attracted by the word sword for the second time. The word sword did not help me break through again. It's only when I was attracted by the word sword for the first time that there was an obvious breakthrough. Duan Tian thought to himself. Of course, this did not mean that it was useless to look at the word sword later on. It was just that the effect later on was not as exaggerated as the first time. Earlier, when Duan Tian looked at the word sword for the second time, although his sword concept did not break through again, the word sword still taught him many things. However, it was all information that was extremely obscure and difficult for him to understand at the moment. He could not comprehend it for the time being. He had an extremely strong intuition. If he could comprehend those obscure and difficult to understand information, his sword concept would be elevated to a higher level. Moreover, it would not be as simple as elevating by 1 or 2 levels. This word, sword, is even crazier than the sword concept fragment. No. Even the sword profundity fragment might not be as helpful to a sword cultivator as this word. Such a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere. This remote canyon. It's simply a heaven for a sword cultivator. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he looked around the canyon. He noticed that the entire canyon was located deep in the mountains. Even the sky above the canyon only revealed small openings. These small openings were all small openings that were squeezed together at the intersection of branches and leaves that covered the entire mountain forest. The light in the entire canyon shone in from these small openings. If I were to fly above, I would definitely not be able to discover this canyon unless I use my spiritual energy to carry out a carpet search. Of course, if Duan Lingtian really passed by here without knowing, he would definitely not use his spiritual energy to carry out a carpet search. This place was only one of the countless remote mountains in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. It was very difficult to attract anyone's attention. If it was not for Xianxuan's hometown here, Duan Lingtian would not have stayed here at all. Besides that, apart from the sky above this canyon, there's only the one-line sky entrance left. It's usually blocked by the forest. If it wasn't for Xianxuan leading the way today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known about this canyon even if I were to pass by outside. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but feel a little relieved. He did not expect this at all. He did not expect to encounter such a fortuitous encounter when he came back to look for Xianxuan and help him repair his dantian. If I really want to calculate the value of the word sword on the mountain wall of this canyon, I'm afraid it's even more valuable than all the fortuitous encounters I've had in the past. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. The reason he thought so was naturally because of the message left behind by Feng Qingyang, who called himself the Sword Saint. Although Feng Qingyang's message was not long, each and every word he left behind showed how powerful he was. If that Feng Qingyang wasn't bragging, he's most likely someone who once stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said something like, "If I obtain half of the comprehension he left behind in the Sword Dao, I'll be able to roam freely in the Dao Martial Saint land and ascend." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound resonated in the air and completely disrupted Duan Lingtian's thoughts. It attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the sound. It was where Feng Tianwu was standing. At this moment, the sword-shaped flame on Feng Tianwu's body was rolling and burning continuously. The fierce aura on the flame continued to rise. This aura. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed immediately. Heavens! What did he discover? At this moment, the spiritual energy that he extended out clearly sensed that the Sword Saint's aura had changed. The sword concept that emanated from the sword-shaped flame on Feng Tianwu's body had actually transformed from the elementary sword concept to the intermediate sword concept. Moreover, it was not just an ordinary intermediate sword concept. 7th level intermediate sword concept. At the same time, Duan Lingtian instinctively raised his head and looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head. There were 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes hovering beside the 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They were lifelike and had a majestic aura. The sword concept was equivalent to the strength of 80 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 1023. Feng Tianwu, a person who did not even comprehend sword force in the past, had comprehended the 7th level intermediate sword concept just because of the word sword on the mountain wall. It was shocking. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly. He was once again shocked by the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang's technique. Just carving the word sword on the mountain wall had caused such a huge change to him and Tianwu. If he did not witness it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Ha! Soon after, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. His eyes widened, and shock filled his face. At this moment, he was shocked to see something. The heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head stirred, and the heaven and earth phenomenon continued to change. At the same time, the aura emitted by the sword-shaped flame on Feng Tianwu's body became even more ferocious. As the flame soared into the sky, it seemed as though it could pierce through the sky. 8th level intermediate sword concept. 9th level intermediate sword concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he saw the changes in the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head. The shock on his face did not disappear at all. Apart from the heaven and earth phenomenon,
His spiritual energy had also detected that the sword concept on Feng Tianwu's sword-shaped flame was getting stronger every second.
Second-level advanced sword concept. Duan Ling Tian was completely shocked when he realized Feng Tianwu's sword concept had improved to such a level. How's this possible? Even Xianxia, who had comprehended sword force earlier, only managed to comprehend the first-level advanced sword concept after receiving the guidance from the word sword on the mountain wall. Tianwu didn't even comprehend sword force before. How's it possible that her improvement is greater than Xianxia's? Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp. He remembered that Xianxia had already comprehended the advanced sword force when his dantian was crippled. However, after going through the guidance of the word sword on the mountain wall, he only managed to comprehend the first-level advanced sword concept. Could it be that, because everyone has a different level of comprehension, the sword character on the mountain wall is of different help to each person? For a moment, Duan Ling Tian could only think this way. That seemed to be the only explanation for what was happening in front of him. Other than this, he really couldn't think of a second possibility. However, very soon, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts were mercilessly crushed by reality, making him realize that the whole thing was not as simple as he thought. Third-level advanced sword concept. Fourth-level advanced sword concept. Fifth-level advanced sword concept. Duan Ling Tian used his spiritual energy to sense the changes in Feng Tianwu's sword concept as he watched the changes in the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head. He was completely numb. Finally, the aura of the sword concept stopped changing. Meanwhile, the heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head finally returned to normal, and the heaven and earth phenomenon completely froze there. The ancient horned dragon silhouettes that filled the sky wriggled down. They were lifelike, and it was a visual shock. There were a total of 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. This was the heaven and earth phenomenon that was created when Feng Tianwu used her fire concept and sword concept to mobilize the heaven and earth energy. When the two concepts were cast together, it was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. The ninth-level advanced fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, Feng Tianwu's sword concept was the ninth-level advanced sword concept. Even if it's me, after receiving the guidance of that sword character, I can only improve my ninth-level intermediate sword concept to the fifth-level advanced sword concept. Tianwu transformed from a martial artist who did not comprehend sword force to a martial artist who comprehended the ninth-level advanced sword concept in such a short time. Even if Tianwu's comprehension is stronger than mine, it shouldn't be so much stronger, right? This is too exaggerated. Duan Ling Tian's emotions were extremely agitated, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. In the past, Feng Tianwu, who did not even come into contact with sword force, had comprehended the ninth-level advanced sword concept under the guidance of the word sword on the mountain wall. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled no matter how hard he thought about it. Now he could practically confirm that it was definitely not a problem with his comprehension ability. At this moment, Feng Tianwu woke up. What a powerful strength! Is this the concept of sword? After Feng Tianwu woke up, she stretched out both of her arms, and the sword-shaped flame sword. It seemed to have transformed into two flaming great swords, causing the air to emit a wave of scorching aura. Tianwu, how did you do it? Suddenly, Feng Tianwu heard her dreamy voice, and she could not help but return to her senses. After the sword-shaped flame on her body vanished, she smiled as she looked at the source of the voice. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled faintly. It seemed to be able to captivate all living things, causing Duan Ling Tian to be in a daze for a while. It was as though he had forgotten the important matter. Elder brother Duan, what did you ask me earlier? It was only when Feng Tianwu's gentle and pleasant voice entered his ears that Duan Ling Tian shuddered and completely returned to his senses. He smiled wryly and said, I asked about your sword concept. Sword concept? A hint of confusion appeared on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face. Try to cast your sword concept and look at the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy gathered by it. Perhaps, even you don't know what level it's at now. Duan Ling Tian said. Feng Tianwu nodded obediently. Subsequently, she intended to execute her sword concept according to what Duan Ling Tian said. Suddenly, as if she'd noticed something, Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows frowned slightly. At the same time, Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows eased up. In the next moment, flames that covered the sky soared from her body and emitted waves of scorching aura.
It emitted waves of heat that assaulted Duan Lingtian's face, and it caused him to be unable to help but narrow his eyes.
He felt that it was slightly strange. Didn't he ask Tian Wu to unleash her sword concept? Why did she execute her fire concept?
At practically the same time that Duan Lingtian felt that it was strange, the flames that soared from Feng Tianwu's body gave birth to waves of fierce aura that caused the flames that covered the sky to transform into sword-shaped flames.
Ninth level advanced sword concept? When Feng Tianwu saw the 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that appeared in the sky above her, she was dumbstruck for a moment. She was unable to regain her senses for a long time. Although she could feel that the sword concept that she had comprehended was not simple, she did not expect it to be so powerful. Ninth level advanced sword concept. It was on par with the ninth level advanced fire concept that she had comprehended. Tian Wu. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he looked at Feng Tianwu with a solemn expression. I noticed that you executed your fire concept before executing your sword concept. I wonder if it was intentional or you had no choice but to do so. After Duan Lingtian asked this question, he stared fixedly at Feng Tianwu as if he was eager to know the answer. I don't know what's going on as well. However, if I didn't execute my fire concept first, I wouldn't be able to communicate with my sword concept. Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows knit together once more as she recalled the scene from before. The sword concept seems to have been born from the fire concept. As expected. After hearing Feng Tianwu's reply, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he completely confirmed it. Earlier, the process of Feng Tianwu executing her sword concept made him feel a little familiar. This sort of feeling was similar to when he first utilized wind concept before he was able to utilize fire concept, and the latter was born within the wind concept. Elder brother Duan, do you know why? When Feng Tianwu saw the sudden realization in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she could not help but ask curiously. Tianwu, if I'm not mistaken, your sword concept is born from the fire concept. Not only that, as long as you execute your fire profundity, you'll also be able to create a sword profundity of the same level. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of envy could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Although he did not know why the sword concept could be born from the fire concept, all of this was ultimately because of the word sword on the mountain wall. That sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He's really not simple. He actually allowed Tian Wu to use her fire concept to create her sword concept. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly. He knew very well in his heart. Tian Wu's sword concept that was born from the fire concept was a completely different concept from the sword concept that she comprehended on her own. For the former, as long as her fire concept improved, her sword concept would improve as well. There was no need for her to comprehend it. As for the latter, she would need to comprehend it herself. This was similar to the method he used to create his fire concept using his wind concept through the roaming dragon form, the 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. His fire concept did not require him to comprehend it as well. As long as his wind concept improved, his fire concept would improve as well. Once he comprehended the wind profundity in the future, his wind profundity would also create his fire profundity. Boom! At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of scorching aura charging at him. He noticed the flames on Feng Tianwu's body had soared. She had cast her fire profundity. First level monarch stage fire profundity. The heaven and earth energy in the air stirred. The 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were formed by the 9th level advanced fire concept soon turned into 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Tian Wu is trying to create her sword profundity? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He could guess Feng Tianwu's plan. In the next moment, the flames on Feng Tianwu's body swayed and transformed into an even more vast sword-shaped flame that pointed at the entrance of the canyon. At the same time, the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Feng Tianwu's head that were originally formed by the heaven and earth energy mobilized by her 9th level advanced sword concept had now become 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Chapter 1024. After casting the first-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity, Feng Tianwu used it to generate the first-level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity as well. The strength of the 2 first-level Monarch Stage Profundities was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons when they were combined. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw Feng Tianwu use the Fire Profundity to generate the Sword Profundity.
He reminded her solemnly. Don't communicate or cast the fire profundity again if it's not necessary. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the restlessness of the fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tianwu's body through his extended spiritual energy. It was as though it was going to explode from Feng Tianwu's body. For a moment, his heart was filled with concern and anxiety. He did not want Feng Tianwu to die. Okay. Feng Tianwu smiled happily when she heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the anxiety on Duan Lingtian's face. She nodded obediently. At the same time, the fire profundity on her body faded away. So did the sword profundity. This is unbelievable. After dispersing the two profundities, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Who's the person who left the word sword behind? To think that a martial artist like me who didn't even comprehend sword force could comprehend the same level of sword concept that was generated from the fire concept in one fell swoop. Feng Tianwu was even more shocked by her experience this time. There's a passage of words over there. You'll know who left it when you take a look. Duan Lingtian glanced at the corner of the mountain wall where the word sword was carved and reminded Feng Tianwu. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. I wonder how the word sword merged the sword concept into Tianwu's fire concept. Could it be because Tianwu has the fire spirit body? Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Otherwise, why didn't the word sword fuse the sword concept into my other concepts? Or perhaps, it's because Tianwu didn't even come into contact with sword force before this. So the sword concept she comprehended automatically fused with her fire concept? Duan Lingtian guessed again that this might be the case. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu's eyes suddenly lit up. She glanced at the side of the mountain wall not far away. Her gaze was quickly attracted by the words that she could not see clearly due to the distance. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu's figure moved and flew out. Like a fire spirit, she arrived in front of the mountain wall and carefully looked at the words on it. The words were left behind by the sword saint, Feng Qingyang. Similar to Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu was also shocked when she finished reading the words. Cloud Continent is only a mortal continent? A martial artist on Cloud Continent? A mortal realm martial artist? Dao martial saint land? Ascended to the immortal realm? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Compared to Duan Lingtian, she was even more bewildered and completely unable to make sense of what was going on. After all, Duan Lingtian had come into contact with someone suspected to be from the Dao martial saint land before. It was the black-clad middle-aged man who had transformed Zhao Ming into a human puppet. From the black-clad middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian learned about the origin of the 3 talismans his cheapskate father had left for him. At the same time, he also learned about the Dao martial saint land. For example, the talismans were Dao talismans. Moreover, they were drawn by a saint rudiment stage Dao cultivator. Whoosh! At this moment, Xianxia, who was immersed in the word sword on the mountain wall, finally regained his senses. He heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His face was filled with bewilderment. What did those words mean? Xianxia frowned and muttered to himself as though he was thinking about something. He had a feeling that as long as he understood the meaning of those words, his sword concept would definitely improve. Moreover, it would not be as simple as improving by just 1 or 2 levels. Xianxia. A voice resonated, causing Xianxia to jolt awake. At the same time, he instinctively looked at the source of the voice. There stood an extraordinarily handsome purple-clad young man with a graceful bearing. Young master. Facing this purple-clad young man, Xianxia did not dare to slack at all. He greeted him respectfully. Xianxia, how did you find this place? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. In his opinion, the fact that Xianxia was able to find this place was not only a great fortune for him, but it was also a great fortune for him and Feng Tianwu. In fact, as long as someone came here in the future, they would be able to obtain a great fortune as well. The gigantic word sword on the mountain wall in this canyon could be considered as a priceless treasure. To a certain extent, it could change a person's life. Putting other people aside. Xianxia. Logically speaking, with Xianxia's comprehension ability, it was almost impossible for him to comprehend the void transformation concept. However, because of the word sword on the mountain wall, Xianxia was able to comprehend the first-level advanced sword concept in one fell swoop. It even stimulated his potential in the sword Dao. In the future, Xianxia might even be able to comprehend the sword profundity, let alone the higher-level sword concept. The word sword on the mountain wall helped Xianxia complete a rebirth. According to the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, as long as we comprehend half of the sword Dao contained in the word sword that he left behind, we'll be able to rule the entire Dao martial saint land. Based on this, we can see that whether it's me, Tianwu, or Xianxia, we've only comprehended the surface of the sword Dao contained in the word sword that he left behind.
It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out.
Young master. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Xianxia replied respectfully, I discovered this canyon when I was hunting in the mountain half a month ago. After I came in, I was attracted by the word sword on the mountain wall. When I woke up, I realized the 7th-level elementary sword concept that I originally comprehended had transformed into the 1st-level advanced sword concept in one fell swoop.
Xianxia could not help but be pleasantly surprised when he recalled the scene at that time. Duan Lingtian nodded.
Then, he raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Xianxia, you've already comprehended the 7th-level elementary sword concept before you found this place?
It seems like you haven't been slacking off all these years.
I've always wanted to follow you around and solve your problems in the future. Due to this reason, I didn't dare to slack off, Xianxia said earnestly. His words came from the bottom of his heart, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to tremble.
It was filled with warmth. Now that your dantian has been repaired, your cultivation base will be restored soon. You can continue to follow me around in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled.
Thank you, young master.
Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly thanked him.
Initially, he thought that even if his dantian was repaired, his young master might not allow him to follow him around since his cultivation base had not improved. He did not expect his young master would take the initiative to ask him to follow him around. This caused him to be slightly overjoyed.
Apart from you, is there anyone else who knows about this place? Duan Lingtian asked again.
10 days ago, I brought Eru here once. I originally wanted to let Eru comprehend the sword concept from the word sword, but I never expected that Eru would only take a glance at the word sword before fainting. He was unconscious for an entire 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. When Xianxia spoke up to hear, an apologetic expression appeared on his face. He fainted.
Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. After pondering for a moment, he guessed the reason. It should be a problem with his spiritual energy. Whose spiritual energy is only at the origin core stage.
It's difficult for him to withstand the sword Dao contained in the word sword.
As for Xianxia, although his dantian is crippled and he lost his cultivation base, his spiritual energy is not affected at all. It's still at the void prying stage.
Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
Elder brother Duan, do you think the message left behind by the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, can be trusted?
In this world, there are actually 2 other mortal continents similar to the Cloud Continent and the Dao Martial Saint Land that we don't know about.
At this moment, Feng Tianwu returned and looked at Duan Lingtian.
Her beautiful face was filled with astonishment.
Tianwu, it's up to you whether you can trust it or not.
As for me, I don't dare to say that I can't trust anything before I've traveled to every corner of this world.
Duan Lingtian said slowly. Feng Tianwu nodded in agreement with Duan Lingtian's words.
This mountain wall with the word sword carved on it. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the nearby mountain wall. After a flash of light, a crazy idea rose in his heart before he flew out.
Whoosh!
A sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword.
Whoosh!
As Duan Lingtian's hand trembled, the sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shot out toward the side of the mountain wall with the word sword carved on it. Elder brother Duan wants to separate that side of the mountain wall and bring it away? It was not difficult for Feng Tianwu to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts when she saw Duan Lingtian's actions. She had to admit that this idea was crazy. However, she asked herself, if it was her, she would have done the same as well. Based on the sword concept that she could use with the fire concept, the mountain wall with the word sword carved on it could be considered a priceless treasure. Unfortunately, although it was a good idea, it might not be realized.
Clang!
The sword ray that Duan Lingtian shot out landed on the mountain wall with the word sword carved on it. However, it seemed to have collided with something hard. It did not even leave a mark on it.
Clang! 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 Duan Lingtian, who did not believe in heresy, attacked with his sword from tricky angles.
However, he realized that as long as it was on the mountain wall with the word sword carved on it, he could not damage it at all.
Unless I move the entire mountain. However, even if I can move it, my spatial ring won't be big enough to store it. Duan Lingtian was slightly troubled by this. Chapter 1025. A spatial ring that was a royal-grade spirit weapon would not be able to contain the mountain in front of him.
Even if it could, Duan Lingtian did not have a spatial ring that was a royal-grade spirit weapon at the moment.
A spatial ring that was a royal-grade spirit weapon could only be refined by a royal-grade weapon craftsman.
If Duan Lingtian wanted to become a royal-grade weapon craftsman, he would have to wait until his cultivation base had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, and he would be able to condense the royal-grade pill fire with his origin energy.
Of course, there are a few royal-grade spirit weapon spatial rings in the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu.
Duan Lingtian, who'd searched through all the memories of the rebirth martial emperor that were related to the great treasure, naturally knew this clearly.
However, why is the half of the mountain with the word sword so much harder than the other half? I don't feel any inscription formations, aura or fluctuation on it. This is strange.
Duan Lingtian casually swung his sword and left a bottomless crack on the other half of the mountain.
It was as though he was cutting tofu. However, the half of the mountain with the word sword seemed to be enchanted. It was difficult to destroy it. At the very least, it was difficult for Duan Lingtian to destroy it at the moment. It seems like this has something to do with Feng Qingyang, who left the word sword behind. Duan Lingtian mumbled to himself. It was not difficult for him to figure out the reason. Forget it, I'll just leave it here for now. Duan Lingtian sighed helplessly. I'll come here to study the word sword when I need it in the future to comprehend the sword Tao contained in it. What a pity. At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to have realized something as well. She sighed softly. Unlike Feng Tianwu, Xianxia was stunned when he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head. Why, young master? After a while, he lost his composure and called out to Duan Lingtian, but he didn't know what to say for a moment. The 3,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head almost filled half of the sky above the canyon. When Xianxia saw it, he was so shocked that his pupils shrunk again. Xianxia had never expected this.
In less than 10 years, that young man who hadn't even stepped into the nascent soul stage had already possessed such a terrifying cultivation that he could only look up to.
Xianxia, no matter how strong I am now, I'm still your young master. This will never change. Duan Lingtian seemed to have seen the bitterness and inferiority in Xianxia's eyes. He smiled gently, as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Young master. When Xianxia heard this, his eyes were filled with excitement, and his stubbled face flushed red. In addition, if you follow me out to explore in the future, you will sooner or later possess strength like mine. Even if you surpass me now, it will only be a matter of time. Duan Lingtian added. Young master, can I really do that? When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Xianxia's breathing quickened, and he could not calm down for a long time. He asked with a face full of disbelief. Although his attainments in the sword concept had improved a lot through the mysterious word sword on the mountain wall, and he was even confident that he would be able to comprehend a higher level of sword concept in the near future, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, that was only limited to his comprehension ability. His innate talent that was not considered strong had unknowingly limited the improvement of his cultivation base. Xianxia, are you doubting my words? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked with a faint smile. Xianxia wouldn't dare. Xianxia hurriedly lowered his head, afraid that Duan Lingtian would be angered. All right, let's go back first. After Duan Lingtian looked at the word sword on the mountain wall with reluctance, he called out to Feng Tianwu and Xianxia before leaving the remote canyon. After leaving the one-line sky entrance of the canyon, Xianxia began to tidy up the forest outside, so that it would perfectly block the entrance of the canyon. Apart from you, only heir who knows about this place? Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia as though he wanted to confirm it further. Yes, Xianxia replied respectfully. Then he said, I've already told heir who that he's not allowed to tell anyone about this place. Therefore, Even his parents don't know about this place. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and could not help but feel relieved. It seemed like only he, Feng Tianwu, Xiongquan, and heir who knew about this place. As long as they did not spread the news, there would not be a fifth person who knew about it. Let's go. Under Duan Lingtian's call, the three of them rushed back to Xiong village. Elder brother Duan. Along the way, Feng Tianwu could not help but ask Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Earlier, you said Xiongquan will possess a strength similar to yours or even surpass yours. Do you mean he'll have to wait until he comprehends the sword profundity? Of course not. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said through voice transmission with a serious expression on his face. I'll try my best to let him possess strength that's not inferior to mine before he comprehended the sword profundity. Is that possible? Feng Tianwu was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. Although Xiongquan's attainment in the sword Dao won't be low with the guidance of the sword Dao contained in the word, sword. But that can only mean that his comprehension ability in the sword concept and sword profundity is not low. His cultivation base. Put aside the fact that his dantian has just been repaired, it'll still take some time for him to recover to his former level. Even if he recovers his former cultivation base. With his innate talent, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to achieve great things. Even if we use spirit fruits, the effect won't be obvious because his innate talent isn't strong enough. Feng Tianwu continued. She was not looking down on Xiongquan when she said that. She was merely stating a fact and her personal opinion. Tianwu, do you know about meridian and marrow cleansing and rebirth? Although innate talent is innate, if there's a fortuitous encounter, it might not be impossible to reverse. Duan Lingtian smiled. Putting everything else aside, just his innate talent alone was not weak. But when he consumed sufficient 10,000-year stalactite milk in the stalactite cave at the side of the peak of the seven-star sword Sex Migres Peak, his natural talent instead advanced a step further, and it advanced to the limit that a martial artist in Cloud Continent could attain. Putting the 10,000-year stalactite milk aside, just the young miss of the Ye family, Yi Xian, whom he met in the eastern district's Drift Cloud town in the northern desert. Yi Xian's innate talent was not high as well. However, after he merged his origin energy and spiritual energy into Yi Xian's body and executed an exclusive technique from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Yi Xian's innate talent underwent a tremendous change. Although the increase in innate talent of a person who underwent meridian and marrow cleansing using that method was not as great as a martial artist who consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk and completed rebirth, it was not much different. Meridian and marrow cleansing? Rebirth? Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes focused when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She was not unfamiliar with these two words. However, it was extremely difficult to realize them. After all, items that could help a person undergo meridian and marrow cleansing and rebirth were all rare treasures on Cloud Continent. They could only be chanced upon by luck. Could it be that elder brother Duan has such a treasure on him? Feng Tianwu could not help but guess. The more she guessed, the more certain she was. Along the way, there were too many miracles that had happened to her elder brother Duan. It was so many that she was numb to it. However, she did not know that Duan Lingtian did not have any treasure on him. As long as I use the exclusive technique from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory to cleanse Xiongquan's meridian and increase his innate talent, it won't take long for him to recover his peak cultivation base. In the future, I'll look for some spirit fruits for him. His cultivation base will catch up very quickly. On the way back to Xiong village, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Xiongquan had already comprehended the void transformation concept. As long as his innate talent could keep up, coupled with the help of the spirit fruits, his cultivation base would be able to rise to the void transformation stage without any restrictions. When they returned to Xiong village again, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were treated as VIPs and received a warm reception. In the next few days, the two of them stayed in the village. Since Xiongquan wanted to leave, he naturally had to inform the people in the village. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were waiting for him to finish before they left together. Uncle Xiongquan, are you really leaving again? When heir who had already grown up, heard that Xiongquan was leaving, his eyes turned red. This tall and sturdy young man displayed his true childish nature in front of Xiongquan. Heir who, after Uncle Xiongquan leaves, I'll leave the heavy responsibility of protecting the village to you. Xiongquan patted heir who's shoulder and said with a grin. Heir who,
Big brother Ling Tian will leave behind a set of cultivation methods and a few sets of martial skills for you. No matter if it's the cultivation methods or martial skills, they're all sword cultivation methods and martial skills. Duan Ling Tian looked at Erhu and said with a smile, apart from that, I'll also leave you the medicinal pills you need for your cultivation. When you break through to the void prying stage, you can go to the canyon to look at the word, sword, and comprehend the truth and essence of the sword Dao from it. When he spoke up to this point, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. However, you must remember, you can't tell anyone about that place. Otherwise, once someone finds out about that place, they might choose to kill you to prevent others from finding out. Duan Lingtian warned Erhu again. Big brother Lingtian, I'll definitely not tell anyone. Erhu promised with a solemn expression. After leaving the cultivation methods, martial skills, medicinal pills, and a few spirit weapons that he casually refined to Erhu, Duan Lingtian left with Feng Tianwu and Xiongquan. They did not greet the other villagers and chose to leave quietly. After leaving the Xiong family village, they did not leave the surrounding mountains. Instead, they returned to the canyon again. We don't know when we'll be able to come back after leaving this time. The three of us should try our best to obtain more sword Dao comprehension from the word, sword. Remember the sword Dao comprehension in our minds, and we'll slowly explore it after we leave. As long as we comprehend it, our strength will definitely rise to another level. Chapter 1026. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, both Feng Tianwu and Xiongquan nodded in agreement. They knew what Duan Lingtian meant. This time after they left, they did not know when they would return to study the word, sword, on the mountain wall and comprehend the way of the sword contained within it. Now they could study it for a long time and forcibly memorize the cryptic information that originated from the word, sword, in their minds, so that they could slowly comprehend it when they returned. Once they comprehended the cryptic information, it was equivalent to further understanding the way of the sword contained within the word sword, and their strength would be greatly enhanced. Remember as much as you can. We'll do our best. Duan Lingtian said solemnly to Feng Tianwu and Xiongquan before shifting his gaze to the mountain wall not far away. To be precise, he shifted his gaze to the word sword on the mountain wall. Since the word sword could not be separated from the mountain wall and taken away, he could only do this and try his best to comprehend the information transmitted from the word sword. The cryptic information would become a great asset to him in the days to come. Seeing Duan Lingtian staring at the word sword on the mountain wall as if he was possessed, Feng Tianwu did not hesitate and also looked at the word sword. As Feng Tianwu immersed herself in the word sword on the mountain wall and received the information transmitted to her heart's content, Xiongquan also made his move. I won't be a burden to the young master. Xiongquan took a deep breath and also looked at the word sword on the mountain wall. Ever since he witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, he knew that even if he followed the young master in the future, he would only be able to do menial tasks. It would be impossible for him to protect the young master like he did before. Now, he only hoped that he would have enough strength to protect himself as soon as possible, so that he would not be a burden to the young master. Time passed quietly. A month later. Boom! A soft sound came from within the canyon. Xiongquan's eyes, which were originally lifeless, suddenly lit up. His entire body trembled and fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, Xiongquan was sweating profusely. His sweat dripped down like rain. He supported himself with both hands and panted heavily. After persevering for so long, I still couldn't persevere any further in the end. The amount of information transmitted from that sword character was too great. With my current spiritual power, it's difficult for me to receive more. After a while, Xiongquan caught his breath and muttered to himself. At the same time, he looked at the purple-clad young man and red-clad young lady who were standing together and grinned. Young Master and Miss Tian Wu really look like a golden couple. The purple-robed young man was handsome and elegant. The woman in red was so beautiful that she could topple a city. At first glance, they were simply a match made in heaven. Xiongquan, who was the first to wake up, did not leave. He sat cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. At the same time, he vigilantly sensed his surroundings, especially the entrance of the canyon, the one-line sky, to guard against any wild beasts that accidentally entered. Time flew by, and another month had passed. The woman in red finally made a move. Feng Tianwu's gaze flickered, and there was a hint of vitality in her eyes. She who staggered reacted in time to stabilize her body. At the same time, her beautiful face was faintly covered in sweat. Elder brother Duan is still comprehending? Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, who was next to her. When she saw that Duan Lingtian showed no signs of waking up, her beautiful eyes flashed.
That's true.
Elder brother Duan's spiritual power is much stronger than mine. The amount of information transmitted from the sword character on the mountain wall that could be forcefully received depended on one's spiritual power. All these years, Xianxia's spiritual power had been maintained at the 7th level of the void prying stage because he could not cultivate. Therefore, he was the first to be rejected by the sword character on the mountain wall. Now, even if he looked at the sword character again, he would not be immersed in it anymore because the burden on his spiritual power had reached its limit. Unless he could comprehend and digest the obscure information that he received, it was almost impossible for him to obtain any benefits from the sword character. Due to the fire spirit body, Feng Tianwu could no longer consume spirit fruits to cultivate after she had broken through to the void interpretation stage. Once she consumed spirit fruits, her fire spirit body would be forcefully activated and even erupt in advance. At that time, she would perish. It was precisely because of this that her cultivation base was only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, and her spiritual power was also only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. The 4th level of the void interpretation stage's spiritual power was much stronger than Xianxia's spiritual power. Therefore, compared to Xianxia, she received an extra month's worth of sword Dao comprehension from the sword character. As for Duan Lingtian, his cultivation base was at the 6th level of the void transformation stage, and his spiritual power was at the 7th level of the void transformation stage. With his spiritual power at the 7th level of the void transformation stage, he was destined to receive more sword Dao comprehension from the sword character.
Xianxia, how long have I been looking at the sword character? Feng Tianwu asked curiously as she looked at Xianxia. Miss Tianwu, I'm not too sure about the exact time. However, you only woke up a month after I woke up, Xianxia replied honestly.
Yes. He said this because he did not know how long he had been looking at the sword character.
Feng Tianwu nodded.
When her gaze landed on Duan Lingtian again, it was as gentle as water, as though it could melt everything. I think elder brother Duan should be able to hold on for another 1 or 2 months.
Feng Tianwu speculated inwardly based on the comparison between her spiritual power and Xianxia's spiritual power.
At this moment, Duan Lingtian was like a baby greedily sucking on breast milk as he greedily received the obscure and incomprehensible information from the sword character on the mountain wall. He did not know how long had passed, and he did not care about how long had passed. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. Within the range of his spiritual power, he would try his best to receive the sword Dao comprehension contained in the sword character and store it in the depths of his mind. He would take the time to comprehend it in the future. Just as Feng Tianwu and Xianxia were silently waiting for Duan Lingtian to wake up, for uninvited guests arrived at the Dark Han dynasty.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
4 figures flew across the sky and arrived at the Dark Han dynasty's capital in just a blink of an eye. Their speed was so fast that it was as though they had appeared out of thin air. Soon after, the 4 figures appeared above the most luxurious building in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. This was the Imperial Palace in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. At the same time, the Imperial Palace was where the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family that ruled the Dark Han dynasty resided. When the 4 figures appeared, one could vaguely see that the leader was a sturdy old man. One could not tell if the old man was happy or angry, but there was a hint of coldness in the depth of his eyes. Behind him, an old man and 2 middle-aged men followed him like shadows, respectfully and reverently. Dark Han dynasty's emperor, get out here. One of the middle-aged men opened his mouth and spoke. His voice that contained origin energy spread out like thunder in the sky and swept down, enveloping the entire imperial palace.
Whoosh.
As the voice spread out, the entire imperial palace was in an uproar. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples.
Who's that? Who's so bold?
Who dares to challenge our Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's dignity? He's seeking death. In the imperial palace, many guards, eunuchs, and palace maids discussed among themselves. All of them felt that the owner of the voice was seeking death. In the Dark Han dynasty, The imperial family was the absolute ruler. In the Dark Han dynasty, nobody or any force dared to provoke the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. However, today, not only did someone come to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family to cause trouble, but he even openly asked the person in charge of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, the Supreme Emperor, to get out here. Those who trespass into the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family will be killed without mercy. Soon after, a thunderous voice spread out in the Dark Han dynasty's imperial palace. Immediately after, a middle-aged man in black armor led a group of people in black armor into the sky. Not long after, they were high up in the sky, staring at the 4 uninvited guests with covetous eyes. It's Commander Hong. Humph! That person even summoned the strongest commander of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's black mysterious army. Looks like he's not far from death. As the commander of the black mysterious army, Commander Hong is a 9th-level void interpretation powerhouse. Waves of exclamations spread out in the imperial palace. More people stared at the sky. The sky was clear today, and they could vaguely see 2 groups of people standing in the sky. One of the groups only had 4 people. The other group had more than 10 people. Other than one of them who stood alone in front, the rest of them formed a circle and surrounded the 4 people in front. I'll give you one more chance. Ask your Dark Han dynasty's emperor to come out. When the middle-aged man who asked the Dark Han dynasty's emperor to come out saw that the Dark Han dynasty's emperor did not come out, his expression turned grave immediately. He looked at the sturdy middle-aged man in black armor with a gloomy expression. He was an elder from Azumo sect, a second-rate force in the northern desert. He was a 9th-level void transformation powerhouse. In his opinion, coming to a rural place like the Dark Han dynasty was enough for the master to personally come out to welcome him. However, the master did not come out even after he took the initiative to greet him. How could he not be angry? You've repeatedly humiliated His Majesty. You deserve death. Black Mysterious Army. Listen up. Kill without mercy. When the sturdy middle-aged man in black armor heard the words of the Azumo sect's middle-aged man, his expression changed drastically. He shouted and gave the order immediately. Kill. As soon as he gave the order, the other dozen or so guards in black armor turned cold and rushed toward the Azumo sect elder one after another. Boom, 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 boom. Almost at the same time, a series of explosions resonated in the sky and swept down. It entered the ears of many people who were watching the show in the Imperial Palace. How's this possible? Impossible. Impossible. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. Chapter 1027. In the Dark Han dynasty's Imperial Palace, horror dawned on the group of people who were looking up at the sky. Some of them were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble violently as though they had seen something terrifying. I'm not dreaming. How's this possible? Many of them even pinched their thighs instinctively. The pain that came from their thighs seemed to be telling them that everything was real. Everything in front of them was real. They were not dreaming. In the sky, more than 10 soldiers of the Black Dark Army, including the commander of the Black Dark Army, the sturdy middle-aged man in black armor, exploded at the same time as though they had discussed it beforehand. The rain of blood splattered in all directions like a dozen blooming fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. However, the group of people who were watching on the ground did not have the mood to enjoy this. Fear rose in their hearts as chills ran down their spines. This is too terrifying. Those 4 people didn't even move, but Commander Hong and more than 10 soldiers from the Black Armored Army are all dead. Commander Hong is a 9th-level void interpretation stage expert at any rate, yet he actually died so inexplicably. Who are they? No wonder they dared to come to the Dark Han dynasty's Imperial Palace in such a high-profile manner, and asked His Majesty the Emperor to come out. As it turns out, they're such terrifying people. At this moment, the entire Dark Han dynasty's Imperial Palace was in chaos. Many people began to flee from the Imperial Palace. In their opinion, the 4 people from the Black Armored Army were hostile. The 4 people in the sky did not come with good intentions. Who knew if they would make a move and wipe out the entire royal family? At that moment, they would definitely die if they stayed in the Imperial Palace. Run! Run! If we don't run, we might die here. The Imperial Palace's guards, eunuchs, and palace maids fled out of the Imperial Palace in a panic as though the sky had collapsed. Many of them stood rooted to the ground. Their bodies were trembling, and their legs felt as though they were filled with lead. They wanted to flee, but they realized their legs were no longer under their control. Who are those 4 people? At this moment, a loud voice rang out. It rang through the entire imperial palace, causing many people who wanted to flee to calm down. It's His Majesty. His Majesty has come out. I heard His Majesty has broken through to the void transformation stage a few months ago. Coupled with the few old princes who have also broken through to the void transformation stage, he shouldn't be afraid of those 4 people. Amidst the waves of discussion, many people dispelled the thought of fleeing, and they all stopped moving and looked at the 5 figures that rose into the sky. A middle-aged man in a dragon robe took the lead, and behind him were 4 old men. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of many people in the palace. They were none other than the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the 4 old princes of the Dark Han Dynasty. Since the end of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor returned with a rewarding journey and brought back numerous concept fragments. In a short period of time, he created 5 void transformation stage powerhouses for the imperial family, including himself. Today, the 5 of them could no longer sit still after witnessing the soldiers of the Black Mysterious Army being turned into a bloody rain in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor brought the 4 old princes to the sky and confronted the 4 people led by the sturdy old man. A hint of dread could be seen on his face. You're the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor? The middle-aged man behind the robust old man who had asked the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor to come out twice looked at the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor with an unfriendly expression. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes as if he was about to swallow the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor whole. How dare you? At this moment, one of the old princes behind the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor stepped forward and glared at the middle-aged man. He reprimanded. Don't you know the rules? Your master hasn't even spoken. What right do you have to speak to our Dark Han Dynasty's emperor like that? Right. The middle-aged man was stunned when he heard this. However, he could not help but laugh. A hint of coldness could be seen on his face as he laughed. Subsequently, he slowly raised his hand and muttered, I'm afraid you won't be able to see it when I prove that I have the right. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, his hand shook, and he pointed his finger at lightning speed. Whoosh! An extremely fast finger force shot out from the tip of his finger, setting off a short-lived whistling sound. From the beginning until the end, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the other 4 people did not manage to react in time. When the 4 of them regained their senses, horror dawned on them. They noticed there was a bloody hole between the brows of the old prince who spoke earlier. Spurt! An arrow of blood spurted out from the bloody hole. With a pair of dim eyes, the old prince collapsed and fell to the ground. A first-level void transformation martial artist was dead. Boom! The old prince's body fell and landed on a spacious square in the imperial palace. It turned into a pile of minced meat. Blood stained the ground and gathered together to form a small stream. At this moment, the crowd in the imperial palace was dead silent. They were stunned for a moment before they ran out of the imperial palace like crazy. They did not dare to hesitate at all. Oh my God! His Majesty and the 4 old princes are all powerhouses at the first-level void transformation stage. However, in just a blink of an eye, one of the old princes died without even seeing how that person did it. How terrifying! Who are these people? Don't tell me they're powerhouses from the foreign lands? It's possible. The entire imperial palace was in chaos. Not only were the guards, eunuchs and palace maids fleeing, but even the concubines, princes, and princesses in the harem were fleeing as well. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor was anxious when he saw the chaos. However, he was not in the mood to care about this. He knew if he did not handle this matter properly, it would be a disaster for the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Seniors, it's a blessing for the Dark Han Dynasty that all of you are here. I'm the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. May I know why the 4 of you are looking for me? Although one of his imperial uncles was killed by the other party in just a blink of an eye, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor did not feel any resentment at all. This was because he knew it was useless even if he felt resentment. He would not be able to take revenge at all. In order to protect the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, he had no choice but to grovel in front of these 4 suspected powerhouses from the foreign lands. From the beginning until the end, he did not dare to put on airs as the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. The person following behind is so terrifying. He killed 11th Imperial Uncle whose cultivation base had broken through to the first-level void transformation stage with just a finger. He was so fast that he didn't even use the heaven and earth energy, let alone the heaven and earth phenomenon. If he wants to annihilate the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, he can do it alone. However, he's only following behind this old man. It's obvious his status is far inferior to this old man. How powerful is this old man? The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's heart jolted when he saw the sturdy old man leading the 4 men. He hurriedly looked away as his heart trembled. He did not have the courage to continue thinking about it. Humph! The middle-aged man who killed one of the Dark Han Dynasty's old princes snorted coldly. Of course, there's a reason why we're here. I heard there's a person called Duanling Tian among the group of young powerhouses who participated in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at Skywolf Fort. Duanling Tian. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor narrowed his eyes when he heard the middle-aged man's words.
Naturally, he was familiar with this name.
It was because of this person that he was able to obtain a large amount of rewards after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended.
May I know why you're asking about Duanling Tian, Senior?
The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor asked with a fearful expression.
Slap.
The middle-aged man did not seem to have made any move, but a crisp slap sound resonated in the air.
A burning palm print appeared on the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's face. Should I be the one asking you the question, or should you be the one asking me the question? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke in a deep voice. It was obvious he had slapped the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor at lightning speed. How fast? The 3 old princes who were lucky enough to survive behind the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor had a change of expression. They were not prepared when the middle-aged man made his move earlier. Although they were prepared this time, they still could not catch any trace of the middle-aged man making his move. At this moment, they realized it deeply. The middle-aged man was not someone they could compare to. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor took a deep breath. Although he felt his dignity was being trampled on, he did not dare to speak out. He was afraid he would follow in the footsteps of the old prince. Senior, I don't know much about Duanling Tian. I only know he's a young powerhouse from the Darkstone Empire. Before he represented the Dark Han Dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he was a young powerhouse recommended by the Darkstone Empire to participate in the dynasty martial competition organized by the Dark Han Dynasty. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor spoke slowly and pushed all the blame to the Darkstone Empire.
Darkstone Empire. This time, the sturdy old man in the lead spoke before the middle-aged man could speak.
His eyes flashed as he stared at the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor.
The deep gaze caused the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor to feel a chill run down his spine, and his body was shocked to the point of trembling for no reason.
Where is it?
The sturdy old man paused for a moment before he asked.
It's in the south. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor said in a panic. At the same time, he pointed in the direction of the Darkstone Empire. He did not dare to be negligent.
Let's go. Almost as soon as the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor finished speaking, the sturdy old man spat out a word and disappeared before the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the 3 old princes who were lucky enough to survive.
At this moment, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the other 3 old princes narrowed their eyes. Did he just disappear before their eyes? Just how powerful was this old man? However, their pupils quickly constricted again and again.
The 3 people behind the sturdy old man, an old man and 2 middle-aged men, also disappeared before their eyes after the sturdy old man disappeared into thin air.
Chapter 1028. Who are they? The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor heaved a sigh of relief after the 4 of them left.
However, his face was still filled with fear. It was fear that came from the bottom of his heart.
There's no doubt they're powerhouses from the foreign lands. However, I wonder why they're looking for Duanling Tian. The old prince who led the young powerhouses from the Dark Han Dynasty to the Skywolf Fort to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor was also Zishang's master. He was puzzled. It's definitely not something good. The other old prince's eyes gleamed brightly. Although the old man didn't say why he was looking for Duanling Tian, I saw a hint of hatred in the depth of his eyes when he found out Duanling Tian was from the Darkstone Empire. Then, if Duanling Tian really returns to the Dark Han Dynasty, he'll definitely die?
The last old prince's eyes widened. Although they had never seen Duan Lingtian before, they knew Duan Lingtian had contributed a lot to their cultivation base being able to break through to the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian had unknowingly done them a huge favor. For this reason, they could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, the person in question, was still in a daze in the depths of a remote mountain valley in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Naturally, he was not really in a daze. Duan Lingtian stood there and stared at the word sword on the mountain wall in the distance as though he was possessed. Not far away, a red-clad woman sat cross-legged in the air as she cultivated quietly. A middle-aged man was practicing his sword near the entrance of the valley. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of sword whistling rose and fell one after another. Every time he made a move, the sword in his hand would condense a solid sword aura. Then, it would fly out and penetrate into the mountain wall on one side of the mountain. The middle-aged man was sweating profusely, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. I can't be a burden to the young master. I can't be a burden to young master. The middle-aged man muttered something under his breath. Almost at the same time, his potential seemed to have been broken, and his speed increased even more. Duan Lingtian didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that he was trying his best to absorb the sword Dao insights contained in the word sword, and store them in his mind one by one through his spiritual power. As time passed, he gradually felt his mental strength becoming weaker and weaker. It was as if he had reached his limit. However, he still resisted with all his might. Persevere, persevere, persevere. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian was completely numb. At the same time that his spiritual power was dispersing, his entire body quivered as he came back to his senses. He staggered and barely managed to stabilize himself. It seems like a long time has passed. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian slightly caught his breath. Although he didn't know how long he had been staring at the word sword, he felt that it had been a long time since he had last seen it. Elder brother Duan, you're awake? A pleasantly surprised voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to his senses immediately. Without turning his head, he could tell whose voice it was. Tian Wu. After calling out to her, Duan Lingtian turned around and smiled at the lady who was sitting cross-legged not far away. She looked like a fire spirit. Elder brother Duan, you woke up 2 months later than me. Feng Tianwu sighed faintly. Her breath smelled like orchids. 2 months later than you? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. He could not help but ask, how long did you continue looking at the word sword? With your spiritual power, you should be able to persevere for quite some time, right? I don't know exactly how long I persevered. I only know that I persevered for a month longer than Xianxia. Feng Tianwu shook her head gently. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion. Young master. At this moment, Xianxia, who was practicing his sword near the entrance of the canyon, noticed that Duan Lingtian had woken up. A joyful expression appeared on his face that was drenched in sweat. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's go. A few months have passed in just a blink of an eye. Let's look for an inn in the nearby city to rest for a few days before we depart to the foreign realm. Feng Tianwu and Xianxia followed Duan Lingtian's lead. They did not have any objections. For a time, the three of them left the canyon and looked for an inn in a small city nearby. After washing up, Duan Lingtian slept all the way until noon on the 3rd day. The spiritual power that he had exhausted in the past few months had finally recovered slightly. When he woke up in the afternoon on the 3rd day, Duan Lingtian went to look for Xianxia and went straight to the point. Xianxia, cooperate with me. Next, I'll use a special method to cleanse your meridians and marrow. While Xianxia was still in shock and ecstasy, Duan Lingtian used his origin energy and spiritual power to completely cleanse Xianxia's meridians and marrow. Xianxia was too old. Compared to Yi Xian back then, the difficulty of cleansing his meridians and marrow was much higher. Compared to the time when he cleansed Yi Xian's meridians and marrow, Duan Lingtian's origin energy and spiritual power had improved a lot. Even so, Duan Lingtian still spent a day and a night to completely cleanse Xianxia's meridians and marrow. Done. After everything was done, Duan Lingtian was already drenched in sweat. The spiritual power that he had just recovered a day ago was completely exhausted. A wave of exhaustion hit him, causing his body to sway slightly.
Young master, are you all right?
Xianxuan's face changed when he saw Duan Lingtian's current state.
I'm fine. I'll just rest for a while.
If Tian Wu comes looking for me, just tell her that I might need to rest for another 2 days. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and barely managed to stabilize his body as he said to Xianxuan. Subsequently, he turned around and left Xianxuan's room without saying anything. After returning to his room, he fell into a deep sleep on his bed. He was really too tired. After Duan Lingtian left, Xianxuan sat cross-legged on his bed and muttered to himself in disbelief. Young master was so busy for a day and a night.
Can he really help me complete my meridians and marrow cleansing?
My innate talent. After taking a deep breath, Xianxuan closed his eyes and began to cultivate. As a former 7th-level void-prying martial artist, Xianxuan's perception was not weak. He was very clear about his cultivation speed when he absorbed the heaven and earth origin energy. It was precisely because of this that Xianxuan, who had cultivated for more than half an hour, woke up completely with a shudder. His face was filled with disbelief. My innate talent has actually improved. Compared to before, it's improved by more than a few times. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Xianxuan's eyes were wide open, and he did not regain his senses for a long time. When he regained his senses, guilt could not help but appear on his face. Young master was so tired because of me.
But I still doubted him. I really shouldn't have.
When Duan Lingtian said he was going to cleanse his meridians and marrow, although he did not say anything on the surface, he did not believe it in his heart. Because that was simply too inconceivable. He did not do anything but use his origin energy and spiritual energy to cleanse someone's meridians and marrow. In his opinion, this was something that was almost impossible. However, reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. His current innate talent was only improved after Duan Lingtian used his origin energy and spiritual energy to cleanse his meridians and marrow. Young master Xianxuan, if I dare to doubt you again in the future, I'm not worthy of being a human. Unknowingly, Xianxuan's eyes were red as he muttered to himself with a serious expression. After muttering to himself for a while, he seemed to feel that this was not enough. He raised his hand and pricked his finger, causing a drop of blood to rise into the air. I, Xianxuan, swear right now. If I doubt young master's words again in the future, I'll let the 99 heavenly tribulation kill me. Xianxuan was very straightforward as he swore. Moreover, he swore using the tribulation oath that he could not go against. If he went against it, only death would await him. Boom, 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 boom. 9 consecutive claps of thunder sounded in the sky above the small city. Countless people in the small city could not help but look up in shock. 9 claps of thunder. Someone swore the tribulation oath. The tribulation oath is also known as the 99 heavenly tribulation. 9 claps of thunder represent that the oath has been notarized. If the oath is violated, the 99 heavenly tribulation will descend and kill the person who made the oath. It's said that when the lightning punishment descends, even the legendary powerhouses like Emperor Wu can't escape death. I wonder who set up the tribulation of oaths. The small city that was originally as quiet as stagnant water began to boil because of Xianxuan's oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation. It was as though it had regained its vitality overnight. However, all of this did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. No matter how the 9 claps of thunder struck him, he did not wake up at all. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian finally woke up. All he felt was that his head was a little dizzy. I've exhausted too much energy. I'll look for Tian Wu and Xianxuan for a meal before I leave and head to the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. As for the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he did not plan to return this time. After all, it had only been slightly more than a year since he left. Naturally, the most important reason was that his parents were not there. It was meaningless for him to return. It was better for him to make the best use of his time to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. At the same time, I can also search for the foreign lands force that Kerr and Little Fei are in. Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart. After walking out of the room, Duan Lingtian looked for Feng Tianwu. As for Xianxuan, he was still cultivating. You're actually at the critical juncture of a breakthrough. I won't disturb you for now. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he stood outside Xianxua's room. He extended his spiritual energy to investigate Xianxua's condition before he turned around and left. Tian Wu, let's go and have a meal. Duan Ling Tian called out to Feng Tianwu and left the inn. They found a restaurant nearby and sat down. On the way here, Feng Tianwu had already put on a veil to cover her peerless face. Therefore, she did not attract too much attention. Hey! Did you hear? The Crimson Sky Kingdom is going to be destroyed. Chapter 1029. Crimson Sky Kingdom? About to be annihilated? Duan Lingtian instinctively frowned when he heard this. At the same time, he looked towards the source of the voice, and it was precisely a nearby table of customers that were talking. The customer that spoke was a young man with an evil appearance. Every single word he spoke revealed extreme femininity, and it was extremely like a woman. Using the words of Duan Lingtian from the earth of his previous life, he was a sissy. This was a sissy, a trap. Crimson Sky Kingdom? One of the numerous kingdoms under our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The hometown of the 7-star sword sect's #1 expert, Duan Lingtian? There were two other young men at the same table as the evil-looking young man, and they were instantly surprised when they heard what the evil-looking young man said. Exactly, it's Duan Lingtian's hometown. The evil-looking young man nodded, and as he spoke, his voice became more feminine. All of you don't know. The reason the Crimson Sky Kingdom is facing a crisis this time is because of that Duan Lingtian. What? The Crimson Sky Kingdom's crisis this time is because of Duan Lingtian? The two of them were greatly shocked. The discussion of the three people at the table didn't intentionally lower their voices, and for a time, it alarmed the other customers in the restaurant. Someone wants to go against the Crimson Sky Kingdom because of Duan Lingtian? It can't be, right? According to my knowledge, when Duan Lingtian annihilated the Azure Forest Tri-sect and rebuilt the 7-star sword sect, he was already in existence that was close to the void interpretation stage. Even our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family is slightly afraid of him. Yeah. Moreover, not only our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the Darkstone Empire, there's probably only a handful of people that can defeat him. However, Duan Lingtian's advantage is that he's young, so the experts of the Darkstone Empire ought to not shed all pretenses with Duan Lingtian. During the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, Duan Lingtian was ranked first. Since that time, he's been the publicly acknowledged #1 expert in the younger generation of our Dark Han Dynasty. Unless such a genius figure can be killed in the cradle. Otherwise, even the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family wouldn't easily fall out with him. For a moment, the entire restaurant was bustling with noise and excitement. The topic of the drinkers at every table shifted to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian was still a 7-star sword sect disciple in the past, he'd already become famous in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom because he'd suppressed the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Of course, at that time, even though the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had heard of such a figure, most of them didn't take him seriously. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there were many monstrous geniuses with extraordinary natural talent. However, many of them either died prematurely or had their talents greatly reduced when they were older, becoming mediocre people. Many people did not think that Duan Lingtian could continue to be a monstrous genius. However, Duan Lingtian later gave these people a resounding slap in the face. Duan Lingtian had relied on his own strength to take revenge for the 7-star sword sect and annihilate the Azure Forest Tri-sect. When this news spread out, the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was stirred. The Azure Forest Tri-sect was a formidable sect formed from the merger of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergent sect, and Snow Moon sect of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They first annihilated the Mountain Split sect, then annihilated the 7-star sword sect, and they were like the sun in the midday sky. Their strength could be said to be comparable to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. It was precisely such a sect that was annihilated by Duan Lingtian. Supposedly, the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Tri-sect had all died at the hands of Duan Lingtian alone. The monstrous martial artist that was praised for suppressing the 5 great young masters in the past had annihilated the Azure Forest Tri-sect after a few years, and it shook the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The heat of this matter hadn't subsided when another shocking news spread out and swept through the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At the same time, it pushed Duan Lingtian's reputation to an even higher height. Duan Lingtian had suppressed all the young experts of the Darkhan dynasty in the dynasty martial competition held by the Darkhan dynasty and obtained the honor of first place. Since then, Duan Lingtian was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty. When this news spread out, everyone in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom felt proud of Duan Lingtian, because Duan Lingtian had walked out from their Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom.
Humph. What do all of you know?
Right when the crowd of customers were in an uproar and were doubting the words of the young man with an evil appearance and feminine voice, the young man grunted coldly. The people who are targeting Duan Lingtian aren't members of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, nor are they members of the Darkstone Empire, nor are they members of the Darkhan dynasty. Everyone was stunned when they heard the young man. Could it be that it's a member of another dynasty?
It's possible.
Perhaps Duan Lingtian killed someone from a dynasty during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. And the backer of that person killed by Duan Lingtian has come looking for him.
Many people couldn't help but guess. A group of pig brains.
The young man with an evil appearance and feminine voice couldn't help but laugh in ridicule when he heard these discussions. Right when he caused the crowd to be enraged, he continued.
Use your pig brains to think properly.
Even if a member of another dynasty really wants to take revenge on Duan Lingtian, would he dare to make such a big deal out of it? If he dares to make a big deal out of it, then it won't just be a matter between him and Duan Lingtian. The two dynasties will shed all pretenses and become enemies. Needless to say, the young man's words were indeed very reasonable, and it calmed the rage of many people.
If you know who's going against the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then quickly say it. Don't keep us in suspense.
Some people spoke impatiently.
Humph. I don't know exactly who it is as well.
The young man grunted once more as he spoke slowly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by someone laughing in ridicule.
I was wondering how capable you were. So it turns out that you're a fellow with no background. You're the one with a pig brain? You're the one with a pig brain, right?
What a waste of my expression. With someone taking the lead, the group of people who were mocked by the young man earlier mocked him back one by one. Their words were not polite at all.
Although I don't know exactly who those people are, I'm sure.
They're from the foreign lands. Moreover, the reason they haven't made a move yet is because they want to threaten Duan Lingtian to return. They're not going against the Crimson Sky Kingdom, but Duan Lingtian. The Crimson Sky Kingdom is just a bait for Duan Lingtian to take the bait. They want to use the lives of Duan Lingtian's family and friends to force Duan Lingtian to deliver himself to their doorstep. The young man ignored the mockery of the group of people and continued to speak.
People from the foreign lands? What did Duan Lingtian do?
Don't tell me he slept with the daughter of the leader of the foreign lands, and they brought people here to settle the score?
That's really possible. Instantly, the topic of the group of customers in the restaurant changed one by one. They were all guessing how Duan Lingtian provoked the powerhouses from the foreign lands. Some said Duan Lingtian stole someone's treasure. Some said Duan Lingtian killed the illegitimate son of a foreign lands force and was hunted down by the foreign lands force. There were even more ridiculous ones. Some said Duan Lingtian slept with the wife and daughter of a foreign lands forces leader and was hunted down by the foreign lands forces leader to the Darkhan dynasty personally. They were discussing here, but they were completely unaware that the person they were talking about was sitting in the restaurant's lobby. Hearing the discussions in the restaurant, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched again and again. It was as if he could not stop. However, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Could elder brother Duan be from the second-rate force, Izumo sect? Feng Tianwu heard everything and could not help but look at Duan Lingtian and ask curiously. It's hard to say. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a piercingly cold light. It was not only the people from Izumo sect who wanted to deal with him, but there were also people from North Nether sect and Anika sect who would not let him go. Therefore, it was possible that the person who wanted to bait him with the safety of the Crimson Sky Kingdom was from any of the 3 second-rate forces. There's still 5 days. If Duan Lingtian doesn't show up in 5 days, those people who want to force him out will start a massacre. At that time, the Crimson Sky Kingdom will be bathed in blood. The young man with a sinister appearance and feminine voice continued to speak. When he reached the end of his sentence,
He stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips in a slightly intoxicated manner.
It'll definitely be an exciting scene. 5 days? The moment the young man's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian disappeared on the spot.
When he reappeared, he was already in front of the young man. His hand stretched out at lightning speed and grabbed the young man's neck, lifting him up forcefully.
Who are you? The young man's face turned green and white as he was lifted up by the neck.
He looked at the purple-clad young man who had appeared before him like a ghost and restrained him with just a wave of his hand.
At this moment, he had completely dispelled any thoughts of resistance.
The fact that the other party could restrain him so easily and make him regain his senses after he was restrained showed that the other party's strength was far beyond his own.
If he resisted stubbornly, he might even enrage the other party.
If the other party killed him in a fit of rage, he would not be able to find a place to cry when he reached the Yellow Springs.
The other two companions of the young man had grim expressions as well. They'd realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian was, and they retreated to the distance as they were deeply afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them.
Who am I?
Duan Lingtian sneered and looked around the restaurant.
His gaze swept past the group of customers in the restaurant as he said word by word, "I'm the person all of you were talking about earlier."
Whoosh! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The entire restaurant was in an uproar. He's Duan Lingtian? I was wondering when such a terrifying young powerhouse appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I'm a first-level void initiation stage martial artist at any rate, but I actually couldn't even catch his movements. The idiot that Duan Lingtian grabbed seemed to have said something about the Crimson Sky Kingdom being bathed in blood would be an exciting scene. Chapter 1030.
Most of the customers in the restaurant looked at the young man who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian with a gloating expression on their faces.
In their opinion, this androgynous young man dared to say that the Crimson Sky Kingdom would be filled with blood in front of Duan Lingtian. He was undoubtedly digging his own grave.
What?
The young man's expression had already changed when he heard Duan Lingtian revealing his identity. Now that the gloating voices around him entered his ears, he felt as though he was struck by lightning. He only regained his senses after a long time. He looked at the purple-clad young man who lifted him up by the neck with fear in his eyes. In the beginning, he could not figure out why the purple-clad young man would target him like this. Now he finally understood. All of this was because he had spoken rudely to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, the young man in front of him was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom and had overcome all obstacles in his way. He was not even 30 years old, but he was already widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Darkhan dynasty. Why, you're Duan Lingtian? The young man's voice was still feminine. However, there was a hint of fear in his voice now. It was the fear he felt when he faced Duan Lingtian. You said that if I don't appear in front of those people in 5 days, they'll attack the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the young man with a gaze as sharp as a knife. If Duan Lingtian's gaze could kill, the young man would have died at this moment. As Duan Lingtian spoke, everyone, including Feng Tianwu, shifted their gaze to the young man. They were curious about this as well. Why, yes. The young man whose neck was being choked by Duan Lingtian was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would choke him to death due to his unstable emotions. Therefore, he did not dare to hesitate as he replied, "Tell me everything you know." At some point, Duan Lingtian's expression had returned to normal as he spoke unhurriedly. However, Duan Lingtian's calm voice sounded like the calm before the storm when it entered the ears of the young man who was lifted up by the neck. At some point, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, his cheeks couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young man with a sinister appearance and a feminine voice began to speak of everything he knew without holding back. Including why he knew these things. It turned out that he'd found out about all of this from a distant relative from the Darkstone Empire not long ago. 2 months ago, those people arrived at the Crimson Sky Kingdom, intending to use the Crimson Sky Kingdom's safety to force me out? The Darkstone Empire and Darkstone Empire have already spread the news that those people want to use the Crimson Sky Kingdom to force me out? 2 months ago, those people threatened that they would only give me 2 months' time.
If I still didn't appear after 2 months, they would annihilate the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian's expression became increasingly gloomy. He did not expect this at all. The existence that was suspected to be one of the 3 great second-rate forces in the northern desert had come to the Dark Han dynasty and the Crimson Sky Kingdom 2 months ago. A dignified second-rate force in the foreign lands is actually so despicable. Using my hometown as a hostage to force me out. A cold gleam flickered in Duan Lingtian's eyes, and his body emitted waves of terrifying killing intent. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura that could reap the lives of others at any time. For a moment, the group of customers in the restaurant, other than Feng Tianwu and the young man who was being lifted up by the neck, retreated as they looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with panic in their eyes. They were really worried that Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack them. Perhaps Duan Lingtian was younger than them. However, Duan Lingtian's combat strength was far from what his age could compare to. It caused fear to rise from the bottom of their hearts. What a joke! 2 years ago, Duan Lingtian had killed the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect by himself, causing the Azure Forest Trisect to become a part of history. Not to mention that 2 years had passed, and no one knew how much Duan Lingtian's strength had grown to. Even the Duan Lingtian from 2 years ago was far from what they could deal with. Duan Lingtian, I've already told you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I beg you, I beg you. The young man who realized the danger and had an extremely pale expression held his breath as he begged Duan Lingtian for mercy. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had finally recovered from his shock. At the same time, he looked at the young man who was being held by the neck and ceaselessly begging for mercy, and his gaze was extremely cold and indifferent. Some words. Once spoken, you have to pay the price. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently with a calm tone that seemed as if it did not contain any emotions. But the people present could still hear the rage in Duan Lingtian's words. No! Just as the young man's pupils shrank and his expression changed greatly, Duan Lingtian suddenly released the young man's hand that was choking him. Immediately after, he moved as fast as lightning. His palm swept out as if it had the help of the gods and imprinted on the young man's lower abdomen. Bang! The young man did not have time to stabilize his body before he was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's palm and violently slammed into one of the walls of the restaurant. Wah! The young man was covered in blood. As he slid down the wall, his face flushed red and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. My Yuanli, you're so ruthless, so ruthless. You actually destroyed my Dantian. The young man's expression was blank for a moment before he reacted. He looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a demon and let out a mournful roar. When the group of spectators heard this, their expressions changed and they looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. In this world where martial arts were respected and the strong were respected, crippling a person's cultivation was, to a certain extent, even more painful than killing them. This is the price you have to pay for speaking nonsense. Duan Lingtian's tone was cold. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the young man. Tianwu, let's go. Duan Lingtian did not even have time to eat before he called out to Feng Tianwu and disappeared into thin air before the group of spectators. Naturally, he did not really disappear into thin air. Instead, his speed was so fast that it was difficult for the group of spectators in the restaurant to catch him. At the same time, the group of spectators in the restaurant only saw a red light flash before their eyes. The red-clad masked woman who was sitting next to Duan Lingtian earlier also disappeared into thin air. How fast! Soon after, someone could not help but exclaim with a shocked expression on his face. It's been 2 years. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian's strength has already broken through to the void interpretation stage. It was unknown who said this, but someone guessed. His words obtained the agreement of most of the people. Unfortunately, someone failed miserably. Not only did he speak ill of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he actually dared to do it in front of Duan Lingtian. Exactly. Doesn't he know that the Crimson Sky Kingdom is Duan Lingtian's hometown? Haha. Perhaps he never dreamed that Duan Lingtian was right beside him when he spoke of the Crimson Sky Kingdom being bathed in blood. The group of spectators in the restaurant discussed with mockery and ridicule, and it entered the ears of the young man who had just been helped up by his 2 companions. Barf! For a moment, he was angered to the point he spat out another mouthful of blood. His vision turned black as he fainted.
Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what happened in the restaurant. After he left the restaurant, he left the small city and headed towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom. A figure flashed through the sky like a flame and followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. Soon, they were walking side by side with Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, are you going back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom now? Feng Tianwu had once returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom with Duan Lingtian, so it was easy to see that Duan Lingtian was heading in the direction of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Yes. Duan Lingtian did not deny it, but there seemed to be some haze between his brows. Crimson Sky Kingdom. That was his hometown in this life, and its importance in his heart was not inferior to that of Earth in his previous life. Although his parents had already left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were still many things he cared about in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Family and friends. In his previous life, he was unreachable. In this life he could easily obtain them. No matter what, I will absolutely not let anything happen to them because of me. Otherwise, I will not be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. At this moment, numerous familiar figures appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, Tianhu, Li Xian. There was also a group of elders who had helped him a lot in the past. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom really flowed with blood because of him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. So, he made a decision without the slightest hesitation. A decision of knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, but still heading towards the tiger's mountain. Duan Lingtian was temporarily unable to predict the outcome of this decision. But he knew that this decision would definitely be extremely dangerous. I only hope that the Devil Seal tablet will not drop the ball at the critical moment, Duan Lingtian silently said in his heart. He had already made a crazy decision. At the critical moment, he would not hesitate to use the Devil Seal tablet to annihilate the people from the second-rate forces. However, when this thought arose in his mind, he was slightly uncertain in his heart. He recalled everything that had happened before he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet, and killed the 6 great Void Transformation Stage Elders of Skywolf Fort in one go. He remembered. At that time, Tamu had blocked the attack of one of the Skywolf Fort Elders for him and died. He was completely enraged because of this. However, even though he was enraged with his strength at that time, not to mention taking revenge for Tamu, even protecting himself was a problem. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian noticed the Devil Seal tablet in the spatial ring acting strangely. When his consciousness touched the Devil Seal tablet in the spatial ring, a voice sounded. A voice seemed to enter his ears. It was a voice filled with temptation, a voice that originated from the demon sealing tombstone. Let me out. I can give you endless power. Duan Lingtian could still remember that voice clearly even now. It was precisely because of that voice that he took out the Devil Seal tablet, and an extremely strange black energy emerged from the Devil Seal tablet. When his hand touched the Devil Seal tablet, the black energy began to merge into his body and even into his soul. Chapter 1031. Due to this reason, he could be said to have been devilified passively. If he had taken the initiative, he was not sure if the Devil Seal tablet would have cooperated or not. It was not that he did not think of trying it in private. However, it would be fine if he failed. If he succeeded, he would have to endure the after-effects of the Devil Seal tablet again. He might even fall into a coma for a while. He still remembered that after he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet, not only did he run to the eastern district of the northern desert, but he was also unconscious for a long time. That time, he was lucky enough to meet Yi Xian. If it was someone else, they might have killed him out of greed for the spatial ring on his hand. The spatial ring would only recognize him as its owner if he was killed. If he tried to test the Devil Seal tablet in private and passed out, not to mention where he would run off to, the Crimson Sky Kingdom would be in big trouble by the time he woke up. It doesn't matter if the Devil Seal tablet devilifies me or not. I must return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom this time. I'm the one who caused this trouble, so I should bear the responsibility alone. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he exuded the aura of an iron-blooded man. In the past, he had risked defending Izumo sect, a second-rate force in the northern desert, to kill Lei Zhong in front of everyone. He was already prepared to be hunted down by Izumo sect and had even thought of a way out. In order not to implicate the Five Elements sect, he even publicly announced that he was leaving the sect. As for his hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had never thought about it at all.
Perhaps, he subconsciously thought that second-rate forces like Izumo sect, Anika sect, and North Nether sect would not bother with a small country like the Crimson Sky Kingdom that stood at the bottom of the food chain on Cloud Continent. However, it seemed like even second-rate forces in the foreign lands would do anything to achieve their goals. Now that it had happened, Duan Lingtian did not think about whether he regretted it or not. He only knew that what he had to do now was to get rid of this trouble. He would not hesitate even if he had to use his life in exchange for the safety of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. A man should be brave enough to bear his own responsibility. If you're a man, you should protect your home. As a man, he shouldn't let his friends and family get hurt. Duan Lingtian was a man, an upright man. Therefore, he returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. With his stubbornness and pride, he returned with a straight back. Crimson Sky Kingdom. Imperial City. Within the inner city, the place that occupied the most space was undoubtedly the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. The current Imperial Palace was completely different from the Imperial Palace of the past. It was less lively and more dispirited. The guards standing everywhere were listless and dejected. Since the arrival of these 4 people 2 months ago, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace had undergone earth-shattering changes. First, the Emperor was placed under house arrest. Then, the Divine Might Marquis was also captured and locked up together with the Emperor. Subsequently, the young experts of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, were captured one by one. It was even to the extent that even the Li clan disciple, Li Xian, who was in the faraway Aurora City, was captured. These people all had one thing in common. They had a close relationship with the commander of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian. In the current Crimson Sky Kingdom, it could be said that there was no one who did not know about Duan Lingtian. Ever since the news of Duan Lingtian participating in the dynasty martial competition held by the Darkhan dynasty and obtaining first place spread to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the entire kingdom was in an uproar. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was only a small kingdom. The most powerful person that appeared in its history only held an official position in the Darkstone Empire. It was not even related to the Darkhan dynasty. However, now that someone from the Crimson Sky Kingdom had become the #1 person in the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty, and was publicly acknowledged by the entire Darkhan dynasty, how could they not be excited? For a time, in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, as long as they were parents, almost all of them would teach their children to be a powerhouse like Duan Lingtian in the future. As for the younger generation, each and every one of them took Duan Lingtian as their idol and took Duan Lingtian's current achievements as the goal they pursued in their lives. As for the middle-aged and elderly people, whenever Duan Lingtian was mentioned, they would give him a thumbs up and smile from ear to ear. Duan Lingtian had unknowingly become the spiritual pillar of the Crimson Sky Kingdom citizens. However, just when Duan Lingtian's reputation was at its boiling point, for people from unknown origins came and asked Duan Lingtian to come out. Otherwise, they would start a massacre and annihilate the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Most importantly, they had suppressed the Crimson Sky Kingdom's most powerful imperial family and the Divine Might Marquis estate. After the news spread, it caused the Crimson Sky Kingdom citizens in the surrounding areas of the imperial city to be in a state of panic. It had only been close to 2 months. If it was half a year, the news would definitely spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom and cause the citizens of the Crimson Sky Kingdom to be in a state of panic. Divine Might Marquis estate. In the audience hall. What should we do now? Those 4 powerhouses are really too terrifying. Revered Elder Xiao was a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, but he was instantly killed by one of the middle-aged men. Most importantly, that person seemed to be the little follower of the sturdy old man in the lead. When a red-clad old man spoke up to this point, a heartfelt fear appeared on his face. Then, he looked at the old man who was sitting at the head of the table. Senior Marquis, what should we do now? Tomorrow, not only will His Majesty and the Divine Might Marquis be executed by them, I'm afraid even we won't be able to escape death. When the red-clad old man reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with fear and anxiety. You saw that person make a move. Based on your estimation, what level is he at? The Senior Marquis, who was the previous Divine Might Marquis, Nierong, asked solemnly. I'm ashamed to say this. When he made a move, I didn't even have time to react, let alone see his movements. In my eyes, it was more like revered Elder Xiao fell silently. The red-clad old man's mouth twitched. His face was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Even if it was an ordinary void initiation stage martial artist, you wouldn't be unable to react even if you couldn't see his movements. It seems like that person is at least at the void interpretation stage or above. Nyerong said solemnly. That's the only explanation. Moreover, since they're looking for trouble with little Tian, I'm sure they know little Tian very well. At this moment, the woman beside Nyerong said with a solemn expression, a few years ago, when the Dark Han dynasty held the martial competition, little Tian won first place with his cultivation base at the 9th level void initiation stage. Now, little Tian must have broken through to the void interpretation stage. They must know about all of this. Under such circumstances, they still dare to look for trouble with little Tian. Their strength is most likely at the void interpretation stage or above. The woman was Meng Ping, the sect leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Flying Rainbow sect. She who was originally in closed-door cultivation had just come out not long ago. When she found out that her son was imprisoned, she who was burning with anxiety immediately rushed back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. She had just rushed back this morning. Void interpretation stage. Meng Ping's words were even more convincing. Not only did the red-clad old man's expression turn grim, even the expressions of the other middle-aged man and young man changed slightly. The middle-aged man was precisely the dean of Paladin Academy, Sima Chong Feng. He was also Duan Lingtian's teacher in Paladin Academy. The young man was precisely the Divine Might Marquis Estate's junior marquis, Nye Fun. The current Nye Fun was like his name, burning with anxiety. Grandmother, if they're really void interpretation stage experts, then wouldn't Father and His Majesty be finished? Nye Fun said with an unsightly expression. As soon as Nye Fun said this, the audience hall fell into deathly silence. Unknowingly, Nyerong and Meng Ping's eyes were filled with traces of mist. It was the mist that rose after their tears were evaporated by origin energy. The Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan, was their son. Their son was captured and was about to face a life-and-death crisis. As his parents, it was naturally impossible for them not to be anxious. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day they make their move. The red-clad old man paced back and forth anxiously. Until now, we still haven't received any news related to Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian doesn't return, then not only His Majesty and the Divine Might Marquis, but even we would be doomed. Little Tian might not be in the Dark Han dynasty now. Nye Fun laughed bitterly. Even if he's in the Dark Han dynasty and knows of this matter. Unless he has the confidence to deal with those 4 people, otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to return. The red-clad old man laughed bitterly. Impossible. Little Tian isn't such a person. Nye Fun spoke resolutely and decisively. From his words, he was extremely confident in Duan Lingtian's character. Noticing that the atmosphere had become slightly strange after he spoke, the old man recalled that besides him, everyone present had a deep relationship with Duan Lingtian. I didn't mean that. What I meant was that perhaps he felt that it was useless even if he returned, so he didn't return. But he surely has the intention of taking revenge for us. The red-clad old man corrected himself. However, he soon realized that the other 4 people did not pay any attention to him. It was as though they did not hear him at all. Of course, the 4 of them did not intentionally ignore him. Their gazes were fixed behind him. Their eyes shone brightly as though they had discovered a new continent. Who's there? Curious, the old man turned around. With just a glance, he saw 2 people standing at the entrance of the main hall. There was a purple-clad young man who looked to be around 25 years old. The other was a red-clad young woman whose face was covered by a veil. However, from her brows, one could see that she was around 20 years old. Who are you? The old man frowned and asked in a deep voice. However, the 2 people at the entrance ignored him and walked into the main hall. Just when the old man was about to fly into a rage, a voice entered his ears. At the same time, it dispelled his thoughts and caused him to feel a lingering fear. Little Tian. Chapter 1032. Big Brother Nye. The people who walked into the audience hall of the Divine Might Marquis Estate were the travel-worn Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian looked at Nye Fun and lightly smiled as he greeted them. Nye Fun, the son of the Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan, had taken care of him when he was young. He had always been grateful to Nye Yuan. This point didn't change just because he possessed the strength to look down upon everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Grandpa Nye, Grandma Meng. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man sitting at the head seat and the woman beside the old man. Little Tian, when did you return? The old man was the Divine Might Marquis Estate's senior marquis, Nye Rong. Even though he was worried about his son's safety, he still had an incomparably brilliant smile on his face when he looked at the uninvited guest before him. Whoosh! Not only that, the senior marquis left his seat at the same time and warmly welcomed the guest. Meng Ping, who was originally standing beside him, followed up to welcome the guest, and she squeezed out a smile that contained a trace of bitterness. Little Tian, are you confident? Meng Ping went straight to the point. Seeing Duan Ling Tian return in time, she could naturally guess that Duan Ling Tian had come for the sake of those 4 experts. Those 4 experts were going to kill her son tomorrow, and even annihilate the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was no coincidence that Duan Ling Tian returned in time at such a sensitive time. As soon as Meng Ping said this, Nye Rong, Nye Fan, Sima, and the red-clothed old man all looked at Duan Ling Tian. Teacher. After Duan Ling Tian smiled apologetically to Meng Ping, he didn't answer her for the time being and instead looked at Sima as he greeted him. Meng Ping didn't mind when she saw this. Not only did she not mind, but her impression of Duan Ling Tian increased greatly in her heart instead. With Duan Ling Tian's current achievements and status, it was extremely rare for him to not forget his roots. Seeing Duan Ling Tian take the initiative to greet him, Sima Chongfeng was somewhat flattered. Even though he and Duan Ling Tian were master and disciple when they were still at Paladin Academy, they weren't actually master and disciple. Today, Duan Ling Tian's strength and achievements had left him far behind, but he still hadn't forgotten the friendship between them, and it caused his heart to be filled with warmth. Duan Ling Tian, the thing I'm most proud of in my life isn't breaking through to the void-prying stage all those years ago, nor is it becoming the dean of Paladin Academy. Instead, it's forming a relationship of master and disciple with you. Sima Chongfeng took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart as he said with a serious face. Sima Chongfeng's words came from the bottom of his heart, without a single word of falsehood. Although he was the dean of Paladin Academy, he had never exposed his identity in front of the students. Of course, this didn't mean that he didn't care about Paladin Academy. On the contrary, he did his duty to Paladin Academy. For this reason, he didn't even hesitate to appear in Paladin Academy with the identity of an ordinary teacher. In the academy, besides the vice dean, no one knew of his true identity. He still remembered that year. He became the teacher of the new students as usual. When school had just started, a student that stood out like a crane among chickens appeared in his field of vision. At that time, he realized that this student wasn't simple and that his future accomplishments would be great. But as time passed, he realized that he'd still underestimated that student. That seemingly meek student had caused one enormous trouble after another in Paladin Academy. If that student had died because of revenge, he wouldn't have found it strange. But the result had exceeded his expectations time and time again. Not only did that student live well, he lived a more comfortable life than anyone else. Later on, the battle strategy that student displayed caused him to be even more ashamed. He knew that even if it was him, it was absolutely impossible for him to lead the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to occupy a border city guarded by the Southern Champion Kingdom's army without expending a single soldier. Master Xiang, hiding behind a curtain, strategizing, and annihilating the enemy with a casual chat. All of this was accomplished by that student. He originally thought that as the most outstanding student in Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department, that student would stay in the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the future and expand the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But never had he imagined that. That student chose to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and even entered the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-Star Sword Sect. After that, shocking news entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom and entered his ears, causing him to be shocked repeatedly. Annihilating the Azure Forest Trisect and rebuilding the 7-Star Sword Sect with his own strength. Participating in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition and obtaining first place. Becoming the publicly acknowledged #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkhan Dynasty. Not yet 30 years old, but his cultivation had most likely broken through to the void interpretation stage. That student of his was precisely the violet-clothed young man that stood before him. Duan Lingtian. Teacher, you're too kind. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. No matter what my current cultivation is or where I am, Duan Lingtian, you're my teacher for life. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression when he heard Sima Chongfeng's emotional words that came from the bottom of his heart. Commander Duan is at a high position, yet you're able to not forget your roots. It's truly rare. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the red-clothed old man at the side had already finished speaking, and he flattered Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian look at him after hearing what he said, he instantly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression.
This Commander Duan has finally noticed me?
This Commander Duan was a great figure that had made a name for himself in the Dark Han dynasty, and had gone to the foreign lands to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Commander Duan was delighted in his heart when he heard what the red-clothed old man said. Perhaps he would reward the red-clothed old man with 7 or 8 high-grade medicinal pills or even 1 or 2 high-grade spirit weapons. Commander Duan. When faced with Duan Lingtian, who looked over, the red-clothed old man had an indescribable feeling of excitement. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian rewarding him with medicinal pills and spirit weapons. But in next to no time, the smile on his face froze.
Do I know you?
Duan Lingtian glanced at the red-clothed old man nonchalantly and asked word by word. That one sentence alone caused the red-clothed old man's face to turn red. His gaping mouth could no longer make any sound. It was as though someone was strangling his throat tightly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Ping under the shocked gazes of the others. Grandma Meng, about that matter. I don't have any confidence. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was answering Meng Ping's earlier question. Meng Ping had previously asked if he had any confidence in dealing with the person who wanted to kill her son and destroy the Crimson Sky Kingdom tomorrow. Duan Lingtian's words were the truth. If he could take the initiative to ask the Devil Seal Tablet to devilify him, he was 100% confident. However, if he could not, it would be the opposite. He had no confidence at all. When Duan Lingtian's words entered the ears of Meng Ping and the others, it caused their expressions to change. Even Feng Tianwu's expression changed slightly when she realized what she was worried about was about to happen. Her elder brother Duan was going to take the risk to deal with the powerhouse from Izumo sect. The reason Feng Tianwu thought Izumo sect was looking for trouble with Duan Lingtian was because she knew Duan Lingtian had offended Izumo sect. If she knew Duan Lingtian had offended the second-rate force, North Nether sect, whose strength was not inferior to Izumo sect, at the same time, Anika sect might even make a move on him because they coveted the Emperor Stage Profundity fragment that might be in his possession. Perhaps she would not think that way. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian himself did not know which of the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert was looking for trouble with him.
You don't have confidence? Then why did you come back this time? Meng Ping asked after taking a deep breath.
Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Since they're looking for me, and I know about this matter, I can't possibly hide, right? If he hid, he would not be Duan Lingtian.
Fool!
The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Nie Rong's expression changed immediately. For the first time, he shouted at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was completely shocked by Nie Rong's agitation. Little Tian, if you're not confident, then leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom.
Meng Ping took a deep breath again. She seemed to have made up her mind as she told Duan Lingtian.
In fact, she knew very well in her heart. If Duan Lingtian did not show up tomorrow, the 4 powerhouses with unknown origins would definitely kill her son. However, she could not exchange Duan Lingtian's life for her son's life. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, she might have been imprisoned, let alone take over the Flying Hong sect. That was what she owed Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it wasn't only she who owed Duan Lingtian a favor. Even her husband similarly owed Duan Lingtian a life. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian removing the poison of the Dark Nether Mink for her husband, it would be impossible for her husband to live until now.
This won't do.
If he leaves, then we'll all die. The red-clothed old man's face went grim as he spoke in panic. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten how terrifying Duan Lingtian was before the threat of death. But unfortunately, even if he was hysterical, he was still completely disregarded by the others.
Little Tian, you leave.
Nie Rong seemed to have instantly aged a few years as he sighed. As parents, how could they disregard the life and death of their children? But if it required Duan Lingtian's life in exchange for his son's life, then he was really unable to do it.
Yeah, little Tian.
If my father was here, he would surely not allow you to take such a risk. Even though Nie Fan was worried about his father's safety, he understood his father's character even more. Once his father knew that something had happened to Duan Ling Tian because of him, his father would surely not be able to accept it. With his father's violent temper, even if he knew that he was no match for Duan Ling Tian, he would surely spare no expense to take revenge for him. At that time, his father would still be unable to escape death. Sima stood at the side and did not speak. With his position, it was indeed not good for him to say anything. Grandpa Nye, Grandma Meng, Big Brother Nye. Don't worry, I know what to do. Hearing the words of the three Nye clan members, Duan Lingtian's heart felt warm as he spoke with a light smile. After he finished speaking, before the three of them could react, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The three Nye clan members, Sima Chongfeng, and the red-clothed old man did not have time to react before Feng Tianwu vanished into thin air as well. From beginning to end, the three of them did not have time to react.
Chapter 1033. Nie Rong and Meng Ping looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Only a martial artist at the void interpretation stage or above was capable of vanishing into thin air before their eyes, and it was impossible for them to capture the slightest trace of the martial artist. Moreover, the martial artist was not an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist. Although they had guessed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base might have broken through to the void interpretation stage, they were still shocked when they saw it. When they saw it with their own eyes, they could not help but be shocked. Especially when they realized Duan Ling Tian was not just a martial artist at the first, second, or third level of the void interpretation stage. Little Tian. He's at the fourth level of the void interpretation stage or above. Nie Rong looked at his wife and asked through voice transmission. It was as though he wanted to prove his guess through his wife's mouth. He should be.
Otherwise, it's impossible for him to come and go without a trace in front of me.
Moreover, it's not just little Tian.
Even the red-clad woman with a veil next to him should be at the fourth level of the void interpretation stage or above.
Meng Ping nodded. Her tone was solemn when she finished speaking through voice transmission. In that case, little Tian came back prepared this time? But why did he say he wasn't confident? Regarding this point, Nie Rong could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Perhaps little Tian knows about those four people and knows they're stronger than him. Meng Ping said. Then what should we do now? If something happens to little Tian, I won't be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. Nie Rong's expression was grave. Now, we can't interfere anymore. Based on what little Tian said before he left, it's obvious he has a plan that we can't interfere with. A bitter smile appeared on Meng Ping's face. Now we can only hope he can deal with those four powerhouses who came from nowhere. Otherwise, not only our son, but even he would be doomed. Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures that were as fast as lightning dove into the Imperial Palace. Wherever they passed, they set off waves of evil wind and alerted many Imperial Palace guards. However, these Imperial Palace guards could only feel the wind. They could not see the two figures that were as fast as lightning. Elder brother Duan, do you know where they're imprisoned? The two figures arrived at the depths of the Imperial Palace in just a blink of an eye. One of them could not help but ask the other in a soft and pleasant voice. It was a woman's voice. Just by the voice alone, one could tell it was a rare beauty. I don't know. But someone must know. The other person's voice was calm but magnetic as he replied. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after the person's figure the Imperial Palace lifted, a few guards in front of a few people, a few guards who was stunned. When the guard came back to his senses and saw the person who had knocked out his companions, his eyes lit up and his cheeks began to tremble. He asked excitedly, You're Commander Duan? Duan, the person that attacked, was precisely Duan Ling Tian, who had snuck into the Imperial Palace after leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate. Duan Tian's expression when he's Duan's, he's is at Duan. Commander Duan, perhaps you don't know me, but I know you. The guard had an excited expression as he said, That year, I was a student of Paladin Academy's Star General Department that was a few years older than you,
And I'd once witnessed with my own two eyes how Commander Duan commanded the army of our Crimson Sky Kingdom to capture a border city of the Southern Champion Kingdom without expending a single soldier. That battle has already been recorded in the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's all thanks to you that I was able to witness that part of history. The guard's voice started to tremble as he spoke. Commander Duan, after that battle, I've taken you as my idol.
Idol?
The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He did not expect that a guard he casually left behind would not only recognize him, but even take him as his idol.
Whoosh!
A fiery red figure silently descended before Duan Lingtian. Currently, Feng Tianwu had already removed the veil on her face. The appearance of her devastatingly beautiful face seemed to cause everything around her to pale in comparison. However, even so, the guard only casually glanced at Feng Tianwu before looking at Duan Lingtian again. The excitement in his heart was difficult to conceal.
I want to ask,
do you know where the Divine Might Marquis and the others are being imprisoned? Duan Lingtian looked at the guard and his expression became extremely serious.
Of course, it's fine if you don't know or don't want to tell me. However, I'll knock you out and ask someone else.
I know.
As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the guard nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He seemed to be afraid that Duan Lingtian would get impatient from waiting. The Divine Might Marquis and His Majesty are being imprisoned in the Imperial Palace's dungeon.
Dungeon?
When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but frown. He had been to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace many times.
However, every time he came, he would go straight to the throne room to see the Emperor. Therefore, he did not know where the dungeon was.
Commander Duan, I'll bring you there.
The guard seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's dilemma and quickly said, I know where the dungeon is.
You'll bring me there? Aren't you afraid of death? Duan Lingtian was stunned.
He did not expect the guard to be so bold. After all, the Imperial Palace was no longer under the control of the former emperor. Instead, it was under the control of one of the powerhouses from the three great second-rate forces in the northern desert.
Hee.
Commander Duan, don't make fun of me. Actually, although the group of brothers in the Imperial Palace have surrendered, they're still on His Majesty's side in their hearts.
Apart from being strong, those 4 people are a bunch of lunatics.
They even said that if you don't show up tomorrow, not only will they kill His Majesty, the Divine Might Marquis, and the others, but they'll also kill us and everyone from the Crimson Sky Kingdom.
The guard's face was filled with rage when he spoke up to this point. They're talking nonsense about annihilating a kingdom. They really think they're the judges who control life and death.
Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes.
Since that's the case, bring us there.
Duan Lingtian did not say much and spoke bluntly.
All right.
The guard hurriedly nodded and brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu to the west of the Imperial Palace. In the west, in a remote and dilapidated palace, there was a large number of soldiers guarding it.
That's the dungeon.
There's a stone slab in the center of the encirclement they've formed.
If you lift the stone slab, you'll see a stone staircase that leads underground. The dungeon is at the bottom of the staircase.
The guard hid at the side as he explained to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu.
Duan Lingtian nodded and swept his cold gaze across the guards guarding the dungeon. A murderous intent appeared on his face. In his opinion, these guards were usually fed by the emperor, but they were unreliable at critical moments. They helped outsiders imprison the emperor who provided them with food and drink. They were truly ungrateful people. These people deserved to be killed.
Commander Duan, it's actually not easy for everyone. If they don't do as those 4 lunatics say, not only them, but even their entire families won't be able to escape death.
The guard smiled wryly.
What?
The guard's words shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his eyes gleamed coldly.
Those people actually dared to threaten all of you like that?
At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely enraged.
He really wanted to know which of the 3 great second-rate forces in the northern desert was capable of doing such a thing.
However, Duan Lingtian had an idea when he heard the guard's words.
Whoosh!
Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing firmly on the stone slab that led to the dungeon.
Boom! 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 Boom!
At the same time, the sound of bodies falling to the ground reverberated in the air. It turned out that the 20-plus guards guarding the dungeon were all knocked out and defeated by Duan Lingtian.
This. When the guard who was hiding at the side saw this, his eyes narrowed.
In his eyes,
Commander Duan, whom he admired the most, had disappeared before his eyes and reappeared at the entrance of the dungeon in just a blink of an eye.
At the same time, the 20+ guards had all fallen. What kind of technique was this? Among all the powerhouses I've seen in my life, apart from Commander Duan, I'm afraid only those 4 lunatics have such strength. Even a void-prying stage martial artist would find it difficult to do this.
The guard muttered to himself solemnly. Soon after, his eyes narrowed again. This was because he noticed that the red-clothed girl who was originally standing beside him had disappeared before his eyes in the blink of an eye.
At the same time, she appeared beside the purple figure in the distance. Subsequently, he saw the stone slab that blocked the entrance of the dungeon being lifted up.
Both of them flew in together and disappeared before his eyes again.
That girl. She actually has such terrifying strength.
The guard's breathing could not help but quicken.
Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had entered the dungeon as well. There were still some other guards in the dungeon. However, under their attacks, all of them were knocked out one by one without exception.
In front of the 2 of them, these mere guards of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace were nothing.
Not long after, the 2 of them arrived in front of a huge dungeon. Inside, there were 5 people sitting cross-legged. 2 middle-aged men and 3 young men were cultivating wholeheartedly with their eyes closed. They were completely oblivious to everything that was happening around them. Are we in a dungeon? Duan Lingtian did not wake the 5 of them up for the time being.
His eyes scanned the dungeon, and soon, he saw a plate filled with fine wine and delicacies that was not far away from the 5 of them.
Even the prison cell that the 5 of them were in was shockingly clean. It could be described with the word, spotless. Looks like that guard was right. These guards are not sincerely working for those few people. Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
Li Xian.
Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on one of them. It was a fatty. Moreover, it was a fatty that he was very familiar with. That fat face and that figure were the same as before. Those fellows really put in a lot of effort. Even Li Xian, who was far away in Aurora City, was captured by them. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Right at this moment, Li Xian's fat face trembled as if he had noticed something. He opened his small eyes. Chapter 1034. Boss. Li Xian's chubby face trembled when he saw Duan Lingtian in front of him. He flew out and directly gave Duan Lingtian a bear hug. I knew you would definitely come back to save me. Scram. Duan Lingtian felt as though he had fallen into a pile of fat when he was hugged by Li Xian. It was squeezing him to the point that he could not breathe. In a fit of anger, he raised his hand and slapped Li Xian's chubby body away. Boss, look at me. I've been captured from Aurora City and sent here to be imprisoned. I'm already so pitiful. Yet you still have the heart to do this to me? Li Xian said to Duan Lingtian with a bitter expression after he was slapped away and stood in front of the inner wall of the prison cell. However, looking at his face, where was the slightest bit of pitifulness? Duan Lingtian had slapped Li Xian away skillfully. He steadily sent Li Xian far away without causing any harm to him. Li Xian was his brother. Naturally, he would not really attack him. You're pitiful? From what I see, you don't look like you're here to be imprisoned. Instead, you look like you're here to enjoy yourself.
Duan Lingtian glanced at the fine wine and delicacies that the guards had prepared for Li Xian and said snappily,
Hee. Li Xian's chubby face trembled when he was exposed by Duan Lingtian. Then he laughed slyly. Boss, this is all thanks to His Majesty the Emperor and Uncle Nya. Of course, your contribution is the greatest. Me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes. Li Xian nodded like a chick pecking on rice. Boss, I'm afraid you don't know. Most of the people guarding us regard you as their idol. After knowing that I'm your brother, they'll do whatever I ask of them at the first possible moment. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly when he heard this.
Then, he turned around and looked at the guards that he and Tianwu had knocked out lying on the ground.
Did I hit them a little too hard? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. At this moment, Li Xian also noticed the group of guards lying outside the cell. His small eyes flashed as he exclaimed, Boss, you didn't kill them, did you? In fact, They also had their own difficulties.
Moreover, they have never mistreated us.
We only knocked them out. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Feng Tianwu said to Li Xian. When she had followed Duan Lingtian back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, she had also followed him back to Aurora City and met Li Xian along the way. She knew that Li Xian and Duan Lingtian had a close relationship. That's good, that's good. Sister-in-law, why did you come back with my boss? My boss alone is enough to deal with those clowns.
If you were to be injured because of me, then I, Li Xian, would have committed a great sin.
Li Xian squinted his small eyes and forced a flattering smile on his chubby face as he spoke to Feng Tianwu.
When she heard Li Xian call her sister-in-law again, Feng Tianwu's drop-dead gorgeous face flushed slightly, yet she didn't have the intention to deny it.
Don't underestimate those people, they're extremely strong. When Feng Tianwu reached the end of her sentence, the blush on her face disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. How could a person from a second-rate force be an ordinary person? So what if they're strong? They're all useless in front of my boss. Li Xian said nonchalantly. In his eyes, his boss was invincible. No one could compare to him. Slap.
However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the back of his head.
Who hit me? Li Xian shouted angrily. His chubby face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost.
However, when he turned around and saw the person who had slapped him, he could not help but gulp.
Fatty, you still want to be my boss? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Xian with a faint smile on his face. The frost on Li Xian's face disappeared when he saw that the person who had slapped him was Duan Lingtian. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but shiver. At the same time, he said with a flattering expression,
Boss, you must have heard wrongly.
You must have heard wrongly. Heard wrongly? Are you sure?
The smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more sinister.
Boss, I was wrong. I was wrong. When Li Xian saw this, he realized that this matter would not be so easily covered up.
He immediately said with a sullen expression, You're my boss.
You're my boss, okay? Tui. Who wants to be your boss? Duan Lingtian only wanted Li Xian to lower his head. He did not expect Li Xian to say such a thing. He was speechless. If the fifth elder hears about this, he'll definitely break your legs. Unexpectedly, Li Xian did not care when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He'll have to be able to defeat me first. Duan Lingtian was speechless again. That was right.
The current Li Xian was so strong that he had already surpassed his father, Li Ting, the fifth elder of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family.
Little Tian.
Duan Lingtian.
At this moment, a series of low voices sounded. The Divine Might Marquis Nye Yuan, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun woke up one by one. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they were instantly taken aback. Uncle Nye, your majesty. After Duan Lingtian greeted Nye Yuan and the emperor, he looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. He smiled and nodded as a greeting. His friendship with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun was built when they were young. A glance and a gesture were enough to explain everything. There was no need to make it too complicated. Little Tian, those four fellows seem to be very troublesome. How did you offend them? Nye Yuan asked. There was no blame in his words. He was just curious. When Nye Yuan finished speaking, everyone, except for Feng Tianwu, looked at Duan Lingtian without blinking. It was obvious they wanted to know the answer. I still don't know which force they're from, so I don't know how I offended them. Duan Lingtian said truthfully. Currently, there was no martial artist in the 10 great dynasties, including the Darkhan dynasty, who was a match for him. In the northern desert, he had offended some of the 3 major forces. However, those forces would not seek revenge with such fanfare. Unless they wanted to offend the 5-element sect. The current 5-element sect was no longer the same as before. Not only did they obtain the profundity fragment, but they were also about to produce a martial monarch powerhouse. Even without the profundity fragment, Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, could also become a martial monarch powerhouse if he was given enough time. In the future, the 5-element sect would have 2 martial monarch powerhouses. Due to this reason, the current 5-element sect was far from what an ordinary third-rate force could compare to. The 5-element sect that was about to produce a martial monarch powerhouse could already be considered as a quasi-second-rate force. It was enough to deter third-rate forces. Therefore, only the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert were left.
If the people from Izumo's sect and North Nether sect came looking for trouble with him, it was undoubtedly to avenge their disciples. If the people from Anika's sect came looking for trouble with him, it was undoubtedly to kill him and snatch his treasures. Duan Lingtian still did not know which force came looking for trouble with him with such fanfare. Therefore, he really did not know how he offended them.
Duan Lingtian, you mean? You didn't just offend one force?
The corner of Xiao Sun's mouth could not help but twitch. The others were also silent for a while. When they came back to their senses, they all smiled bitterly. Only now did they remember that Duan Lingtian was not a well-behaved person when he was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Now that he was outside, he was like a fish swimming in the vast sea and a bird flying in the vast sky. Naturally, it was impossible for him to lose his conscience.
Let's go.
Duan Lingtian changed the topic and called out to the 5 people who were imprisoned. He and Feng Tianwu led them out of the dungeon. They all stepped into the air and headed straight out of the palace.
Whoosh!
Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and vast and shapeless energy surged out to twine around Nie Yuan and the other 4, guiding them to transform into numerous bolts of lightning that flashed out of the palace in the blink of an eye. None of the gods in the palace could see their figures.
So fast!
Nie Yuan and the other 4 people, who were being led by Duan Lingtian, were all staring with eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with disbelief.
Haha! Boss, I knew you're the best. Li Xian laughed loudly.
His laughter was filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. How many years has it been? Duan Lingtian has actually grown to such an extent. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor's pupils constricted, and an expression of shock involuntarily appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian had already made it difficult for them to have the heart to compare with him. But today, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed made them realize that they were destined to only be able to look up to Duan Lingtian in this lifetime.
Little Tian, good job.
Seeing that Duan Lingtian had such a formidable strength now, Nie Yuan was happy for him from the bottom of his heart.
Whoosh!
The woman, who was like a fire spirit, closely followed Duan Lingtian and the 5 people who were being led out of the palace by Duan Lingtian. Everywhere they passed, waves of scorching aura spread out and engulfed the earth.
Duan Lingtian, you finally appeared.
Almost at the same time, a voice that was as loud and clear as a large bell seemed to come from all directions. It came from afar and neared, and it clearly entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others.
Boss, it's this guy who captured me from Aurora City.
Li Xian recognized the voice at the first moment, and he spoke while gnashing his teeth. However, Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Feng Tianwu with a serious expression and said via voice transmission,
Tianwu, take them away. That person's target is me. He won't chase after you.
Elder brother Duan. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face instantly changed. But when she saw Duan Lingtian's fierce gaze sweep over, her heart trembled for no reason. As far as she could remember, this was the first time her elder brother Duan had spoken to her in such a manner. Immediately, Feng Tianwu, who was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would be angry, clenched her jade teeth and didn't dare to hesitate. She took Nie Yuan and the others from Duan Lingtian's hands and led them out of the palace at lightning speed.
Whoosh!
At the same time, a swift whistling sound could be heard. 2 figures appeared in Duan Lingtian's line of sight at the same time. To be more precise, one of them brought the other person over. Elder Zhong, if I didn't leak the information this time, Duan Lingtian might have escaped with Nie Yuan and the others.
Chapter 1035.
The person who spoke was an old man in red. His words were filled with the intention of taking credit.
Harmf!
When the middle-aged man heard the old man's words, he snorted coldly and asked in disdain,
Why? Are you worried that our Izumo sect will mistreat you?
No, of course not. The old man in red shook his head in fear. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although he had never heard of this Izumo sect before. However, in his opinion, since the Izumo sect was a sect that had 4 powerhouses at the void interpretation stage or above, it would not be a simple sect. If the Izumo sect's elder, the middle-aged man, knew what the old man in red was thinking, He would be so angry that he would slap him and send him flying.
Void interpretation stage?
Even the more outstanding young powerhouses in Izumo sect were already at the void transformation stage. A mere void interpretation stage martial artist was nothing in the Izumo sect.
Izumo sect.
When Duan Lingtian heard the middle-aged man's words, his eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed in them. Although he was mentally prepared, he knew that the person who came to find trouble with him was from one of the three great second-rate forces. However, when he confirmed that the other party was from Izumo sect, he could not help but feel a strong killing intent rising in his heart. When he killed the two most outstanding young people in Izumo sect, he was already prepared to offend Izumo sect and be hunted down by them. Otherwise, he would not have been so merciless when he faced Lei Zhong and Lei Jun. If Izumo sect only hunted him down, he would have accepted it wholeheartedly even if he was killed because he was no match for them. However, Izumo sect threatened him with the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Such behavior was despicable. At the same time, Duan Lingtian studied the red-clad old man next to the Izumo sect's elder seriously for the first time. It was the same red-clad old man he had seen in the Divine Might Marquis estate today. The revered elder of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. At that time, he and Feng Tianwu had appeared in the Divine Might Marquis estate's main hall. They had hidden in the main hall to satisfy their craving. At that time, he had heard the red-clothed old man's words. When the red-clothed old man spoke, there was a trace of fear in his voice, and his attitude was wavering. Because of this, he didn't really like the red-clothed old man and didn't give him any face. Now, it seemed that what he had done was not wrong. The red-clad old man was not worthy of Xiao Chen's friendly treatment. He was just an opportunist. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly turned cold without any reason. Then, his entire body seemed to have turned into a hurricane as he rushed towards Izumo sect's elder Zhong. His speed was even faster than lightning. Humph! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Facing Duan Lingtian who was flying towards him, Izumo sect's elder Zhong coldly snorted. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and prepared to attack Duan Lingtian. However, what happened in the next moment caused his pupils to constrict. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Just as Duan Lingtian charged towards Izumo sect's elder Zhong and successfully attracted his attention, the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword appeared in his hand, and he immediately performed his sword skill. In an instant, 9 divine dragons flew out. However, their target was not Izumo sect's elder Zhong, but the red-clothed old man. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Rays of extreme radiant light shot out from the eyes of the 9 divine dragons. It was as though they had the help of the gods. In an instant, 18 bloody holes were left on the red-clothed old man's vital points. Blood continued to spurt out from the wounds, leaving behind a trail of blood that seemed to have formed a small stream on the ground. Boom! Before Izumo sect's elder Zhong could react, the red-clothed old man had fallen to the ground and died. From the beginning until the end, the red-clothed old man did not react in time. Duan Lingtian's speed was too fast. It was so fast that it was terrifying. Duan Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian kill the red-clothed old man right under his nose, Izumo sect's elder Zhong still felt that his dignity was being challenged by Duan Lingtian, even though he did not care about the red-clothed old man's life or death. All of a sudden, he could only feel the anger building up in his chest. It was about to burst out at any moment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian who had killed the red-clothed old man happened to look at Izumo sect's elder Zhong. He stared back at him fearlessly. Between the two of them, their gazes that were as sharp as sabers and swords continued to collide, causing intense sparks to fly. A great battle was about to break out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Izumo sect's elder Zhong was about to make his move on Duan Lingtian, 3 figures appeared next to and in front of him soundlessly. 2 of them, an old man and a middle-aged man, stood side by side with him. The appearance of the last person in front of him caused him to respectfully take a few steps back. This was a robust old man. His eyes seemed to be dim and lusterless, but they were actually filled with killing intent. The robe on his body fluttered without the presence of wind. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth, giving off an extremely strong oppressive feeling. Divine Might Marquis Estate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous figures seemed to appear out of thin air in the Divine Might Marquis Estate's audience hall, alarming Nye Rong, Meng Ping, and Nye Fan, who had been waiting inside since a long time ago.
Father, mother, this unfilial son has returned. I've made all of you worry.
A loud and clear voice sounded, completely breaking the silent atmosphere in the hall. It was Divine Might Marquis Nye Yuan, who had just been sent back by Feng Tianwu. He knelt in front of Nye Rong and Meng Ping as he spoke emotionally. He originally thought that he would definitely die this time. However, who would have thought that an unforeseen event would suddenly occur the day before? Duan Lingtian would appear and rescue him. The contrast between life and death made him feel as though he had fallen from heaven to hell and then back to heaven from hell. It was so stimulating that he almost went crazy.
It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back.
Meng Ping's face was filled with joy when she saw Nye Yuan's return. She did not even think about how Nye Yuan managed to escape this time. All she knew was that her son had survived, and she no longer had to suffer the pain of having to send off her son.
Your Majesty.
Compared to Meng Ping, who was overwhelmed with joy, the Divine Might Marquis Estate's old Marquis, Nye Rong, was exceptionally calm. He looked at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, who appeared together with Nye Yuan, and greeted him.
Greetings, old Marquis.
The emperor quickly returned the greeting, not daring to be negligent at all. In terms of seniority, he and the Divine Might Marquis Nye Yuan were of the same generation. The old Marquis, Nye Rong, was Nye Yuan's father. In front of the old Marquis, he was a junior. In terms of merit, in the past, when the old Marquis was expanding the Crimson Sky Kingdom's territory, he was still a young boy who idolized the old Marquis. In terms of personal relationship, the old Marquis had contributed a lot to him being able to successfully ascend the throne. If it was not for the old Marquis's help, perhaps he would have been killed by his half-brothers who shared the same father. For this reason, he still owed the old Marquis his life. Due to this reason, even though he was now an emperor, he did not dare to put on the airs of an emperor in front of the old Marquis.
How did all of you escape? Where's little Tian?
Nye Rong asked curiously. As soon as his words left his mouth, he looked at the red-clad lady standing at the side with a gloomy expression on her face.
It was Feng Tianwu.
Before the others could answer, Feng Tianwu, who had a trace of anxiousness between her brows, had already said, "Since I've sent all of you back, I can leave now that I've succeeded." As soon as her words left her mouth, Feng Tianwu said in her heart, "Elder brother Duan,
wait for me."
With just a thought, Feng Tianwu disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the sky above the imperial palace, Duan Lingtian looked up and down at the sturdy old man not far away. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn. The old man stood there, giving him a feeling that he could not see through him. Suddenly, he seemed to have recalled something, and his heart skipped a beat. A martial monarch powerhouse. As someone who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, he still had the ability to discern. "You're Duan Lingtian?" As Duan Lingtian had guessed, the sturdy old man who was looking at Duan Lingtian was the martial monarch powerhouse from Izumo sect. He was also the only supreme elder of Izumo sect. In the northern desert, he was as famous as the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect and North Nether sect. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a mixture of bloodthirst and bone-chilling hatred in the depths of his eyes.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded calmly. He was neither happy nor angry, neither servile nor overbearing. Now, he had also guessed the identity of the sturdy old man. There was only one martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect. "You're the one who killed my direct disciple, Lei Zhong?" The sturdy old man, Tong Shan, the supreme elder of Izumo sect, stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and questioned him personally. The moment his words left his mouth, a powerful aura extended from his body and shrouded Duan Lingtian mercilessly. It was as though he would not stop until he had suppressed Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, although his aura was powerful, it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy had already reached the 7th level void transformation, so he was immune to the aura of a martial monarch powerhouse. Moreover, he had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, so he knew a lot about martial monarchs. He was not afraid of the aura of a martial monarch powerhouse at all.
"That's right."
Faced with Tong Shan's question, Duan Lingtian did not evade. Instead, he admitted frankly in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. The other 3 people from Azumo's sect felt their scalps go numb when they saw Duan Lingtian admitting to killing Lei Zhong in front of their supreme elder without any hesitation. This Duan Lingtian is dead meat. I'm afraid the supreme elder won't be able to hold himself back any longer. When the 3 people from Azumo's sect thought Duan Lingtian was doomed, Tong Shan finally regained his composure. Tong Shan, the supreme elder of Azumo's sect, finally regained his senses and made his move. His robe billowed as he stared at Duan Lingtian with a pair of cold eyes. His eyes were dull, and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. It was as though he was looking at a dead man instead of a living person. Perhaps in his eyes, Duan Lingtian would become a dead man soon. Boom! The origin energy on Tong Shan's body skyrocketed as though it had transformed into a milky white flame that soared into the sky and enveloped his entire body. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and soon gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared as though they were telling how terrifying the origin energy on Tong Shan's body was. His origin energy alone is equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. First level martial monarch stage. Chapter 1036. Although Duan Lingtian knew the sturdy old man before him was a martial monarch powerhouse, he was still taken aback when he saw the old man's origin energy at the martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian, from the moment you killed Lei Zhong, your fate was already sealed. I'll send you to the netherworld and become Lei Zhong's slave. Tong Shan's thunderous voice swept through the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace in just a blink of an eye, shocking everyone in the imperial palace. Commander Duan is back? Everyone in the imperial palace who was shocked had a worried expression on their faces. They broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Most of them had never met Duan Lingtian before. However, Duan Lingtian, who had skyrocketed in recent years, had become the representative of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had become the idol of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom went out, even if they were facing the people of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom or the Darkstone Empire, all they had to do was say, Duan Lingtian is from our Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the other party would look at them with envy and jealousy. Every time that happened, they couldn't help but feel happy in their hearts. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had become the pillar of support for most people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Therefore, it was only natural that many people would be worried about Duan Lingtian when he was in danger. Soon after, Duan Lingtian frowned. This was because he saw it. The moment Tong Shan's words left his mouth, the milky white flame on his body turned into a fiery red color. The flame soared into the sky, making Tong Shan look like a gigantic flaming beast. The fiery red mane on the gigantic beast fluttered in the wind. Its mouth was wide open as if it would attack at any time. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy stirred above Tong Shan's head. Another 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were triggered by the first-level martial monarch stage's origin energy. First-level monarch stage fire profundity. All of a sudden, 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Tong Shan's head, wriggling as they descended. Their momentum was so great that it gave off an invisible pressure. However, all of this did not stop because of this. Bolts of lightning soon appeared around the flames on Tong Shan's body. Many solid saber auras followed him like shadows and connected with the flames in an ingenious manner. At once, another 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky. These 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in 2 waves, 1,000 silhouettes each. 9th level Advanced Thunder Concept. 9th level Advanced Saber Concept. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw the 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Tong Shan's head. However, he was not surprised. After all, if a powerhouse at the peak of the void had only comprehended 2 9th-level void transformation concepts, it would be difficult for him to comprehend the monarch stage profundity that was unique to martial monarchs. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Qi Yu, the peak master of the 5-element Sexwood Peak, was a powerhouse at the peak of the void who had comprehended 2 9th-level void transformation concepts at the same time. Water and fire restrained each other and would create a great resistance to each other. Under that resistance, one of them could easily be upgraded to the monarch stage profundity in one fell swoop. At that time, his cultivation base would break through to the martial monarch stage. For a martial artist at the peak of the void like Qi Yu, it was almost certain that he would break through to the martial monarch stage. It was only a matter of time. When the time was right, success would follow naturally. It was obvious that Tong Shan was a powerhouse at the peak of the void who had comprehended 3 9th-level void transformation concepts in the past. Under the pressure of the other 2 concepts, his fire concept was the first to complete its transformation. It transformed into the first-level monarch stage fire profundity. The strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons was the strength that Tong Shan demonstrated without using any spirit weapon. Once he used his spirit weapon, his strength would definitely be even more powerful. A martial monarch powerhouse like Tong Shan might not have a grade 1 spirit weapon since he was from a third-rate force in the foreign lands. However, he still had a grade 2 spirit weapon. A grade 2 spirit weapon would usually provide a strength boost of 77% to 78%. With Tong Shan's origin energy that was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons, the strength boost would be more than 1,500 ancient horned dragons.
In other words,
Tong Shan's strength was equivalent to more than 7,500 ancient horned dragons when he used his grade 2 spirit weapon. What did it mean to have the strength of more than 7,500 ancient horned dragons? Even Duan Lingtian had comprehended the 5th-level advanced sword concept because of the word sword that the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, left on Cloud Continent. However, even if he used his quasi-royal grade spirit sword and used all his techniques, his strength was only equivalent to 3,500 ancient horned dragons. His 6th-level void transformation cultivation base was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword provided a strength boost of 800 ancient horned dragons. The 1st-level advanced thunder concept was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The 3rd-level advanced wind concept and the 3rd-level advanced fire concept were equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons respectively. After the fire concept was boosted by the wind concept, the fire concept would have an additional strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. In total, it would be the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The 9th-level intermediate earth concept was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. The 5th-level advanced sword concept was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons. This was all the strength Duan Lingtian could muster at this moment. He did not hold back at all. The strength of 3,500 ancient horned dragons. Naturally, it was not accurate to say that he did not hold back at all. After all, the earth concept could communicate with the earth and borrow the earth energy. With the earth concept that Duan Lingtian had comprehended, the earth energy that he could borrow from the earth was equivalent to the strength of 50 ancient horned dragons. However, Duan Lingtian was currently high up in the sky, so he could not borrow the earth energy at all. Not only now. Even during normal times or in the future. Unless it was in an environment like the Qing Feng Emperor Wu's secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu, nobody would easily fight with a martial artist who had comprehended the earth concept on the ground. Looks like you're really not afraid of death. Tong Shan, who had 6,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above his head, stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he said word by word. What's the use of being afraid of death? Duan Lingtian asked back. You're really stubborn. I've changed my mind. I still want to kill you, but before I do, I'll cripple your dantian and let you watch as I cut off your flesh piece by piece. I'll let you watch as your legs and hands turn into fleshless skeletons. As long as you pass out, I'll wake you up until you bleed out and die slowly. Tong Shan's eyes gleamed coldly as a wicked smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said slowly. The moment Tong Shan's words left his mouth, the 3 Izumo sect's elders standing behind him could not help but shudder. Just the thought of the scene described by the Supreme Elder sent chills down their spines, let alone those who were going to experience it. For a moment, the 3 of them looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Looks like the Supreme Elder is really angry this time. I can't believe the Supreme Elder has such a bloody and brutal side to him. I didn't see it in the past. The 3 Izumo sect's elders secretly communicated with each other through voice transmission. Their voices were filled with fear. As for Duan Lingtian, his expression could not help but change when he heard Tong Shan's words. Cripple his dantian and let him watch his flesh being cut off piece by piece? What? Are you scared? Do you regret it now? When Tong Shan noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's expression, he could not help but sneer. You should have expected this when you killed my direct disciple, Lei Zhong.
Scared? Regret?
Upon hearing Tong Shan's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. His expression quickly regained its calmness as he looked at Tong Shan coldly.
Old man, is there something wrong with your head?
Before I killed Lei Zhong, I already knew he was from Izumo sect. I even knew he was the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse like you. Duan Lingtian said calmly. If I was scared and regretful, do you think I would have killed him?
Idiot!
When he reached the end of his sentence, Duan Lingtian quickly spat out 2 words while Tong Shan and the 3 Izumo sect's elders were stunned. At the same time, he glanced at Tong Shan in disdain.
This Duan Lingtian called the Supreme Elder an idiot? I didn't hear wrongly, right?
One of the Izumo sect's elders asked hesitantly through voice transmission as he looked at his 2 companions next to him.
You didn't hear wrongly.
The other Izumo sect's elder shook his head. At this moment, he could feel his scalp going numb.
Could it be that Duan Lingtian doesn't want to die fast enough?
Perhaps, he's afraid that he won't die fast enough. After all, if he really does what the Supreme Elder said, Duan Lingtian will be sliced into 1,000 pieces. At that time, without his cultivation base, he'll be begging for death. The last Izumo sect's elder voiced his opinion. At once, the other 2 nodded their heads and felt that it made sense.
Humph!
At the same time, Tong Shan, who was originally enraged by Duan Lingtian to the point of wanting to kill Duan Lingtian, snorted coldly to vent his anger.
Duan Lingtian, do you think I'll fall for your trick?
Since you want a quick death, I won't let you have a quick death. Tong Shan looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold gleam in his eyes. Today, no matter how you enrage me, I won't change my mind. I'm going to cripple your cultivation and let you watch with your own eyes as the flesh on your body is cut off piece by piece. Upon hearing Tong Shan's words, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. Tong Shan, don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Do you really think that I called you an idiot because I wanted to enrage you and make you kill me? Duan Lingtian sneered with killing intent in his eyes. After he glanced at the 3 Izumo sect's elders who were looking at him, he finally looked at Tong Shan again.
Chapter 1037. Who's going to kill who?
Tong Shan was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain and mocked. Who do you think you are to say that to me?
In Tong Shan's opinion,
in the entire northern desert, only the 2 old men from North Nether sect and Anika sect had the right to speak to him in such a manner. Both of them were not inferior to him in terms of strength. However, Duan Lingtian was the one who said those words. He could not deny that Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength were not bad. If Duan Lingtian managed to survive, it was not impossible for him to break through to the martial monarch stage in the future and become a martial monarch powerhouse like him. However, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to fight him now. It was like heaven and earth. It was impossible to surpass them. Ha 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 ha. The moment Tong Shan's words left his mouth, the 3 Izumo sect elders behind him could not help but laugh out loud as though they had heard the funniest joke in the world. This Duan Lingtian dares to say he's going to kill the Supreme Elder? Although he didn't say so directly, that's exactly what he meant.
What a joke.
He's just a young boy who's not even 30 years old. Even if his cultivation base and innate talent are good, it's still impossible for him to fight the Supreme Elder. The 3 Izumo sect elders discussed among themselves. They mocked Duan Lingtian as much as they could. They would not believe that Duan Lingtian could kill their Izumo sect Supreme Elder even if they were beaten to death. Their Izumo sect Supreme Elder was at the martial monarch stage. A young man who was not even 30 years old could kill a martial monarch powerhouse? Who would believe this if they told others? You'll find out soon enough whether he's worthy or not.
No.
I'm afraid you won't have the chance to find out in your lifetime. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged in the face of Tong Shan and the 3 Izumo sect elders' mockery. He stared at Tong Shan calmly. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth when he reached the end of his sentence. Then I'll first destroy your dantian and cripple your cultivation. I want to see if you can still be as confident as you are now when you lose your cultivation base. Tong Shan's eyes were brimming with killing intent as he lost control of his emotions. As the power in his body surged, his figure flashed and dashed toward Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons covered the sky and earth as they charged toward Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and brandished claws.
Boom!
A moment later, Tong Shan arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and slapped out, causing the airflow in the air to spread out, forming circles of clearly visible ripples. It was as if he had the help of the gods. He pressed his palm against Duan Lingtian's dantian. He wanted to destroy Duan Lingtian's cultivation.
Lin.
Seeing that Tong Shan's palm was about to succeed, a shout came out of nowhere and broke the temporary silence.
Elder brother Duan.
A moment ago, a figure that looked like a fire elf appeared in the sky above the imperial palace again. It was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had just rushed back from the Divine Might Marquis estate. As soon as Feng Tianwu returned, she saw Tong Shan appearing in front of Duan Lingtian out of thin air. Although she could not see Tong Shan's movements, she could not see it clearly. When she saw Tong Shan appearing in front of her elder brother Duan, she could guess that something was going to happen to her elder brother Duan. A hint of panic appeared on her beautiful face immediately. However, in the next moment, the panic on her face disappeared completely. This was because she saw a talisman shot out from her elder brother Duan's hand. At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to recall the past again. She had once witnessed her big brother Duan killing Zhao Ming, who was comparable to a martial monarch expert with a talisman in a single blow. Even someone as powerful as Zhao Ming was killed by a talisman in just one move. Due to this reason, she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the talisman shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand.
Lin.
Soon after, Duan Lingtian's shout entered her ears. She did not need to look to know what was going to happen next. The outcome was just as Feng Tianwu had expected. As Duan Lingtian spat out the word Lin, the talisman that shot out from his hand turned into dust and flew with the wind. It disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, Tong Shan, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner, continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian. However, his speed had slowed down. Duan Lingtian moved his body and easily dodged Tong Shan, who was charging at him menacingly. At the same time, a strange scene unfolded. Duan Lingtian dodged to the side, but Tong Shan did not slow down at all as he continued to charge forward. His head drooped, and blood spurted out from between his brows as though it was free. At the same time, the origin energy that had merged with one profundity and two concepts in Tong Shan's body dissipated completely. When Tong Shan's body fell, everyone could see it clearly. There was a bloody hole in between Tong Shan's brows. It was a hideous bloody hole. The bloody hole penetrated from between his brows all the way to the back of his head. Blood was spurting out from both sides. After a while, the blood seemed to have stopped spurting out.
Whoosh!
Tong Shan's body fell rapidly. Soon after, he landed on the ground of the imperial palace with a loud thud and turned into a pile of minced meat. He could not be any more dead. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent.
The Grand Elder is dead? I'm not dreaming, am I?
Duan Lingtian killed the Grand Elder?
How did he do it?
As the three Izumo sect elders muttered to themselves, they looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. The Grand Elder was a martial emperor and the most powerful person in Izumo sect. How could such a powerful person be killed in the blink of an eye? Just when the three Izumo sect's elders were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble, Duan Lingtian flew out as though he had transformed into a purple lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Tong Shan's body and lifted his hand to take Tong Shan's spatial ring. No matter what, Tong Shan was a martial emperor. He must have kept a lot of good stuff in his spatial ring.
Run!
When Duan Lingtian went to take Tong Shan's spatial ring, the three Izumo sect elders regained their senses. They looked at each other hastily and turned to flee.
What a joke!
Even someone as powerful as their Izumo sect supreme elder, who was at the martial monarch stage, was killed by Duan Lingtian. They had no idea how Duan Lingtian did it. However, in their opinion, they would only die if they continued to stay. In the blink of an eye, the three Izumo sect elders disappeared into the horizon as though they had never appeared. For the sake of survival, they resolutely abandoned the supreme elder of their Izumo sect and left the supreme elder's corpse to fend for itself. Elder brother Duan. Duan Lingtian had just glanced at the backs of the three Izumo sect elders when a familiar voice resonated in his ears.
Duanling Tian didn't have to think to know whose voice it was.
Tian Wu.
Duanling Tian rose into the air and arrived next to Feng Tianwu in the blink of an eye.
He asked with a puzzled expression, "Where's Uncle Nye and the others?"
"I've sent them back to the Divine Might Marquis estate," Feng Tianwu replied. Duanling Tian nodded.
At the same time, he glanced in the direction where the 3 Izumo sect elders left and secretly sighed in relief.
Earlier, he had used the last talisman his cheapskate father gave him to kill Tong Shan, the only martial emperor powerhouse in Izumo sect. It was also his last life-saving talisman. After Tong Shan's death, if the other 3 Izumo sect elders were to seek revenge on him in a fit of rage, he would definitely die.
Although his current strength was not bad, he did not dare to claim that he could defeat the 3 Izumo sect elders.
Since the 3 of them were able to follow Tong Shan, there must be a powerhouse at the peak of the void among them. There might even be more than one. A powerhouse at the peak of the void could be considered as a rare existence among the third-rate forces in the foreign lands. However, it was only considered as ordinary among the second-rate forces. The reason why a second-rate force was called a second-rate force was because there was a martial emperor powerhouse in the force. It was the same vice versa. A second-rate force without a martial emperor powerhouse could not be considered a second-rate force no matter how many powerhouses at the peak of the void they had. At most, it could only be considered as a slightly stronger third-rate force. Just like the future Izumo sect. Now that Tong Shan, the only martial emperor powerhouse, had died, Izumo sect was destined to decline. Izumo sect would only be able to continue its glory if another martial emperor powerhouse was born. I guess I made the right bet this time.
Duanling Tian could not help but take a deep breath as he muttered to himself with a wry smile on his face when he recalled the scene earlier.
Elder brother Duan, what did you make the right bet? Feng Tianwu's hearing was extraordinary. It was easy for her to hear Duanling Tian's words. She could not help but ask curiously. The talisman I used to kill Tong Shan earlier. Tian Wu, do you know that's the last talisman I have? Duanling Tian sighed when he reached this part of the sentence. He did not hide anything from Feng Tianwu. What? Feng Tianwu was slightly taken aback when she heard Duanling Tian's words. Elder brother Duan, why you purposely scared the 3 Izumo sect elders away earlier? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded his head and did not deny it. Since the beginning, when he had rushed back from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he had thought of using the Devil Seal tablet many times. However, he did not have the confidence to do so. Moreover, the reason he thought of using the Devil Seal tablet was not because he wanted to deal with the martial emperor powerhouses from one of the 3 great second-rate forces, but because he wanted to deal with a group of powerhouses at the peak of the void from the second-rate forces. After all, he only had one talisman left in his possession. Originally, he had planned to use the talisman to kill Tong Shan before using the Devil Seal tablet to devilify himself and kill the remaining 3 Izumo sect elders. However, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, and he thought of another method. It was the method he had put into action earlier. He would create an atmosphere and kill Tong Shan with the talisman at the most appropriate time. At that time, the remaining 3 Izumo sect elders would definitely be scared out of their wits and run away. Duanling Tian. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You must be familiar with this saying, right? Chapter 1038. The sudden voice caused Duanling Tian's expression to change instantly. Even if it was Feng Tianwu, her extremely beautiful face that could be said to be capable of causing the downfall of nations, couldn't help but slightly change color at this moment. This voice sounds familiar. Who is it? Duanling Tian shook his head and looked at the sky where the voice came from. His brows were tightly knitted together. He could not recall where he had heard this voice before. When Duanling Tian saw 3 figures appearing out of thin air in the sky, his face turned completely grave when his eyes landed on one of the 2 people behind them. Zhuayu. At this moment, it seemed as though only the young man in the distance remained in the world in Duanling Tian's eyes, the young man that had once fled under his nose. The strongest person among the young generation in a Nika sect, Zhuayu. He still remembered. After entering the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace left behind by Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he, Zhuayu, and the strongest person among the young generation in North Nether sect, Su Qing, had successfully passed the test and entered the central area of the 4th level. In the beginning, Zhua Yu and Su Qing had joined forces to kill him. When his life was in danger, he unintentionally activated the inscription formation on the 4th level. After successfully distracting the two of them, he was lucky enough to survive. After he survived, he consumed a spirit fruit that was a reward for passing the test on the 4th level before Zhua Yu and Su Qing discovered him. His cultivation base successfully broke through. After his cultivation base broke through, he killed Su Qing, who wanted to kill him and steal the spirit fruit in just one blow. Just when he was about to continue to kill Zhua Yu, the origin energy in his body was in a mess due to his cultivation base breaking through again. It caused him to suffer quite a lot of internal injuries, and he could not chase after Zhua Yu at that moment. Zhua Yu, who was supposed to die in his hands, managed to survive because of this. After Zhua Yu escaped, Duan Lingtian knew that he would be a huge trouble. This was because not only would Zhua Yu spread the news that he had killed Su Qing, but he would also spread the news that he was the only one who could ascend to the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace and obtain the profundity fragment in Martial Emperor Qing Feng's body. He's finally here. Therefore, Duan Lingtian knew that what he was worried about was happening when he saw Zhua Yu following behind a mysterious old man. This old man's strength is probably not inferior to Tong Shan. Tong Shan was the one and only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect whom he had just killed with the last talisman left behind by his cheapskate father. He should be the martial monarch powerhouse from a Nika sect. Zhua Yu's master. Duan Lingtian tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but he couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. In front of Tong Shan, he was able to remain calm because he knew what he was doing. He had the talisman left behind by his cheapskate father, so it was not difficult for him to kill Tong Shan. The difficult part was creating an atmosphere that could scare away the 3 Anika sect elders behind Tong Shan. Now that he had made up his mind, he was neither servile nor overbearing in front of a martial monarch powerhouse like Tong Shan. This was also the reason why he was able to remain calm on the outside and on the inside when he saw Tong Shan appear and guessed his identity. However, it was different now. I'm afraid they heard what I said to Tianwu just now. Duan Lingtian still remembered. After he told Feng Tianwu that he had used the last talisman in his possession to kill Tong Shan, Zhua Yu's voice resonated in the air. It was obvious that he had heard what Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he realized this. He was not afraid of a martial monarch powerhouse when he had the talisman in his possession. However, the problem was that he had used up all the talismans in his possession. He could no longer rely on talismans to fight a martial monarch powerhouse. He could only rely on his own strength. Although he was quite strong now, his strength was equivalent to the strength of 3,500 ancient horned dragons after he used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed his full strength. His strength was nothing in front of a martial monarch powerhouse, who could easily unleash the strength of 6,000 to 7,000 ancient horned dragons. Supreme Elder, he's Duan Lingtian, the person who killed Lei Zhong and Su Qing. Zhua Yu said respectfully to the old man in front of him. The old man was dressed in white. His face was cold, and there was no emotion in his eyes. A rare gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes when he heard Zhua Yu's words. You're Duan Lingtian? The lucky guy who obtained 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body and Emperor Wu's secret treasure? The old man asked calmly as he stared at Duan Lingtian calmly. Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian. However, it seems a little arbitrary to say that I obtained 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man fearlessly and calmly responded to the old man. Duan Lingtian, stop playing dumb. Before the old man could speak, Zhua Yu said sarcastically, You, me, and Su Qing were the only 3 people who managed to reach the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace and pass the bumpy road. You killed Su Qing, and I left first. You were the only one left in Qing Feng Palace's 4th level who had the chance to go to the 5th level. Who else could it be but you who obtained the 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body? Zhua Yu sneered. Left first? Duan Lingtian's face turned a little strange when he heard Zhua Yu's words. He still remembered. At that time, Zhua Yu was obviously afraid of being killed by him. That was why he fled right under his nose. However, now that Zhua Yu said it, he was the one who left first? Zhua Yu, I know you're jealous that I'm more powerful than you after I killed Lei Zhong. Not only that, but you also want the profundity fragment that I obtained from the outer ring of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhua Yu calmly and said nonchalantly,
However, don't you think it's a little too much for you to fabricate facts and slander me just for your own selfish desires?
Why, you're saying that I'm slandering you? Duan Lingtian's words angered Zui Yu so much that his face turned green and white. It took him a long time to calm down. Isn't that the case? Duan Lingtian did not plan to let Zui Yu go when he saw his expression turning grave. He sneered and said, "Did you see me reach the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace with your own eyes? Did you see me obtain the 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body with your own eyes?" Duan Lingtian's repeated questions made Zui Yu speechless. He did not know how to answer. "What? Are you in the wrong?"
Duan Lingtian said with a mocking smile when he saw Zui Yu opening his mouth, but no words came out.
"Zui Yu, I must say that you're really capable.
Because of the enmity between us, you didn't hesitate to slander me and even used your master, the martial monarch powerhouse from your Anika sect, as a tool to get back at me." Duan Lingtian enunciated each and every word that came out of his mouth. Zui Yu was so angry that his face turned extremely grave. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only the old man in front of Zui Yu, but also the middle-aged man next to him turned to look at Zui Yu instinctively.
"Master, don't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense." Zui Yu's expression changed dramatically when he saw the old man looking at him.
He said in a panic, "I'm telling the truth." At that time, he was indeed the only one who had the opportunity to go to the 5th floor and see the body of Qingfeng Emperor Wu and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body. Zui Yu was really afraid that his master would believe Duan Lingtian's words and misunderstand him.
"You've said so much, but it turns out that everything you said is just your personal guess."
Duan Lingtian sneered.
"I admit that the rest is just my personal guess. However, you can't deny that I left Qingfeng Palace after you killed Su Qing and continued to stay on the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace."
When Zui Yu saw the old man, who was his master, nodding at him, the haze in his heart was swept away.
He looked at Duan Lingtian fearlessly and said word by word in a deep voice, "Why should I deny what I've done?"
Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, "As for why you said you left, it seems a little far-fetched, don't you think? Are you sure that you left because you gave up the opportunity to explore the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace?"
When Zui Yu's face turned pale, Duan Lingtian did not plan to let him go. He completely tore off the last piece of cloth on him. "Why do I remember that? Someone was fleeing in front of me at that time."
"Humph.
Don't try to change the topic."
"The 3 profundity fragments in the martial emperor's body must have ended up in your hands in the end."
Zui Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his restless emotions before he snorted coldly. "Are you so sure?"
Duan Lingtian felt chills running down his spine when he saw the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect and another middle-aged man who seemed to be an elder from Anika sect looking at him together. However, he still tried to remain calm on the surface.
"Of course,"
Zui Yu replied without any hesitation. "What if I swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that I didn't obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body?"
Duan Lingtian asked back. "Do you dare?" Zui Yu said disdainfully with an arrogant look on his face. However, he was dumbfounded in the next moment. This was because he saw it. Duan Lingtian actually broke his finger and used his blood to communicate with the 99 heavenly tribulation to swear that he did not obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body.
Boom, 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 boom. 9 deafening claps of thunder resonated one after another.
It clearly entered the ears of Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, the 3 people from Anika sect, and everyone in the imperial palace. After the 9 claps of thunder, everything returned to normal. The lightning punishment did not descend as expected. How's this possible? Chapter 1039.
What's impossible about that?
Duan Lingtian smirked when he heard Zui Yu's words. "You said it yourself that it's just your guess. If you could guess everything correctly, you wouldn't be as useless as you are now." "Useless?" Duan Lingtian's words clearly entered Zui Yu's ears, causing his expression to turn grave. He did not know what to say at that moment. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit it. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he could indeed be considered as trash. A complacent smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he saw this.
He swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation that he would be killed by the lightning punishment if he managed to obtain the 3 profundity fragments from Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body. The 99 heavenly tribulation let out 9 claps of thunder in response to his oath, but the lightning punishment did not descend. Therefore, from an outsider's perspective, he did not see Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body even if he managed to ascend to the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace. Otherwise, why would he dare to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation? Why would he say he did not obtain the 3 profundity fragments from Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body? Nobody knew. The reason Duan Ling Tian dared to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation was not because he did not see Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body. It was the opposite. Not only did he see Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body, but he even obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment from Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body. The reason he dared to make that oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation and didn't trigger the lightning punishment or even get killed by the lightning punishment was because he didn't violate the oath. He swore that as long as he obtained the 3 profundity fragments from Martial Emperor Qing Feng's body, he would be willing to be killed by the thunder punishment. However, although he obtained the profundity fragments from Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body, he did not obtain the 3 profundity fragments. There was only 1 Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. As for the other 2 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments, even he did not know who had them. Because of this, he did not break his oath. He didn't get 3 Profundity Fragments. He only got 1. Just now, Duan Ling Tian was playing a word game with the 3 from Anika sect. The 3 from Anika sect did not notice anything and believed Duan Ling Tian's words. Even if that's the case, you should still have a profundity fragment with you. Zhua Yu gritted his teeth as he looked at Duan Ling Tian unwillingly. Idiot! Ignoring Zhua Yu's increasingly ugly expression, Duan Ling Tian spat out 2 words without hesitation. After Zhua Yu was so angry that his body began to tremble violently, he continued to say, "Do you think that all the profundity fragments that I obtained after entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure belong to me?" At this point, Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man standing in front of Zhua Yu. He was the supreme elder of Anika sect, Bai Yu Hai. Just as he was about to say something, another voice descended from the sky, interrupting him just as he was about to speak. "Do you dare to swear that you didn't obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment?" A loud and clear voice descended from the sky. 2 figures appeared almost at the same time and arrived near Duan Ling Tian in just a short moment. The person following behind stared at Duan Ling Tian like a tiger eyeing its prey. The voice just now was from his mouth. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. However, his appearance did not attract Duan Ling Tian's attention. Duan Ling Tian's attention was completely focused on the old man standing in front of the middle-aged man. The old man was dressed in gray and exuded an extremely sharp aura from his body. The feeling he gave Duan Ling Tian was exactly the same as the feeling Tong Shan and Bai Yu Hai gave him. He was not simple and gave him an invisible pressure. An ordinary martial artist would not be able to give him this kind of pressure. Martial Monarch Powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that person from North Nether sect? North Nether sect was a second-rate force in the northern desert like Izumo sect and Anika sect. There was also a martial monarch powerhouse in the sect. When Duan Ling Tian left the 5-element sect and made his way to the martial emperor's secret treasure, he had heard about the martial monarch powerhouse from some of the 5-element sect's disciples. The strongest person in North Nether sect, the martial monarch powerhouse. Feng Tong. Feng Tong. As soon as the gray-clad old man appeared, Duan Ling Tian heard Bai Yu Hai, the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect, greeting the gray-clad old man in surprise. At once, Duan Ling Tian realized he had guessed correctly. The person who appeared before him was none other than Feng Tong, the pillar and guardian of North Nether sect. 2 martial monarch powerhouses. Unknowingly, a wisp of indescribable bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Bai Yu Hai, the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect, was already a headache for him. Now, Feng Tong, who was even more difficult to deal with, had appeared. Bai Yu Hai was still fine. He was instigated by his direct disciple, Zhua Yu, to look for him for the profundity fragment that he obtained from Emperor Wu's body in Qing Feng. However, after he swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation, he noticed that Bai Yu Hai's hostility toward him had lessened. Feng Tong, on the other hand, did not come for the 3 profundity fragments that might be in his possession.
Instead, he came to kill him to avenge Su Qing. Su Qing was the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. He was also the direct disciple of the sect leader of North Nether sect. When they were on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, Su Qing had attacked him mercilessly because of his greed to kill him and seize his treasures. In the end, he was killed by Su Qing after he had made a breakthrough. Only he and Zhua Yu knew about Su Qing's death. If Zhua Yu was dead, nobody would know that he was the one who killed Su Qing. However, Duan Lingtian had suffered internal injuries at the critical moment. This gave Zhua Yu the opportunity to escape before he could recover. That was the root of the problem. Now, the root of the problem was exposed one by one. Duan Lingtian was exhausted from dealing with it. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Feng Tong's cloudy eyes suddenly turned piercing as he stared intently at Duan Lingtian. He enunciated each word clearly as he asked. At the same time, an aura as sharp as a sword swept out from his body toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when he faced Tong Shan's aura earlier. But now, facing the aura from Feng Tong's body, he felt a trace of pressure. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this did not mean Feng Tong was stronger than Tong Shan. It was just that Feng Tong was better at this. Duan Lingtian did not reply to Feng Tong's question. He only looked at Feng Tong with a fearful expression on his face. He could clearly see the killing intent that flashed in the depth of Feng Tong's eyes. He knew Feng Tong wanted to kill him. He could not wait to kill him. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt anxious and uneasy. "Duan Lingtian, make another oath. As long as you swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that you didn't obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll kill you. If you don't die, I won't make things difficult for you anymore." Bai Yuhai glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said slowly. He was inspired by the North Nether sect's middle-aged elder to add such a sentence. He wanted to force Duan Lingtian into a corner, so Duan Lingtian had no other choice. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed subtly. At this moment, he realized something. Even if he did not admit that he had obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, there was no turning back now. Bai Yuhai had come looking for him because he coveted the treasure in his possession. Feng Tong's main goal was to avenge Su Qing. Even if Bai Yuhai did not make a move, Feng Tong alone was enough to kill him. "That's right. I did obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment." Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to admit it. As he admitted it, he immediately looked at Feng Tong. To be more precise, he looked at Feng Tong's eyes and carefully observed the changes in Feng Tong's gaze. When he saw the greedy gleam in the depth of Feng Tong's eyes, he could not help but sigh in relief. Perhaps, this was a turning point for him. Based on the current situation, this was the only turning point. The Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the eyes of the 3 people from Anika sect, led by Supreme Elder Bai Yuhai, lit up. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though they had seen a rare treasure. "Humph! It seems like I was right. You really did obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment," Zhua Yu said coldly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, he had a "I've seen through you" expression on his face. Based on his words, it was as though he was bragging about his ability to predict the future. At the same time, 2 terrifying killing intents flashed and swept toward Duan Lingtian. They were filled with extreme coldness. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he realized the 2 terrifying killing intents came from the 2 martial monarch powerhouses, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. Both of them wanted to kill him. Let alone 2 first-level martial monarch stage martial artists. Even a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would be interested in the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. However, at this moment, none of them made a move. They were in a stalemate for the time being. In their opinion, there was no doubt that the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand was already theirs. What they had to consider now was how to suppress each other and obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. They had been rivals for many years, and they knew each other very well. This was the reason why they hesitated for a long time without making a move. "Feng Tong, aren't you looking for him to avenge Su Qing? I can give you his life. As for the other things in his hand, I'll take them." Bai Yuhai's eyes gleamed as he said to Feng Tong. "Bai Yuhai, if you think his life is more valuable than the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, then I can give you his life,
and the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment will belong to me.
Feng Tong's words made his stance clear. Chapter 1040. At this moment, the two martial monarch powerhouses faced each other. They were ready to fight at any moment. At this moment, both of them wanted the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Neither of them was willing to give in. Duan Ling Tian watched coldly from the side. The scene before him was exactly what he had been waiting for. A dog biting another dog, a mouthful of fur. However, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed quickly. This was because he noticed the two martial monarch powerhouses who were facing each other suddenly broke their fingers. 2 drops of blood shot up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds in just a blink of an eye. I, Bai Yu Hai, Anika Sec Supreme Elder, hereby swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that I'll compete with Feng Tong for the ownership of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment after I obtain it. If I violate this oath, I'm willing to be struck to death by the lightning punishment. I, Feng Tong North Nether Sec Supreme Elder, hereby swear. Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong, the two martial monarch powerhouses, reached a consensus in just a blink of an eye. They would first obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment and then compete fairly with each other. Before that, they would work together to obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Boom, 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 boom. 18 deafening claps of thunder broke the silence above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace. It was the 99 heavenly tribulation that the two martial monarchs swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation. The thunderous claps caused the people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace to panic. Many of them were so scared that they fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Is that thunder? Seems like it. Could it be that Commander Duan is fighting with the 4 unknown powerhouses? That's possible. Everyone in the imperial palace was looking forward to Duan Lingtian's victory and his triumphant return. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was not only recognized as the strongest powerhouse in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, but he was also the Crimson Sky Kingdom's guardian. Only Duan Lingtian had the ability to lead them out of the Sea of Fire. From this, it could be seen how lofty the Duan Lingtian was in their hearts. It had already risen to the level of faith, and it was even higher than the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. Even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor might not be as influential as Duan Lingtian in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, the people in the Imperial Palace did not know that their commander Duan was currently facing the biggest crisis in his life. He could lose his life at any moment. As a 6th-level Void Transformation martial artist, he was targeted by 2 martial monarch powerhouses at the same time. Among all the 6th-level Void Transformation stage martial artists in the world, he was probably the only one who received such treatment. Above the Imperial Palace, after Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong reached a consensus, they stared at Duan Lingtian like tigers eyeing their prey. In the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of greed. Duan Lingtian, hand over the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. We'll leave your corpse intact, Feng Tong said calmly. As a martial monarch powerhouse, Bai Yu Hai could easily kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the spatial ring from Duan Lingtian. However, he did not dare to do so. After all, he was not sure if Duan Lingtian kept the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the spatial ring that he carried with him. If Duan Lingtian did not carry the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment with him and hid it in a place that only he knew about, Bai Yu Hai would definitely kill him. If he was killed, there would be no more clues about where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was hidden. Bai Yu Hai did not want that to happen. Duan Lingtian, as long as you hand over the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll forgive you for lying to me, Bai Yu Hai said slowly as he stared at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. Just like Feng Tong, he was worried that Duan Lingtian did not carry the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment with him. Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong did not dare to take the risk. They could kill Duan Lingtian and obtain his spatial ring. However, if there was no Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the spatial ring, everything they did would be in vain. A sneer appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he heard the 2 martial monarchs' words. Naturally, he could guess what the 2 of them were thinking. They were worried that he did not carry the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment with him. They were worried that they would not be able to find the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment after they killed him. Today, I, Duan Lingtian,
am able to die in the hands of two martial monarch stage powerhouses. It can be said that my life was not in vain.
Both of you, make your move.
As Duanling Tian spoke, he suddenly closed his eyes and opened his arms. From the beginning until the end, there was a smile on his face as though he was waiting for his death. Both Feng Tong and Bai Yuhai's expressions changed when they heard Duanling Tian's words and saw Duanling Tian's actions. The more Duanling Tian acted like this, the more uneasy they felt. In their opinion, if the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was in Duanling Tian's hands, the Duanling Tian would not be so calm. Feng Tong and Bai Yuhai looked at each other. In the end, neither of them made a move. At this moment, since you want to die, there's no need for my master to do it himself. I'll kill you on behalf of my master. A cold snort suddenly rang in the air. A figure flew out from behind Bai Yuhai. It was as though the figure had transformed into a bolt of lightning as it charged toward Duanling Tian.
Initially, this figure's speed was nothing in Bai Yuhai's eyes. However, Bai Yuhai's attention was not on the owner of the figure at this moment. He only regained his senses when the owner of the figure appeared in front of Duanling Tian and made his move.
Zuayu, stop! Horror dawned on Bai Yuhai when he saw Zuayu's palm that was about to land on Duanling Tian's head with his surging origin energy and concept.
It was just inches away from him. If Duanling Tian was killed by Zuayu, everything would be over. They would not be able to obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the end. Bai Yuhai could not help but panic.
Stop!
At the same time, Feng Tong regained his senses. Horror dawned on his face.
He might not be able to use the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment now, but if he could use it to contact a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse on Cloud Continent, he might be able to witness the birth of a martial emperor powerhouse with his own eyes. At that time, he and the North Nether sect behind him would have a good relationship with an Emperor Wu powerhouse. They would be able to do whatever they wanted on Cloud Continent. Would any first-rate force or top force dare to offend an Emperor Wu powerhouse?
Whoosh! Whoosh!
In the next moment, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong disappeared from their spots.
They wanted to stop Zuayu.
Unfortunately, they were still too late.
Bang!
A loud noise reverberated in the air, causing Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong to come to a halt. They appeared in the air not far from where Duanling Tian was standing. Feng Tong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. As for Bai Yuhai, his face was extremely pale. Zuayu, who was charging at Duanling Tian aggressively with the intention of smashing Duanling Tian's head with his palm, suddenly had his head explode like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere and scattered across the sky. It was like a blooming flower of blood-red fireworks. It was extremely beautiful.
Whoosh!
At the same time, Zuayu's headless body fell from the sky and crashed hard on the ground, turning into a pile of minced meat. Zuayu's body was less than 10 meters away from Azumo Sect Supreme Elder Tong Shan's body. Both of them had died in the same way. Both of them had been smashed into minced meat.
Duanling Tian.
A low and oppressive voice came out of Bai Yuhai's mouth. His expression was ugly, and his eyes were red. The pauses between each word seemed to express the extreme anger in his heart.
Boom!
In an instant, the milky white origin energy on Bai Yuhai's body skyrocketed and transformed into a wave of aqua-blue energy. It was surrounded by purple lightning and gusts of green wind. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred and finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air and descended in a zigzag manner. It was visually stunning. His strength is on par with Tong Shan. Duanling Tian's heart jolted when he saw the scene before him. However, his face remained calm. He, who was fearless, sized up the 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky with great interest. Not only was he not frightened, but he also did not seem to take the scene before his eyes seriously. Even if I, Duanling Tian, have to die in the hands of a martial monarch, Zuayu, he's not worthy.
Duanling Tian said calmly.
He was not afraid of Bai Yuhai, who was glaring at him. There was a hint of coldness in his voice as he spoke.
Zuayu had been defeated by him in the past. He could only run away when he faced him. Due to this reason, he had never taken Zuayu seriously. Today, Zuayu wanted to take advantage of him and take his life.
He was seeking his own death.
You!
Bai Yuhai's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The energy in his body began to fluctuate irregularly as though he was going to attack at any time. However, he did not attack in the end. Naturally, he was furious that his direct disciple was killed. After all, that was the direct disciple he had nurtured for more than 20 years. He had long regarded him as his own son. However, his son had been killed by someone else. If it was someone else, that person would have died in his hands. However, the person who killed his direct disciple was Duan Lingtian, a person who had obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Moreover, it was highly possible that he had hidden it. For this reason, he could only endure for the time being for the sake of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment.
Zuayu, rest in peace. Wait for a moment on the road to hell.
When Master finds out where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, he'll immediately kill Duan Lingtian and send him to accompany you. Bai Yuhai was as calm as still water as he swore in his heart.
If only.
Previously, he was only interested in the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. He did not care whether he killed Duan Lingtian or not. However, he was completely enraged by the death of his direct disciple, Zuayu. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan. Chapter 1041. After Duan Lingtian killed Tong Shan with the talisman, Feng Tianwu's expression changed subtly when the three people from Anika sect appeared. In the beginning, she did not know that her elder brother Duan was being targeted by Anika sect. She thought Zuayu was dissatisfied with her elder brother Duan, so he asked the elders of the sect to teach her elder brother Duan a lesson. It was not until Duan Lingtian swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation that she realized the people from Anika sect did not come here just to seek revenge on her elder brother Duan. They had a bigger goal in mind. The 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure from Emperor Wu's body in Qingfeng. She was familiar with the 3 profundity fragments. When she saw her big brother Duan really swear an oath and the 99 heavenly tribulation responded, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, as she thought her big brother Duan would be able to avoid this calamity. Who knew someone else would appear at the critical moment? North Nether Sect, Feng Tong. She had heard this name when the old man from Anika sect greeted the old man from North Nether Sect. It was not unfamiliar to her. When she was in Blade Sect, she had heard people discussing the 3 major second-rate forces in the Northern Desert. The supreme elders of the 3 major forces were also mentioned, the 3 martial monarch powerhouses. Izumo Sect, Tong Shan. North Nether Sect, Feng Tong. Anika Sect, Bai Yuhai. Tong Shan was killed by her elder brother Duan's talisman. From the way the old man from Anika sect spoke to Feng Tong casually, Feng Tianwu could vaguely guess his identity. The supreme elder of Anika sect, the martial monarch powerhouse, Bai Yuhai. At that moment, even she was shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. The martial monarch powerhouses from the 3 major second-rate forces were gathered in this little kingdom in the mountains? Unbelievable! As time went by, she finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. Bai Yuhai had come for the profundity fragment that her elder brother Duan had obtained from Emperor Wu of Qingfeng. Feng Tong was here to avenge Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether Sect. Following that, the situation changed so many times that she couldn't help but feel anxious. When she saw that her elder brother Duan was being stared at by 2 martial emperors, she could not help but feel a bone-chilling chill in her heart. Soon, Feng Tianwu realized that Duan Lingtian had turned his head to look at her after hearing her call. At this moment, she could clearly see the seriousness in the depths of her elder brother Duan's eyes. Looks like elder brother Duan isn't as casual as he seems on the surface. The pressure from the 2 martial emperors is too great, Feng Tianwu thought. At the same time, Feng Tianwu's thoughts were running wild. If I want to kill these 2 martial emperors, it'll be very difficult. If I want to kill them, I'll have to raise my monarch stage fire profundity to the 3rd level at least. Feng Tianwu shifted her gaze from Duan Lingtian to the 2 old figures in the distance. A hint of dread appeared on her beautiful face. In my current situation, if I forcefully communicate and unleash the 3rd level monarch stage fire profundity to give birth to the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity, and unleash the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Even if I can kill one of them, the energy from the fire spirit body in my body will explode in an instant. Feng Tianwu was more familiar with her own situation than anyone else. Tianwu, no matter what happens, you can't forcefully communicate with the high-level fire profundity to attack them. At the same time, a voice that Feng Tianwu could not be more familiar with entered her ears. It made her heart tremble and filled with warmth. A faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her elder brother Duan was still considerate of her even in the face of danger. I'll think of a way to deal with this. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and added to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission. He knew Tianwu very well. Therefore, he warned Tianwu in advance. He was afraid she would do something stupid. He had once probed Feng Tianwu's body with his mind energy, so his understanding of Feng Tianwu's body wasn't much worse than Feng Tianwu's. If Tianwu forcefully communicates and unleashes the high-level fire concept, the energy from the fire spirit body in her body will explode even if she can kill either Feng Tong or Bai Yu Hai. They won't be able to hold on until she attacks the second person. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, where's the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment? At this moment, Feng Tong asked in a deep voice as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. I've said it before. I don't have the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, but I'll give you my life. Duan Lingtian replied shamelessly. Naturally, he did not really want to die. He was certain Feng Tong would not dare to make a move on him. What he had to do now was to rack his brain to find a way to deal with the current crisis. Harmph! Before Feng Tong could open his mouth, Bai Yu Hai, who was standing nearby, snorted coldly. His voice was very loud, and it was filled with origin energy. It swept through the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom like a thunderclap. Ah! It hurts. At the same time, everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace cried out in agony as their eardrums burst. There were even some who were knocked unconscious or killed by the shockwaves. When a martial monarch was enraged, he could kill someone from 1,000 meters away with just a snort. Naturally, he could only kill people who did not have a high cultivation base. Duan Lingtian, don't think we can't do anything to you. We don't dare to kill you, but it's a piece of cake for us to kill the people around you. Due to Zhua Yu's death, Bai Yu Hai seemed to have transformed into a different person. His crimson eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. His words seemed to have come from an ice cave. It was bone-chilling. If you tell me where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, you'll die. I won't touch your friends and family. However, if you don't tell me where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, I'll kill a person who's related to you every hour. If you insist on not telling me, I'll watch the people around you die one by one. Bai Yu Hai threatened Duan Lingtian with his words. Feng Tong's eyes lit up when he heard Bai Yu Hai's words. He agreed with Bai Yu Hai's words from the bottom of his heart. He wanted the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. He wanted Duan Lingtian's life as well. Bai Yu Hai's words were the exact words in his heart. Despicable. After hearing Bai Yu Hai's words, Feng Tianwu's devastatingly beautiful face was covered in frost as she rebuked him angrily. A dignified martial emperor actually dares to threaten a void transformation stage martial artist like this. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself if news of this spreads? As for Duan Lingtian, the moment Bai Yu Hai's words left his mouth, the expression on his face that he had tried his best to remain calm had completely changed. If he did not tell them where the profundity fragment was, every hour, he would kill a person who was related to him every hour? In other words, he would have to kill 24 people who were related to him every day? Despicable. Bai Yu Hai looked at Feng Tianwu when he was reprimanded by Feng Tianwu. He sneered, as long as I kill all of you, why should I worry about people spreading the news about my actions today? Moreover, so what if they spread the news? Do you think I, Bai Yu Hai, will lose a single strand of hair because of this? Bai Yu Hai's eyes that were looking at Feng Tianwu suddenly gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. Oh no! At the same time, Feng Tianwu saw the gleam in Bai Yu Hai's eyes. Her expression changed drastically when she vaguely guessed what was going on. Unfortunately, as soon as she realized what was going on, she realized an extremely powerful force that she could not resist was pulling her away from her original spot. Tianwu! At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized what was going on. His expression changed drastically. However, when he realized what was going on, He realized that Feng Tianwu was already next to Bai Yuhai. She was being forcefully pulled away by Bai Yuhai. At this moment, the flames on Feng Tianwu's body flickered as she tried to resist. However, every time the flames on her body rose to a certain height, they would be suppressed by an invisible force. They would be crushed and disappear without a trace.
What are you trying to do?
Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he saw this. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as he glared at Bai Yuhai.
What am I trying to do?
Bai Yuhai smiled nonchalantly. However, there was no change in the way he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were still gleaming coldly as he said, I've said that if you don't tell me the location of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll kill one person who's related to you every hour.
I've already chosen the first person. It's her.
When Bai Yuhai reached the end of his sentence, he pointed at Feng Tianwu who was next to him with a smirk on his face.
Now you have an hour.
If you don't tell me after an hour, she'll definitely die. Bai Yuhai's tone was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine.
An hour.
Duan Lingtian's face darkened.
All right. I promise you.
Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Yuhai and said in a deep voice after he glanced at Feng Tianwu. A wise man submits to circumstances. Feng Tong laughed before Bai Yuhai could say anything. Tell me, where's the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment?
Even if I tell you, you won't know where it is. I can bring you there.
Even at this moment, Duan Lingtian was reluctant to hand the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment over to Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. However, he had no other choice but to stall for time. Perhaps, he would be able to come up with a good idea while he was bringing them away. The most important thing now was to get Tianwu out of Bai Yuhai's evil clutches. If Tianwu was hurt because of this, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life.
Lead the way.
Bai Yuhai said calmly as he looked at Duan Lingtian after he sent Feng Tianwu flying with a wave of his hand.
No.
After Feng Tianwu was sent flying by Bai Yuhai, her beautiful face was completely pale. She reacted immediately, and her beautiful face changed. Her autumn eyes were suffused with scarlet red as she screamed in her heart. Elder brother Duan was going to bring them to retrieve the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment for her? She knew very well what the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment meant.
No. I can't let them have their way. Kill them. Kill them.
Chapter 1042. Boom. In an instant, Feng Tianwu's autumn eyes were dyed red. The flames on her body rose and emitted a scorching aura that swept out in all directions. The scorching aura swept out, causing the airflow in the air to become turbulent. It set off a series of slight air explosions and scorching wind.
Whoosh.
At the same time, the turbulent heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. What a powerful comprehension ability! Feng Tianwu's actions immediately attracted Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong's attention. Both of them could not help but reveal a shocked expression. As martial monarch powerhouses, they could see that Feng Tianwu had only cast the fire concept. She did not even use a trace of origin energy. She had only used the fire concept to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to gather 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 9th level advanced fire concept. If it was any other time, when they saw a genius in the martial Tao that possessed such monstrous comprehension ability at such a young age like Feng Tianwu, they would surely fight to the death to take Feng Tianwu as their personal disciple. However, at this moment, their thoughts weren't on Feng Tianwu at all. To them, the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was more important.
Tianwu.
Unlike Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong's calmness, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw Feng Tianwu had mobilized and cast the 9th level advanced fire concept. Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Soon after, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. Duan Lingtian, you can rest assured. As long as you lead us to the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, we won't make things difficult for this little girl even if she attacks us, Feng Tong Yuhai said indifferently. Feng Tong said indifferently. His tone was filled with condescension. He looked down on Feng Tianwu from the bottom of his heart. He did not think that Feng Tianwu had the strength to threaten him. In his opinion, Even if Feng Tianwu had a good comprehension ability and had comprehended the 9th level advanced concept at such a young age. But so what? Could it be that he could threaten a martial monarch expert like him? Although Bai Yuhai did not say anything, it was clear from the contempt in his eyes that he shared the same thoughts as Feng Tong. He was full of disdain for Feng Tianwu's strength and looked down on Feng Tianwu from the bottom of his heart. Obviously, as far as they were concerned, the reason Duan Ling Tian's expression had changed drastically earlier and even cried out in shock was because he wanted to stop Feng Tianwu from making a move against them. He didn't want Feng Tianwu to end up being killed by them instead. However, was that really the case? As soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, he saw the flames on Feng Tianwu's body rise again. They expanded and emitted an even more scorching aura, as if they could burn everything. Whoosh! At the same time, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air above Feng Tianwu's head and pierced into Duan Ling Tian's eyes, causing Duan Ling Tian's expression to change again. Tianwu, stop! Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian panicked. He hurriedly flew out in an attempt to stop Feng Tianwu. However, at this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed as if she didn't hear what he said at all. The flames on her body continued to rise, and she was like a reborn flaming phoenix that was gradually awakening. Whoosh! At this moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head had also increased to 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. All of this did not stop because of this. Boom! The flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose again. The fire phoenix spread its wings and soared, causing the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head to change again. A total of 4,000 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes wriggled down. It was the 3rd level monarch stage fire profundity. Tianwu, stop right now. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, whose expression changed drastically, finally flew closer to Feng Tianwu, intending to stop Feng Tianwu. However, before he could get close to Feng Tianwu, he was sent flying by the scorching airwave that swept out from Feng Tianwu's body. It caused his internal organs to tremble. Although he was not injured, it explained the current situation. Unless Feng Tianwu allowed him to get close, it was impossible for him to get close to the current Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, the fire spirit body's energy in your body is on the verge of exploding. You'll die if you don't retrieve the fire profundity in time. Duan Ling Tian advised again. His tone was filled with anxiety. Fire spirit body. Duan Ling Tian's exclamation did not only enter Feng Tianwu's ears, but it also entered by Yu Hai and Feng Tianwu's ears. Both of them instinctively turned to look at Feng Tianwu. With just a glance, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Heavens! What did they just see? In the distance, the red-clad lady whom they did not take seriously earlier was standing there. Her entire body was shrouded in flames as though she had transformed into a fire phoenix that would spread its wings and soar into the sky at any time. There were 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons gathered above the fire phoenix. The silhouettes of the 4,000 ancient horned dragons continuously attacked their eyes, causing them to be shocked. Impossible! At this moment, both of them had the same thought in their minds. They were unwilling to believe it. The red-clad lady whom they did not take seriously earlier actually possessed such terrifying strength? Elder brother Duan, since the day I met you, you've been helping me. I've never helped you at all. Unknowingly, a 5-foot-long red soft sword appeared in Feng Tianwu's hand. The soft sword was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that Duan Ling Tian obtained from Qing Feng Palace. Since he had a quasi-royal grade spirit sword, Duan Ling Tian had given this sword to Feng Tianwu. Today was the first time Feng Tianwu used this sword to fight an enemy. Silly girl, you've never helped me before, but Uncle Feng has helped me a lot. You don't have to worry about this. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly and continued to advise, listen to me and withdraw the fire profundity now. Humph! As it turns out, she used the fire spirit body's energy to forcefully activate the fire profundity. That's the extent of her fire profundity. Bai Yu Hai, who had calmed down, studied Feng Tianwu seriously. Very soon, he discovered a clue from the restless flames on the surface of Feng Tianwu's body. He could see it. If Feng Tianwu continued to forcefully elevate her fire profundity, she would only end up exploding and dying. Even if she did not continue to elevate her fire profundity, The fire spirit body's energy in her body would explode and explode if she forcefully used the 3rd level monarch stage fire profundity to fight an enemy. The strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons. She can only attack once, and she wants to fight us? She's overestimating herself. Since Bai Yuhai could see through Feng Tianwu, Feng Tong, who was also a 1st level martial monarch stage powerhouse, naturally could see through Feng Tianwu's situation as well. He said disdainfully, "Elder brother Duan, do you know? Ever since I found out you're the man in my destiny, I've been paying attention to you. I've been paying attention to your every move and your emotions." The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Feng Tianwu's hand trembled. The flames on her body that seemed to have transformed into a fire phoenix began to surge as though it was brewing something. "I don't know when it started, but I realized I've fallen deeply in love with you. My emotions fluctuate according to your emotions. I know you have 2 fiancés who you love the most. However, I don't ask for a title. I only hope to stay by your side forever. Even if I can't be by your side, I still hope to be able to see you from afar. Only in that way can my heart be fulfilled. In the beginning, I knew you rejected me, but I didn't care. It's fine as long as I can see you, even if there's nothing between us. Do you know? When you stopped rejecting me and would occasionally show me a loving smile, I was very happy. Elder brother Duan, perhaps we're not fated to be together in this lifetime, but I hope I'll be able to meet you before your 2 fiancés in my next life. If there's a next life, I'll definitely hold your hand tightly and never let go." Feng Tianwu muttered to herself. Her voice was not loud, but it entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Unknowingly, a smile that could turn the world upside down appeared on her beautiful face that was covered in tears. She finally said the words that she had hidden in her heart for a long time. Although it was a little late, there were no regrets. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian stood in the air, and his body began to tremble violently. He did not expect Feng Tianwu to have such deep feelings for him. At this moment, he could not help but ask himself, did he really reject Feng Tianwu? Perhaps in the beginning, he had intentionally distanced himself from Feng Tianwu because he was concerned about his 2 fiancés. However, in the end, he realized that Feng Tianwu's shadow had unknowingly appeared in his heart. Although it was not love, it could be considered as a seed of love. At this moment, the seed seemed to have taken root and sprouted, and it grew rapidly. I, Feng Tianwu, can die without regrets today for the person I love. Suddenly, Feng Tianwu's melodious voice rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change drastically again. Tian Wu. When Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu again, Feng Tianwu made her move. Feng Tianwu flew out. Her gentle eyes turned as sharp as a goshawk's as she looked at Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. The flames on her body surged with killing intent. Whoosh! At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to have transformed into a fire phoenix that was covered in flames. She flapped her wings and flew toward Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. Feng Tianwu's speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not compare to her. Even though Duan Lingtian was trying his best to catch up to her, the distance between them was still widening. No! When Duan Lingtian saw the flames on Feng Tianwu's body surged and gave birth to an extremely sharp aura that seemed to be able to annihilate everything, his eyes were bloodshot as he shouted anxiously. At this moment, he could clearly sense that the fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body was showing signs of going berserk. Chapter 1043. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu charged towards Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong with the 5-foot-long flexible sword in her hand, as though she had transformed into a flaming phoenix. The flames on her body stirred and formed a brand new energy. To be more precise, it was another monarch stage profundity. The flames on Feng Tianwu's body suddenly surged and transformed into a sword-shaped flame. She no longer looked like a flaming phoenix, but a gigantic sword that was burning with blazing flames. Whoosh! The gigantic sword soared across the sky with an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Wherever it passed, the airflow would be compressed to the extreme and a series of thunderous explosions would be heard. As the explosions sounded, waves of airwaves swept out and transformed into gusts of violent wind that spread in all directions. It swept across the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace. For a time, many doors and windows in the imperial palace were blown open as though they were forcefully pushed open by someone. Many people with low cultivation bases who did not stay in the palace were blown into the air by the strong wind. They were addicted to flying in the air. Flying was the privilege of martial artists who had stepped into the void-prying stage and above. Ordinary martial artists could not do it. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace, there were only a handful of people who had stepped into the void-prying stage. High up in the sky, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong, who were originally disdainful of Feng Tianwu, inadvertently saw it. After the flames on Feng Tianwu's body transformed into a sword-shaped flame, the heaven and earth phenomenon above her head underwent a drastic change. 8,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were charging towards them with Feng Tianwu. The speed was so fast that it caused their expressions to change. Whoosh! Whoosh! They did not even have time to think as they hurriedly urged their strength to fly away in an attempt to dodge Feng Tianwu's attack that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. As the two of them dodged, 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above their heads respectively. They urged their strength to dodge Feng Tianwu's attack. Their faces were filled with anxiety as they dodged. Once Feng Tianwu attacked them, a single strike that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons would be enough to kill any one of them. In fact, even if they used their spirit weapons, the strongest strength they could exert was not even comparable to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. In addition, Feng Tianwu was the one who struck first to gain the initiative. Once they dared to resist, they were destined to suffer. Therefore, they did not choose to face Feng Tianwu head-on. They only thought about how to avoid Feng Tianwu's menacing sword. The 5-foot-long red soft sword was as thin as a cicada's wing, but it was now perfectly straight. It let out an ear-piercing sword hum as it charged towards Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. Whoosh! As soon as Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong, the two first-level martial monarch stage powerhouses, dodged, the 5-foot-long sword in Feng Tianwu's hand arrived. Just as Bai Yuhai gathered all of his strength and prepared to flee, Feng Tianwu shook the 5-foot-long sword in his hand. It didn't contain any sword skill. Whoosh! Even so, it still pierced through Bai Yuhai's throat easily. Ever since Bai Yuhai saw the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by Feng Tianwu gathering the heaven and earth energy, he no longer had any intention to fight with Feng Tianwu. All he could do was flee. In such a hurry, even if Bai Yuhai wanted to block Feng Tianwu's sword, it was destined that it would be too late. Poof! A bloody hole appeared on Bai Yuhai's throat. Blood gushed out like a blooming red rose. His eyes dimmed in an instant. After a few moments, he was completely motionless. Dead. After Bai Yuhai died, his body flew out due to inertia. After flying for several hundred meters, he finally fell from the sky and crashed heavily on the roof of a luxurious palace at the rear of the imperial palace. A loud thud resounded as his body turned into a pile of minced meat. The strongest powerhouse in Anika sect, a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse, died just like that. He died in Feng Tianwu's hands. Perhaps, even Bai Yuhai himself did not expect that he would die in the hands of a young woman in her 20s after living for so long. Moreover, he was killed in just one blow. Naturally, Feng Tianwu was able to kill Bai Yuhai in just one blow because Bai Yuhai did not have any intention to fight at all when she unleashed the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons and took the initiative to attack. If Bai Yuhai had gone all out, even if he would still die, he would not have died in such a straightforward and cowardly manner. Although Bai Yuhai was dead, the few people in the sky, including the Anika sect's elder, did not pay any attention to him. Everyone's eyes uniformly landed on the red figure standing in the air, causing the red figure to become the absolute focal point of the scene at this moment. At this moment, the sword-shaped flame on the red figure was trembling as though it would collapse at any time. Tian Wu! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw this. The red figure was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had used the third-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity to create the third-level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity, and unleashed the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons to kill Bai Yuhai in just one blow. However, Feng Tianwu's current situation was extremely bad. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could sense with his spiritual energy that the fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tianwu's body had completely collapsed and was running amok in her body. Feng Tianwu tried to suppress it, but she did not have the strength to do so. Since she was fully immersed in her body and forcefully suppressed the fire spirit body's energy that was running all over her body, her life was not in danger for the time being. However, she could not suppress it for long. Judging from the current situation, she could only hold on for 30 breaths at most. After 30 breaths, she would not be able to suppress the fire spirit body's energy anymore. Due to this reason, she did not dare to be distracted at all. Once she was distracted, the fire spirit body's energy in her body would completely lose control and explode in her body, blowing her into pieces. All of this was because Feng Tianwu had killed Bai Yu Hai earlier. As soon as she made her move, the fire spirit body's energy in her body completely exploded and was difficult to suppress. Naturally, she was destined to only kill Bai Yu Hai. Currently, she did not have the strength to fight the remaining martial monarch powerhouse, Feng Tong, and the two elders from Anika sect and North Nether sect. Based on the current situation, she only had two choices. First, she could die after 30 breaths. Second, she could die now. She chose the former. Naturally, this did not mean she was afraid of death, but she wanted to take a few more glances at the only man she had ever loved in her life before she died. She wanted to remember this man forever. Elder brother Duan. I'm sorry, I've tried my best. Feng Tianwu's face was pale as she tried her best to suppress the restless energy in her body. She lifted her head and looked at Duan Lingtian with great difficulty. A hint of apology could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Initially, she had planned to kill Bai Yu Hai. Even if she had to risk her life, she would kill the 4 people from Anika sect and North Nether sect to help her elder brother Duan. However, she did not expect this at all. After she killed Bai Yu Hai, the fire spirit body's energy in her body went out of control, causing her to be unable to use her sword a second time to help her elder brother Duan. Silly girl. You're really silly. Duan Lingtian's eyes were red as his nose twitched. His body began to tremble, and his legs felt as though they were filled with lead. At this moment, his emotions were surging, and he could not calm down for a long time. How should he repay Tian Wu for treating him so well? He could clearly see the situation in Tian Wu's body with his spiritual energy. Don't even mention the fact that I've merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories. My ability is far inferior to the reincarnation Emperor Wu when he was at his peak. Even if the reincarnation Emperor Wu was still alive, he wouldn't be able to help Tian Wu even if he was at his peak. Duan Lingtian knew this very well through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories. At this moment, Feng Tianwu was the only one who could temporarily suppress the restless energy in her body. The energy that originated from the fire spirit body would become even more violent if an external force interfered with it. At that time, it would only speed up Feng Tianwu's death. Right now, Tian Wu can only hold on for a little more than 20 breaths. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely grave. He wanted to help Feng Tianwu, but he could not do anything about it. 3rd level monarch stage sword concept. I've underestimated you. However, the taste of the fire spirit body's backlash isn't pleasant, right? Feng Tong's voice resonated in the air when Duan Lingtian was still trying to figure out a way to help Feng Tianwu. His voice was cold. It was apparent that Feng Tong had also noticed Feng Tianwu's current condition. He knew Feng Tianwu was powerless to help. Feng Tong spoke as he flew toward Feng Tianwu. When Feng Tong stepped out, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. 1 profundity and 2 concepts followed him like shadows. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he locked his gaze on Feng Tianwu. Feng Tong. At this moment, a purple figure flew out and blocked Feng Tianwu's path. He stared at Feng Tong coldly. If you dare to attack her, don't even think about obtaining the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment for the rest of your life. Naturally, the person who blocked Feng Tong was Duan Lingtian. Scram. However, Feng Tong did not care about the threat in Duan Lingtian's words at all. He raised his hand, and a powerful force swept out. It sent Duan Lingtian flying, but it did not cause any harm to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it did not mean he was merciful. He just thought Duan Lingtian was still useful to him. Otherwise, he would have killed Duan Lingtian immediately to avenge Su Qing, the former strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. She must die today. Don't even think about threatening me. She's not the only one who's close to you. Feng Tong threatened as he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly after he came to a halt. You! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. When Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tong walking towards Feng Tianwu step by step in the air, he was extremely furious. Chapter 1044. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was so emotional that he was on the verge of breaking down. When he saw Feng Tong retracting his gaze from him and looking at Feng Tianwu again, his expression turned extremely grave. He could not help but feel despair rising in his heart. When he saw Feng Tong walking toward Feng Tianwu in a leisurely manner, he immediately raised his hand. Duan Lingtian hurriedly lifted his hand and took out the Devil Seal tablet from his spatial ring. In a hurry, Duan Lingtian merged his origin energy with the Devil Seal tablet in an attempt to control it and devilify him. Subsequently, he infused his concept and spiritual energy into it as well. However, no matter how Duan Lingtian merged his origin energy, concept, and spiritual energy into the Devil Seal tablet, the Devil Seal tablet did not react at all, let alone devilify him. At this moment, Feng Tong had already arrived in front of Feng Tianwu. When he raised his hand, his origin energy stirred. His concept followed him like a shadow, causing the airflow in the surrounding air to compress and set off a series of faint air explosions. Boom! Feng Tong raised his hand. His palm that contained the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons landed on Feng Tianwu in a leisurely manner. As for Feng Tianwu, she remained calm in the face of Feng Tong's palm. It was as though her expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. From the beginning until the end, she had been suppressing the fire spirit body's energy in her body with all her might. She stared at the purple figure in the distance with a blissful smile on her face. In this lifetime, she would not have lived in vain if she could die for the person she loved. No! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu's gaze. His heart trembled for no reason. It was as though a knife was being twisted in his heart. It was extremely painful. No! Tianwu can't die! Tianwu can't die! At this moment, Duan Lingtian roared hysterically. His emotions fluctuated so much that the purple robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. It was as though a purple flame was dancing. Ha! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. At this moment, the Devil Seal tablet in his hand finally showed signs of movement. Black energy that was suffused with a terrifying aura surged out endlessly and merged with the ancient words on it. In the blink of an eye, the black energy entered Duan Lingtian's body through his hand that gripped the demon sealing tombstone. It spread throughout his entire body, including his soul in the depths of his mind. This scene was exactly the same as when Duan Lingtian faced the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort. At that time, the demon sealing tombstone's black energy had entered his body and caused him to demonize. After demonizing, his strength had increased tremendously. None of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders were a match for him. This time, I can't be completely controlled by it. Duan Lingtian, who had learned his lesson from the Devil Seal tablet, took a deep breath and clenched his teeth to hold on. He tried his best to make his consciousness firmly control his body, and prevent the energy that surged out from the Devil Seal tablet from overstepping its boundaries. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized how naive he was. With the invasion of the black energy, he could no longer control his body. As soon as the energy approached, the consciousness in his mind instinctively moved to the side like a mouse that saw a cat. It voluntarily gave up control of his body. At this moment, he could only try his best to maintain his consciousness. This way, he could slightly affect his demonized self. Crack! The energy in the demon sealing tombstone instantly spread throughout Duan Lingtian's body. Almost at the same time, the hairband that held up Duan Lingtian's long black hair broke. His long black hair fluttered in the wind like black spirit snakes dancing in the air. After a while, Duan Lingtian's black hair turned purple. It looked extremely demonic. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian's eyes were now covered with a layer of red that exuded an evil aura. Purple hair and red eyes. At the same time, wisps of black mist surrounded Duan Lingtian's body. The mist seemed to contain a terrifying energy that caused the surrounding air to vibrate and explode. Boom! 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 The sudden sound of air exploding gave rise to waves of strong winds that were filled with a bone-piercing chill, causing Feng Tong, who was about to land his palm on Feng Tianwu, to involuntarily shiver and subconsciously withdraw his hand. Feng Tianwu had temporarily escaped death because of this. Then, Feng Tong turned around to look at the source of the bone-chilling wind. He was very curious. Who was it that could cause such a strong wind to strike fear in his heart? With just a glance,
Feng Tong was dumbstruck. This is Duan Ling Tian? Feng Tong was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the young man with purple hair and red eyes.
Apart from his appearance and purple robes, the young man's eyes had turned red, and his black hair had turned purple. His long purple hair fluttered without any wind, like purple poisonous snakes dancing in the air. It was incomparably evil and gave people a formless sense of oppression. It was as though he had transformed into a peerless devil god. That was not all. Feng Tong also noticed that the black mist surrounding the purple-clad young man was the source of the bone-chilling wind. This isn't origin energy or concept. What kind of energy is this? As a martial monarch powerhouse, Feng Tong had a good eye. With just a glance, he could tell that the black mist surrounding Duan Ling Tian was not simple. He could not see through it. Elder brother Duan.
Feng Tianwu's eyes were fixed on Duan Ling Tian, so she witnessed the entire process of the Duan Ling Tian's transformation with her own eyes. She saw Duan Ling Tian's black hair turn purple, and she saw Duan Ling Tian's eyes turn red. She could tell. The reason Duan Ling Tian had such a transformation was because of the mysterious chipped stone tablet in his hand. She had seen how mysterious and powerful the stone tablet was before. However, she felt that the current Duan Ling Tian was extremely unfamiliar. It was as though he had changed into another person. He no longer looked like the Duan Ling Tian from the past. She could not help but worry. Duan Ling Tian, do you think you can scare people just because your hair and eyes have changed color? Ridiculous. At this moment, the Anika sect's elder sneered and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. When Feng Tianwu killed their Anika sect's supreme elder, he did not even dare to say a word. However, when he saw that Feng Tianwu seemed to be restricted from making a move, he immediately jumped up. Whoosh! The Anika sect's elder raised his hand, and a narrow saber that shone brightly appeared. The origin energy in it skyrocketed, and the concept followed like a shadow. He charged toward Duan Ling Tian mercilessly. Above his head, more than 4,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes charged out in an imposing manner. This Anika sect's elder was a 9th-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended 2 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts. He was also commonly known as a powerhouse at the peak of the void. The powerhouse at the peak of the void attacked Duan Ling Tian with all his might. It was as though he wanted to slash Duan Ling Tian into half with just one slash. Whoosh!
Wherever the narrow saber that was filled with origin energy and concept passed, the airflow in the air would be split apart, and a series of saber humming sound would be heard.
It was clear and ear-piercing, causing fear to rise in one's heart. The Anika sect's elder attacking Duan Ling Tian was exactly what Feng Tong wanted.
He had a feeling that Duan Ling Tian, who had turned into a purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Ling Tian, gave him an extremely strong sense of oppression compared to before.
It was as though Duan Ling Tian could threaten him. At this moment, he could finally witness Duan Ling Tian's strength with his own eyes after the transformation. Feng Tong stared intently at the scene. Feng Tianwu stared intently at the scene. The North Nether sect's elder who came with Feng Tong also stared intently at the scene. Boom! In the face of the Anika sect's elder's saber attack, Duan Ling Tian, whose purple hair fluttered and eyes were bloodshot, suddenly raised his hand and casually threw out a punch. In an instant, a gush of vast black energy swept out as though it had transformed into a black raging dragon. The raging dragon charged out with earth-shattering might as it swept toward the North Nether sect's elder, who was charging at him with his saber. It was as though the dragon had opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow him whole. In just a blink of an eye, the North Nether sect's elder and his saber were shrouded by the black energy that surged out of Duan Ling Tian's fist. His entire body was crushed into dust, and his spirit saber was broken and sent flying. Whoosh! After killing the North Nether sect's elder, the vast black energy that was like a raging dragon charged out of its lair with a force that seemed as though it could tear the sky apart. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The black energy that surged out of Duan Ling Tian's fist landed on one of the palaces in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace, and it was razed to the ground with ease. What a powerful energy! Upon seeing this scene, Feng Tong's eyes narrowed, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. He realized that his intuition was right. Kill! Suddenly, the purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Ling Tian spat out a word before he charged at Feng Tong. Harmf! Faced with the current Duan Ling Tian, although Feng Tong was wary, he was not afraid at all. The origin energy in his body surged, and his concept followed him like a shadow. He flew out to meet the Duan Ling Tian head-on.
The energy that Duan Ling Tian had displayed earlier did not mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon.
However, in Feng Tong's opinion, he could still unleash that level of energy. Whoosh! However, faced with the current Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tong did not dare to be careless.
With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long green sword appeared.
It seemed as though it had transformed into a venomous snake as it charged at Duan Ling Tian. When the venomous snake charged at Duan Ling Tian, more than 7,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Die!
Feng Tong's figure charged out with a sword in his hand.
His speed was as fast as lightning. He stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian, who was targeted by the sword in his hand. When he realized that his sword was only a foot away from Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian had no intention of dodging, he could not help but smile. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian would definitely die.
However, the smile on his face soon froze. Impossible.
Feng Tong, whose figure was forced to stop along with the sword in his hand, narrowed his eyes when he saw the scene in front of him. Disbelief was written all over his face. Heavens! What did he just see?
Without any movement from the purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Ling Tian, who had turned into a purple-haired, red-eyed man, grabbed the sword in his hand that contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons.
Chapter 1045. Feng Tong was the strongest person in North Nether sect. He was at the first-level martial monarch stage.
Even in the northern desert of the foreign lands, there was no one who could withstand a sword strike of his with his full strength with their bare hands.
Yet now, in this remote little kingdom of Cloud Continent that didn't even have a few void-prying stage martial artists, there was actually someone who was able to receive the sword strike he stabbed out with his full strength with their bare hands. In fact, his sword contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons. However, it was still blocked by someone.
Why, you're really Duan Ling Tian? Feng Tong asked fearfully as he looked at the purple-clad young man with long purple hair fluttering in the wind and a pair of emotionless crimson-red eyes.
He could not believe it at all. Duan Ling Tian, a void transformation stage martial artist whom he did not take seriously from the beginning until the end, was actually able to receive the sword of a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse with his bare hands. The reply Feng Tong received was Duan Ling Tian's palm strike. To be more precise, it was Duan Ling Tian's palm strike after he had been devilified. Boom! Duan Ling Tian struck with his palm. The vast black energy seemed to have transformed into a black flood that drowned Feng Tong before he could even react. After the flood subsided, Feng Tong, who stood before Duan Ling Tian, had strangely turned into a skeleton. His flesh and organs had completely disappeared. Feng Tong's skeleton was still holding his sword when he was still alive. One could vaguely see that there were 3 fragments inside the skeleton. One was a profundity fragment and 2 were concept fragments. Smack! Suddenly, a soft sound reverberated in the air. Feng Tong's skeleton shook before it turned into dust that scattered with the wind. It completely disappeared from this world. Another martial monarch powerhouse had fallen. Only the profundity fragment and the concept fragment remained. 1 first-level monarch stage profundity fragment and 2 ninth-level advanced concept fragments. The 3 fragments landed in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. They were completely ignored by Duan Ling Tian, who had been devilified. It was as though he did not care about the 3 fragments at all. Wah! The sound of someone spitting out blood alarmed Duan Ling Tian. In the distance, the remaining North Nether Sect Elder launched a sneak attack on Feng Tianwu. After the successful sneak attack, the first thing he did was flee. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes, as if he had never appeared. Boom!
At the same time, Feng Tianwu, who was injured to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood, suddenly erupted with the fire spirit body's energy that she had temporarily suppressed.
For a moment, Feng Tianwu was shrouded in flames. Her jade-like skin now had some additional red spots on it. More and more red spots appeared, and when they combined together, Feng Tianwu's skin seemed to have turned into a fiery red color. The demonized Duan Ling Tian had been eyeing Feng Tianwu covetously, intending to attack Feng Tianwu. All of a sudden, he shook his head. His crimson eyes gleamed as he muttered, Tianwu, Tianwu, Tianwu. Big,
Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu felt her entire body was filled with heat. Even her soul felt as though it was being burned by the flames, causing her consciousness to blur. At this moment, she only felt her eyelids were fighting, and she really wanted to sleep. However, she knew very well that once she fell asleep, it would be impossible for her to wake up again.
Duan.
Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's consciousness gradually blurred. She felt as though she had been buried in a sea of fire. It would not be long before her consciousness was completely annihilated.
Boom, 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 boom.
The flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose again and again. Every time it rose, it would cause the air to tremble and emit rolling heat waves.
Tianwu.
Duan Lingtian shook his head again before he flew out. In just a short moment, he was already in front of Feng Tianwu. As for the flames that rose from Feng Tianwu's body, it was as though he did not notice it at all. As he approached Feng Tianwu, he entered the area enveloped by the flames as though he was walking on flat ground. No matter how much the flames burned, they could not get close to the wisps of black mist that surrounded his body.
Duan.
Elder brother Duan.
I'm so sleepy.
So sleepy. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, who was just inches away from her, and stretched out her hand with some difficulty. Her voice gradually weakened, and she could barely keep her eyelids open.
Tianwu.
The purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian was on the verge of losing his mind. However, a trace of his remaining consciousness allowed him to stretch out his hand and hold Feng Tianwu's hand. At this moment, a scorching and terrifying energy surged from Feng Tianwu's hand into Duan Lingtian's body after he had been devilified. It made him shudder, and he could not help but shudder. At the same time, the scarlet in Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually disappeared after he had been demonized. Not only that, but even his purple hair was also gradually losing its color and turning back to black. Before Duan Lingtian's consciousness completely disappeared, he clearly realized that the black energy in his body was black. When the scorching energy in Feng Tianwu's body surged into his, the black energy in his body also flowed into her body. It was equivalent to a mutual gift. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian completely lost consciousness. He had no idea what happened after that. He only had time to guide a gentle energy around himself and Feng Tianwu before he lost consciousness. It supported them as they slowly descended to prevent them from falling and injuring themselves. With their current height, if they were to fall while unconscious, they would definitely die. Duan Lingtian did not know how long he had been unconscious for. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in a luxurious room. The big, soft bed made him feel reluctant to leave. "Boss, you're finally awake." Duan Lingtian had just sat up on the bed when he heard a familiar voice. He could not help but look over. With just a glance, he saw a familiar figure. It was a big fatty. Li Xian. Li Xian was his childhood playmate. Later on, they even formed a deep brotherhood. "Fatty, what is this place?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Boss, this is the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace," Li Xian said. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. That's right. If it wasn't the palace, how could it be so luxurious? Li Xian gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. He was not stingy with his praise. "Boss, aren't you too amazing? You actually killed the old man who led the group." When Li Xian said this, a smile bloomed on his face. Back then, he had been captured by one of the 3 people by the old man's side. He had always held a grudge against them. Now that the old man was dead, he felt joy and excitement from the bottom of his heart. "My mental energy feels like it's stagnating. Is it going to synchronize with my cultivation base? Is this a side effect of the Devil Seal tombstone?" Duan Lingtian quickly discovered this problem after inspecting his body. When he was first devilized by the Devil Seal tombstone, his mental energy, which was 2 levels higher than his cultivation base, was suppressed to a level higher than his cultivation base. Now, he was being devilized by the Devil Seal tombstone a second time. He could clearly feel that his mental energy, which was 1 level higher than his cultivation base, was stagnating. In the future, as his cultivation base increased, his mental energy might not rise to a level higher than his cultivation base. Instead, it would synchronize with his cultivation base. Currently, His cultivation base was at the 6th level void transformation stage, and his mental energy was at the 7th level void transformation stage. When his cultivation base broke through to the 7th level void transformation stage, his mental energy might not increase. Fortunately, my soul skill, 1000 illusions, is long gone.
Otherwise the impact would be huge. Duan Lingtian was slightly relieved.
If he could still use his soul skill, 1000 illusions, now, once his mental energy synchronized with his cultivation base, his soul skill would undoubtedly become useless.
Where's Tian Wu? Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Li Xian and asked worriedly. He still remembered. Before he lost consciousness, Tian Wu's situation was extremely bad. Her fire spirit body's energy was about to completely erupt. At that time, even a deity could not save Tian Wu.
Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought of this.
Could something have happened to Tian Wu?
Duan Lingtian was slightly anxious.
Boss, don't worry. Sister-in-law is fine. Grandma Meng is taking care of her. Li Xian smiled. This time, Duan Lingtian did not blame Li Xian for addressing Feng Tianwu as sister-in-law. After what happened last time, he had tacitly accepted Feng Tianwu in his heart. He no longer rejected her. Bring me to see her, Duan Lingtian said to Li Xian. There was a hint of anxiousness between his brows. This time, the reason Feng Tianwu faced a life-and-death crisis was all because of him, and it made him feel both touched and guilty. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian followed Li Xian to the place where Feng Tianwu was recuperating. On the way, Duan Lingtian found out from Li Xian that he had been lying in bed for an entire month. What? I've been lying in bed for a month. Yes. Li Xian nodded. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and thought to himself, the after-effects of the Devil Seal tablet are no joke. Fortunately, I fainted in the Imperial Palace this time. If I were to go somewhere else like last time, I would have died. After all, not everyone was as kind as Yi Xian. Finally, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu again. Feng Tianwu was still unconscious and showed no signs of waking up. Grandma Meng, is my sister-in-law still unconscious? Li Xian asked as he looked at Meng Ping. No. Meng Ping shook her head. Duan Lingtian stood next to the unconscious Feng Tianwu. He extended his spiritual energy soundlessly and quickly investigated Feng Tianwu's condition. The energy from the fire spirit body in Tian Wu's body has been completely neutralized? Also, Tian Wu's cultivation base has improved so much. What the hell is going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. However, this was a good thing. HM? Chapter 1046. If Tian Wu's soul is not healed, it'll be difficult for her to wake up even if she wants to. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely grave. He had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of his 2 lifetimes, so he had a good understanding of the soul. The soul was the foundation of a person. Once it was injured, the impact would be great. Take Feng Tianwu's current situation as an example. Feng Tianwu's soul was injured. Although it was not enough to destroy her soul, it would affect her mind, causing her to be unable to remain awake. She could only lie on the bed like she was now and become a living dead. She could not wake up like a normal person. Of course, her body was healthy and full of vitality. Duan Lingtian's gaze inadvertently landed on Feng Tianwu's right hand. That hand was tightly holding a 5-foot-long red flexible sword as though she was unwilling to let go even if she died. The red flexible sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing laid there, setting off Feng Tianwu's red clothes. It looked very harmonious. Although she hasn't woken up, she's holding that sword tightly from the beginning until the end. It's as though that sword is very important to her and she's unwilling to let go subconsciously. Meng Ping noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze and shook her head as she sighed. I really don't understand why she cares so much about that sword. It's as though it's a part of her body. Meng Ping's words made Duan Lingtian's heart tremble. He was the one who gave that sword to Tian Wu. Tian Wu. No matter what, I'll definitely heal your soul and wake you up. Duan Lingtian's gaze was filled with firmness and resolution. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, it was not impossible to heal a soul injury like Feng Tianwu's.
As long as one could find some rare treasures of heaven and earth on Cloud Continent, it could be healed. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, if Tian Wu consumes a large amount of royal-grade resurrection pills over a long period of time, there's still a chance for her soul to be healed. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. At some point in time, Duan Lingtian was sitting in front of the bed, staring blankly at the woman lying on the bed. His eyes and face were full of pity. When Meng Ping and Li Xian saw this, they glanced at each other before tactfully retreating and closing the door behind them. Tian Wu, as Duan Lingtian stared at the woman's peerless face that could cause the downfall of a nation, the image of the figure that looked like a fire elf who had forcefully activated the fire profundity in the past appeared in his mind again. Tian Wu was willing to sacrifice her life for him. In her heart, he was more important than her life. Duan Lingtian's heart was not made of stone. From the moment Feng Tianwu did not hesitate to sacrifice her life for him, his heart was touched. He even thought that if he and Feng Tianwu could survive, he would definitely not reject Feng Tianwu from 1,000 miles away. In the past, he had always wanted to let fate take its course between him and Tian Wu. Now it was time. Unfortunately, Tian Wu was unconscious due to the injury to her soul. The ending was not too perfect. Tian Wu, you don't have to wait for the next life. I'll treat you well in this life as long as you wake up. Duan Lingtian held Feng Tianwu's delicate hand tightly and said softly. His tone was gentle. This was a tone that he would only use in front of his two fiancées in the past. Now, he had given a portion of his gentleness to Feng Tianwu. Currently, Feng Tianwu had a very important position in his heart. Duan Lingtian held Feng Tianwu's hand quietly. His eyes never left her beautiful face. It was the first time he was quietly sizing up Feng Tianwu like this. At this moment for the first time, he felt Feng Tianwu was much more beautiful than before. In the past, he seemed to have overlooked many of her strengths. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was moved. He bent down and lowered his head. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, Duan Lingtian kissed Feng Tianwu's forehead. His eyes were filled with tender love. After he got up, Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down. At this moment, he finally had the mood to think about other things. A month ago, I was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet. After I was devilified, I felt like I was dreaming. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he recalled the experience from a month ago. He still remembered. At that time, it was as though he had entered a wonderful dreamland. In the dreamland, the Anika Sex Elder who was at the peak of the void attacked him first. In the face of the Anika Sex Elder, who had the strength of more than 4,000 ancient horned dragons, he only needed one punch to kill him easily. It was as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Subsequently, the North Nether Sex Supreme Elder Feng Tong attacked him. His sword slashed toward him as though it was assisted by the gods. On the other hand, he merely raised his hand casually and easily caught Feng Tong's sword that contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons. After I was devilified, I'm actually so powerful? That was a martial monarch powerhouse. A martial monarch powerhouse's flesh and blood was destroyed and his bones were shattered by me with just one punch? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened as he recalled the dreamland. With just one blow, he caught Feng Tong's sword that he had used all his strength with his bare hand. He killed Feng Tong with just one punch. Although Feng Tong was only at the first-level martial monarch stage, he was still a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. He was not someone that could be compared to a martial artist at the peak of the void stage, let alone an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist. Even so, he was still killed by him with just one blow. To be more precise, he was killed by him with just one blow after he was devilified. Devil Seal Tablet. What's this thing? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt the mystery and power of the Devil Seal Tablet again. It was a mystery and power that he could not understand, and it shocked him. Moreover, I feel like the black energy I cast after I was devilified is exactly the same as the black energy Zhao Ming cast before. However, after I was devilified, my strength was stronger than Zhao Ming's. My attack was faster than Zhao Ming's. Even if I killed Feng Tong, I didn't have time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian thought about Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming, the traitor of the 7-star sword sect. He had crippled his dantian and limbs and left him in a sealed inscription formation to fend for himself. However, Zhao Ming had appeared again not long ago. Not only were his limbs intact, but he also possessed a powerful strength. Moreover, the strength he possessed was not origin energy or concept. It was as though it was some other kind of strength. That kind of strength probably doesn't belong to Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu from his 2 lifetimes, but he could not find any record of that kind of strength. In the end, he came to this conclusion. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Other than this, he could not think of any other reason. Moreover, Zhao Ming was called a human puppet by that powerhouse who claimed he came from outside Cloud Continent. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian thought about the powerhouse who gave Zhao Ming a new life. He felt a headache when he thought about that powerhouse. That powerhouse's origin was mysterious, and it was related to many things that he could not figure out at all. In the end, he stopped thinking about it. When I have the ability to leave Cloud Continent in the future, all these mysteries will naturally be revealed. Before that, it's useless to think about it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he continued to think about it, he would undoubtedly think about his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng, and the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, who left the word sword in the Cluster Mountain Gorge in Xiongquan's hometown. Whether it was his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng, or the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, both of them had a certain connection with a mysterious world outside Cloud Continent. I remember that after I killed Feng Tong, that North Nether sect's elder sneakily attacked Tian Wu. When Duan Lingtian recalled this, his eyes instantly turned crimson red. Waves of terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. The killing intent wreaked havoc, causing the entire room to fall into a purgatory. Boom! At the same time, Duan Lingtian suddenly stood up. The strength in his feet skyrocketed as he stomped on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the floor of the room. The cracks spread out like a gigantic spider web. Boom! 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 For a moment, the room that Duan Lingtian was in was on the verge of collapsing due to the force that swept out from his feet. Even the bed that Feng Tianwu was lying on began to sway from side to side. Crack! Soon after, the foot of the bed broke and the bed collapsed. The unconscious Feng Tianwu was flung off the bed. Tianwu! Seeing Feng Tianwu being flung off the bed, Duan Lingtian's crimson eyes finally regained their clarity. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and caught Feng Tianwu. He held her horizontally in front of his chest as though he had just obtained a treasure. Feng Tianwu's delicate body was soft in his hands, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to stir. The desire that he had not felt for a long time was on the verge of erupting. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Little Tian." At this moment, 2 figures broke through the door and looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. However, when they saw that the entire room was in shambles and the wooden bed that had collapsed, a hint of horror appeared on their faces. It was as though a great battle had just taken place here. "Boss, this is..." Li Xian swallowed hard as he stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. "It's nothing. I've just been lying here for a month, so I wanted to move my limbs a little." At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already calmed down. He shook his head and replied, "Moved his limbs a little?" The corner of Li Xian's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Meng Ping had a strange expression on her face. "What's going on? Why did I feel so agitated when I recalled the scene of Tian Wu being ambushed earlier?" A chill ran down Duan Lingtian's spine when he recalled the earlier scene. At that moment, he felt as though his emotions were no longer under his control. It was as though someone else had taken control of his body. His agitated emotions were constantly magnified. It seems like my emotions have become even more uncontrollable after being devilified by the Devil Seal tombstone for the 2nd time. Soon after, Duan Lingtian guessed the reason. He still remembered. Back then, when he was devilified by the Devil Seal tombstone for the first time, his emotions had become slightly out of control. He was easily irritable. Chapter 1047. Now he was certain of one thing. Every time the Devil Seal tablet devilified Duan Lingtian, the aftereffects would worsen.
If I use the Devil Seal tablet a few more times, won't I be controlled by my emotions? Duan Lingtian could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought of this. That's right.
Boss, His Majesty asked me to pass these to you. At this moment, Li Xian took out a few spatial rings and a pile of fragments from his spatial ring and passed them to Duan Lingtian. Among the pile of fragments, there were two that stood out the most. They were the profundity fragments that came from Bai Yu Hai, the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect, and Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse from North Nether sect. As for the profundity fragment from Tong Shan, the martial monarch powerhouse from Azumo sect, Duan Lingtian had taken it along with his spatial ring after he killed him.
Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He was slightly surprised.
I didn't expect His Majesty to know how to retrieve these fragments from their bodies. Martial artists above the void transformation stage would have concept fragments in their bodies. Although this was common knowledge, Duan Lingtian was still surprised that someone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom knew about it.
He.
It said that His Majesty ordered their bodies to be cremated. His Majesty thinks these things are not simple, so he asked me to pass them to you after you woke up.
Li Xian chuckled.
Duan Lingtian finally understood. It seemed like even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor did not know what a concept fragment and a profundity fragment were. It made sense when he thought about it. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor knew the value of these concept fragments and profundity fragments, he would definitely ask for 1 or 2 fragments from Duan Lingtian.
I'll take these 2 fragments and the spatial ring.
As for the rest, I'll leave them to you and the Divine Might Marquis estate. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took the 2 profundity fragments and the spatial rings from Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong's bodies.
He did not take the concept fragments.
Leave them to me and the Divine Might Marquis estate?
Li Xian was stunned. He did not know what Duan Lingtian meant.
Little Tian. Could it be that these things aren't simple? At this moment, Meng Ping, who stood beside Li Xian, asked with a surprised expression. Grandma Meng, since you're the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect, and the Flying Rainbow sect is a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, could it be that you haven't heard of concept fragments? Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Ping with a puzzled expression and asked. Concept fragment. Duan Lingtian's words were like a thunderclap that resounded out, and it shocked Meng Ping to the point she was dumbstruck. She only recovered from her shock after a long time, and she gasped for breath as she asked. Little Tian, you said these are concept fragments? Meng Ping asked in astonishment as she looked at the pile of fragments in Li Xian's hand that flickered with various colored energies. Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. These are concept fragments.
Moreover, they're concept fragments of extremely high grade. As long as you comprehend the corresponding concept, you can use them to quickly elevate your concept to the void transformation concept. They really are concept fragments. Although Meng Ping had never seen a concept fragment before, she had read about it in some of the ancient books in her sect. She knew it was something that was born in the body of a void transformation powerhouse. No. In next to no time, Meng Ping shuddered as she seemed to have recalled something, and she revealed an astonished expression as she looked at Duan Lingtian.
Little Tian.
According to my knowledge, concept fragments can only be nurtured within the body of a void transformation stage powerhouse. You mean, those mysterious powerhouses are all void transformation stage powerhouses? Meng Ping's eyes narrowed as she spoke, and her breathing quickened again.
That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded.
For a time, not only was Meng Ping stunned, but even Li Xian was dumbstruck. These things are born in the body of a void transformation powerhouse? Meng Ping's words echoed in Li Xian's ears as he looked at the pile of fragments in his hand. His heartbeat quickened, and he could not calm down for a long time. Void transformation powerhouse. What kind of powerful existence was that? Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Darkstone Empire had never heard of a void transformation powerhouse. It was said that even in the Dark Han dynasty, void transformation stage powerhouses were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Li Xian knew his boss was powerful. Even so, he did not expect his boss to be able to kill a void transformation powerhouse. He originally thought his boss was only respected among the younger generation in the Dark Han dynasty. However, it seemed like his boss could even kill a void transformation powerhouse. Looks like, even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, I'm afraid there are not many people who can defeat my boss.
Li Xian guessed.
If Li Xian knew, the owners of the pile of concept fragments in his hands could easily annihilate the entire Dark Han dynasty by themselves, so perhaps he wouldn't think like this. Boss, Grandma Meng, what's the use of these concept fragments? Li Xian could not help but ask curiously as he looked at the pile of fragments in his hand. He subconsciously felt that these things that came from the body of a void transformation powerhouse were not simple. Soon after, Li Xian found out what a concept fragment was and what its use was from Meng Ping. It can help a martial artist to raise their concept quickly, similar to a spirit fruit to raise one's cultivation base. Li Xian's eyes lit up. His breathing that had calmed down became rapid again. The fat on his body and face trembled along with his emotions. Only now did he realize the value of the pile of fragments in his hand. Boss, are you really going to leave these concept fragments to me and the Divine Might Marquis estate? You don't want them for yourself? Li Xian took a deep breath and tried to suppress the excitement in his heart as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at Meng Ping with an apologetic smile. Grandma Meng, I'm afraid I have to leave now. Please help me bid farewell to Grandfather Nye, Uncle Nye, and Brother Nye. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Meng Ping and Li Xian's response, Duan Lingtian disappeared before their eyes with Feng Tianwu. It was as though he had never appeared. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Meng Ping and Li Xian could not react in time. When they finally regained their senses, they smiled wryly. Boss left again. I really don't know when I'll see him again. Li Xian said with a long face. Looks like little Tian doesn't plan to say goodbye to them this time. Meng Ping sighed. She could guess the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian planned to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom immediately. As for why Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry to leave, she had no idea. However, she could vaguely guess that it had something to do with Feng Tianwu. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's sudden departure had something to do with Feng Tianwu. Although Tian Wu's soul is only injured and her body is fine, it's not suitable for her to be exposed to the air for too long. It's best if she has the 1,000-year frost to protect her body. Of course, it'll be best if she has the 10,000-year frost. After Duan Lingtian left the Crimson Sky Kingdom with Feng Tianwu in his arms, he headed in the direction of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I'll look for Xiongquan first. He planned to look for Xiongquan, whom he and Feng Tianwu had left behind a few days ago. During their journey, Duan Lingtian continued to observe the situation in Feng Tianwu's body with his spiritual energy. The fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body has been completely suppressed. Moreover, the fire spirit body's energy has merged with her origin energy, causing her cultivation base to have a huge breakthrough. The fire spirit body's energy doesn't seem to have been completely exhausted. It's still working with Tian Wu's origin energy according to the cultivation method's route. Tian Wu's cultivation base is still rising rapidly. Soon after, Duan Lingtian gained a certain understanding of Feng Tianwu's condition. Feng Tianwu was only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage earlier. However, after the suppressed fire spirit body's energy merged with her origin energy, it helped her raise her cultivation base rapidly. The increase was even more exaggerated than consuming a spirit fruit. In just a month's time, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 9th level void interpretation with the help of the suppressed fire spirit body's energy. Based on this trend, it's only a matter of time before Tian Wu breaks through to the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian could easily see this. However, how did the fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body get suppressed? Soon after, Duan Lingtian frowned. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, there were only 2 ways for a possessor of the fire spirit body like Tian Wu to suppress the fire spirit body's energy in her body. Only by completely suppressing the fire spirit body's energy would she be able to guarantee that she would not be devoured by the fire spirit body's energy when she was 30 years old. There were 2 ways. First, find a possessor of the water spirit body or the ice spirit body. Moreover, the possessor must be a male. After the yin and yang harmonization, the possessor could suppress the fire spirit body's energy in their body. Second, after one's cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, one could rely on the void transformation stage's origin energy to suppress the fire spirit body's energy in their body. However, the fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body isn't suppressed through these two methods. Duan Lingtian frowned as he recalled what happened a month ago. I remember before I completely lost consciousness, the fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body seemed to have entered my body and repelled the energy from the Devil's Seal tablet. Before I lost consciousness, I regained control of my body. Before I regained control of my body, a wave of black energy seemed to have surged out of my body after I was devilified and rushed into Tian Wu's body. Could it be that this energy suppressed the fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body? Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled this matter. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. It seems like the fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body was indeed suppressed by the energy that surged out of my body after I was devilified. I can't believe the person who helped Tian Wu break free from the shackles of the fire spirit body's 30-year lifespan was really me.
Chapter 1048. Duan Lingtian still remembered.
That year, when he first came to the Darkstone Empire, he went to Phoenix Nest City and happened to encounter Feng Tianwu holding the groom search competition at the entrance of the city governor's estate. The groom search competition that time was organized by Feng Wu Dao for Feng Tianwu. There was only one purpose. It seemed to be because of some prophecy. It was to find the man in Feng Tianwu's destiny. It was said that man could help her break the curse of the innate spirit body that would definitely die at the age of 30. At that time, Duan Lingtian only thought it was nonsense, although all the clues pointed to him. But now, he had no choice but to believe the prophecy because the prophecy had come true. It was indeed him who helped Feng Tianwu break the shackles of the innate spirit body's destiny. Feng Tianwu was not even 30 years old. The energy of the fire spirit body in her body was suppressed and transformed into a part of the energy in her body that urged her origin energy to rapidly raise her cultivation base. It was precisely because of that prophecy that allowed Tian Wu to meet me. As for what happened after that, everything seemed to be logical. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh as he recalled the past. Perhaps, the fate between him and Feng Tianwu had quietly begun when he first met Feng Tianwu. At that time, the gears of fate had already tightly locked them together. The last time when he went from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Lingtian had slightly suppressed his speed because he had to take care of Feng Tianwu. This time, his speed had increased by more than one level when he carried Feng Tianwu. Therefore, he quickly returned to the small city that was closest to the Xiong family's village. After arriving at the small city and returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian noticed Xiongquan was still cultivating. It was as if he did not know he had left with Feng Tianwu. This time, Duan Lingtian woke Xiongquan up. Young master. When Xiongquan heard Duan Lingtian's call, he immediately woke up from his cultivation. He opened the door and respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. Xiongquan, let's go to the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian said to Xiongquan. Xiongquan didn't ask any more questions and left with Duan Lingtian. Of course, he was taken away by Duan Lingtian. After his meridians and marrow cleansing, even though he had barely recovered his void-prying stage cultivation base and was able to fly, his speed was still too slow. At the very least, he was too slow in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian carried Feng Tianwu horizontally and brought Xiongquan all the way towards the Dark Han dynasty's capital. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Young master, young lady Tian Wu is? On the way, Xiongquan could not help but ask curiously when he saw Feng Tianwu did not move even after being carried by Duan Lingtian horizontally for a long time.
Something happened to Tian Wu. She might be unconscious for a while. Duan Lingtian said.
He knew very well that it was almost impossible for Feng Tianwu to wake up before her soul was healed.
Fortunately, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had reached the stage where she could not eat.
She could survive without eating anything. However, the most important thing right now was to find the 1,000-year frost or the 10,000-year frost.
Only in this way could Feng Tianwu's body be better preserved.
She would not be affected by some external factors and something bad would happen.
Xiongquan nodded.
Although he still had doubts in his heart, he did not continue to ask.
He was a smart person. He knew what to ask and what not to ask.
A few days later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Dark Han Dynasty's capital with Xianxia. The first thing he did was to go to the Dark Han Dynasty's palace. He stood in the air and spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian is here for a visit. Duan Lingtian's voice was like thunder. It reverberated in the entire Dark Han Dynasty's palace. Duan Lingtian is here? The entire palace was in an uproar. Presently, so long as it was someone from the Dark Han Dynasty, there wasn't a single person that didn't know Duan Lingtian. The person who won first place in the martial competition organized by the Dark Han Dynasty had participated in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by the forces of the foreign lands. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was the glory of the Dark Han Dynasty. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had defeated the young powerhouses from the other 9 great dynasties and brought glory to the Dark Han Dynasty. Duan Lingtian? Naturally, there were some people in the palace who had a grave expression on their faces. These people included the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the few Dark Han Dynasty's old princes. It was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that their cultivation base was able to break through to the void transformation stage. It could be said that they were indebted to Duan Lingtian. However, they had no choice but to betray Duan Lingtian when 3 groups of powerhouses came to visit earlier. They told the 3 groups of powerhouses about Duan Lingtian's origin. They felt guilty about this. Duan Lingtian is still alive? Soon after, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the few old princes gathered together. Their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Any one of the 3 groups of powerhouses who came to look for them was so powerful that even if they joined forces, they were no match for them. The 3 groups of powerhouses who came to the Dark Han Dynasty to look for Duan Lingtian did not come with good intentions. However, they allowed Duan Lingtian to survive? Don't tell me he's here to denounce us? I think so. Indeed, we're in the wrong. However, how did he survive the 3 groups of powerhouses? Perhaps, the 3 groups of powerhouses did not do anything to him. Impossible. Many of the 3 groups of powerhouses had killing intent in their eyes when they mentioned Duan Lingtian. Logically speaking, it's impossible for them to let Duan Lingtian go. The few of them discussed among themselves. In the end, they had to admit that Duan Lingtian survived the 3 groups of powerhouses and came to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital, the Imperial Palace. I'll go alone. All of you, protect His Majesty. One of the old princes, who was Zishang's master, said to the other Dark Han Dynasty's old princes after taking a deep breath. Imperial Uncle. Horror dawned on the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. Don't worry, Your Majesty. It's fine even if Duan Lingtian is here to denounce us. He might not be as strong as I am. The old prince smiled. He did not wait for the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's reply before he flew toward the source of the voice. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air with Feng Tianwu in his arms. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as though they could see through everything. Not long after, he saw a familiar figure soar into the sky and arrive in front of him in a moment. Zishang's master? Duan Lingtian recognized the old man in front of him immediately. The old man could be considered as an old acquaintance of his. However, although the old man had a relationship with Zishang, he had never helped Zishang deal with him. At the very least, he did not think so. Therefore, he had no ill intentions toward the old man. Duan Lingtian, when did you return from the Blade sect? The old man asked in a friendly manner as he forced a smile on his face. I just returned a while ago. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Old prince, I'm here to ask for a favor from the imperial family. I'm sure it won't be difficult for the imperial family. You're a hero of the Dark Han dynasty. As long as it's within the imperial family's power, we'll help you. Tell me, the old man said. At the same time, he secretly sighed in relief when he realized Duan Lingtian was not here to denounce him. Although he seemed to be very confident in front of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor earlier, he could not help but feel slightly perturbed in his heart. He really did not dare be certain that he could defeat the current Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a monster. From the dynasty martial competition to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's improvement with his own eyes. The last time he saw Duan Lingtian was when Duan Lingtian decided to join the Blade sect. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's strength would definitely increase after joining the Blade sect. It was not impossible for Duan Lingtian to surpass him. A monster could not be judged by common sense. Moreover, there were 3 groups of powerhouses who went to look for Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian was still alive. He had a feeling that something was not right. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless when he faced Duan Lingtian. He treated him with caution. "I'm here for one thing. I wonder if the imperial family has the 10,000-year frost?" Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at the old man. 10,000-year frost. The old man's eyes narrowed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The 10,000-year frost was ice that had been accumulated for 10,000 years. It would not melt even if it was burned by an ordinary flame, a low-grade pill fire, or a weapon fire. A small piece of 10,000 years old glacial ice could quickly calm a person's restless mind, allowing them to enter a better state of cultivation, allowing them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. One could imagine how precious the 10,000-year frost was. He himself had a cushion, made from a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. Usually, he would take it out and use it when he couldn't calm down to cultivate. "Duan Lingtian, after you joined the Blade sect, I wonder how strong you are now." The old man did not answer Duan Lingtian immediately. Instead, he asked this question. Naturally, he did not ask this question on a whim. He wanted to know how strong Duan Lingtian was now. He wanted to know if the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family was willing to give him the 10,000-year frost. This was because even the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family did not have much 10,000-year frost in stock. "Why? Does the old prince want to see if I'm qualified to obtain the 10,000-year frost?" Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes. He could easily tell what the old man was thinking. The old man was a little embarrassed when Duan Lingtian pointed it out. However, he did not deny it. "If I'm not mistaken, the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family seems to have benefited a lot from the Sky Wolf Fort and the Blade sect because of me, right?" Duan Lingtian said calmly. "I think the 10,000-year frost is not as valuable as the benefits you guys obtained because of me, right?" The old man was even more embarrassed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he did not say anything. "Since the old prince wants to see how strong I am now, I'll fulfill your wish." Chapter 1049. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and shouted coldly. At the same time, the anger in his mind continued to spread and grow. The aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet affected Duan Lingtian imperceptibly. Boom! The moment Duan Lingtian took a step forward, a wave of vast energy swept out and targeted the old man in front of him. It was so fast that it was even faster than lightning. *T. The moment Duan Lingtian took a step forward, the old man realized that something was amiss. His heart could not help but rise to his throat. At this moment, when he saw a wave of energy that even he could not see with his naked eyes gushing out of Duan Lingtian's body, his eyes instantly narrowed. Fear was written all over his face. "Run!" Without any hesitation, the old man immediately moved. He wanted to quickly escape from the attack range of Duan Lingtian's energy. However, could he escape? Duan Lingtian attacked in anger. Even without the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, the energy that was transformed from his origin energy and various concepts was equivalent to the strength of 2,700 ancient horned dragons. Dealing with a first-level void transformation martial artist who had just comprehended the first-level void transformation concept was no different from using a butcher's cleaver to kill a chicken. That was the truth. Boom! The energy that gushed out of Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have transformed into a wave of vast multicolored flames. At the moment when the old man was about to move, he was completely drowned in it. Boom! 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 Wherever the multicolored flames passed, the sound of air exploding continuously sounded like thunder. It swept through the entire Dark Han dynasty's imperial palace. Rumble! 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 In the end, the energy that seemed to have transformed into multicolored flames covered the majestic palace in the middle of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial palace and instantly razed it to the ground. Not only that, but there was also a bottomless pit where the palace had been. The pit was so big that it was enough to bury thousands of people. "Young master is so powerful." Xianxia, who was following behind Duan Lingtian, witnessed the old man in front of Duan Lingtian being obliterated by the multicolored energy surging out of Duan Lingtian. Apart from a spatial ring and a concept fragment, there was nothing else on the old man's body. Not even a speck was left. "Young master, are you all right?" At the same time, Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Just now he had sensed it. When his young master took a step towards the old man, a terrifying power surged out of his body. His young master's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. At that moment, he felt that his young master had changed, becoming extremely unfamiliar. It was as if he had turned into a bloodthirsty Azura that had crawled out of hell. Duan Lingtian, whose body was emitting waves of terrifying killing intent, gradually regained consciousness after hearing Xianxia's call. At this moment, he only felt a little dizzy. When he regained his senses, he recalled what had just happened. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Earlier, I only wanted to show him my current strength, so that the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family would obediently hand over the 10,000-year frost. However, I didn't expect that I would be controlled by my emotions and kill him. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. All he could feel was numbness on his scalp. For the first time, the aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet terrified him from the bottom of his heart. When he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet for the first time, he felt that his emotions had become more agitated. In the end, he confirmed that it was the aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet. However, at that time, he could still easily suppress his agitated emotions, so he did not take it to heart. However, after being devilified by the Devil Seal tablet for the second time, he could no longer control his emotions. He realized that as long as he was slightly angered, his emotions would go out of his control. His anger would be magnified, and he would even do some extreme things. When he regained his senses, he recalled what had just happened. After the Devil Seal tablet devilified me, it gave me the power to kill an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse. However, the price to pay for all of this is extremely high. Duan Lingtian's face was gloomy. The Devil Seal tablet was like a double-edged sword, killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own. Moreover, he had an intuition. If he allowed the Devil Seal tablet to devilify him again, he would lose control of his emotions. In the end, he might lose himself and turn into a killing machine. If it's not necessary, I must never use the Devil Seal tablet again. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and made up his mind. To him, the Devil Seal tablet was no longer a life-saving straw. It might even suppress his consciousness and turn him into a killing machine controlled by his emotions. So what if he's dead? After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian casually put away the spatial ring and concept fragment of the old man, the Dark Han dynasty's old prince, into his spatial ring. He hated ungrateful people the most in his life. Earlier, the Dark Han dynasty's old prince had spoken as though they would not hand over the 10,000-year frost unless he was strong enough to suppress the entire Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. I've obtained many spirit weapons, pills, and even concept fragments for the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Now, I only want the 10,000-year frost that's not as valuable as the items they obtained from Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect. How dare he refuse me? Duan Lingtian's face was filled with anger again. The murderous aura on his body was rising again. Young master. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Xianxia shouted again. His face turned even gloomier. Damn it! The aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet have worsened to this extent. It seems like I have to suppress my emotions if it's not necessary. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of the aftereffects that the Devil Seal tablet brought to him. It was completely out of his control. Duan Lingtian. How dare you kill my imperial uncle? Soon after, a furious voice shot up into the sky. A figure covered in a golden dragon robe appeared. It was a middle-aged man with a dignified expression on his face. It was the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. At this moment, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. However, there was a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes. He had clearly witnessed the scene of Duan Lingtian killing the old man with just a single blow. He knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian since he was not as powerful as the old man. Your Majesty. At this moment, Another two old men shot up into the sky and arrived next to the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. They looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance with dread on their faces. Their faces were pale. How long has it been? And there are so many void transformation martial artists in the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy instantly probed the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the other two old men's cultivation base. He chuckled before his voice gradually turned low. However, have all of you forgotten? Who's the main reason all of you managed to break through to the void transformation stage today? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he mocked. He was afraid he would be controlled by his emotions again, so he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart to prevent it from spilling out. Otherwise, he was really worried he would be controlled by his anger again and kill the 3 void transformation martial artists from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family in front of him. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's face turned grave when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The other 2 Dark Han Dynasty's old princes were embarrassed as well. Naturally, the person who contributed the most was the purple-clad young man standing in front of them, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Finally, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor opened his mouth and said coldly, I admit that we managed to break through to the void transformation stage mainly because of you. However, this doesn't mean you can kill the people from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family as you wish. Kill as I wish? Duan Lingtian smiled. Your Majesty, it seems like you don't know the reason behind this, right? Don't you think it's a little arbitrary to accuse me of killing the people from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family if you don't know the reason? Huh. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even the 2 old men standing next to him were looking at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on their faces. They only saw Duan Lingtian killing the old prince from afar. They did not know what happened between the old prince and Duan Lingtian. Today, I came here to ask for the 10,000-year frost from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. However, that old man changed the topic on purpose. Moreover, based on his words, it seems like you'll only give me the 10,000-year frost if I'm strong enough to suppress the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Duan Lingtian spoke word by word as he patiently recounted what had happened earlier. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's expression changed immediately. As for the other 2 old men, they felt their faces burning. In their opinion, even if they offered up all the 10,000-year frost that the imperial family had stored, it would only be a fraction of what Duan Lingtian had done for the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Although the 10,000-year frost was precious, they did not use much of it. Most of the time, they kept it at the bottom of the treasure vault. However, the benefits that Duan Lingtian had obtained for them allowed them to break through to the void transformation stage. It had fulfilled their long-cherished wish. Now, esteemed Dark Han Dynasty's emperor, do you still think I'm wantonly slaughtering the members of your Dark Han Dynasty? Duan Lingtian asked mockingly as he narrowed his eyes. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor remained silent for a long time because he knew he was in the wrong. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually darkened. Duan Lingtian, the imperial family is in the wrong. It's not your fault. The 2 old princes standing next to the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor panicked when they saw the change in Duan Lingtian's expression and recalled the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. Yes, it's not your fault. As for the 10,000-year ice you want, you can take it from our treasury now. The 2 old princes from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family panicked. Chapter 1050. The 2 old princes from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family led the way while Duan Lingtian carried Feng Tianwu, who was still unconscious. Xianxia followed closely behind. Who's this lady? At this moment, the 2 old princes from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family finally noticed the red-clad lady in Duan Lingtian's arms. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. She must be Duan Lingtian's confidant. Both of them only glanced at Feng Tianwu, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, before they looked away. They were afraid that they would vent their anger on Duan Lingtian. The 2 old men who had lived for more than half of their lives were like mice that saw a cat when they faced Duan Lingtian. Although they felt aggrieved, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. In this world where the strong were respected, whoever had the hardest fist would be the boss. They knew they were no match for this young man who was not even 30 years old, so they could only admit defeat. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan followed the two old princes from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family into the Dark Han dynasty's treasure vault. There were many treasures stored inside. One must admit that the Dark Han dynasty's treasure vault was huge. The items inside were extremely rare. It was far more valuable than the treasure vault in the Darkstone Empire that Duan Lingtian had entered before. It made sense when one thought about it. One was a dynasty while the other was an empire under the rule of a dynasty. Naturally, there was no comparison between the two. The 10,000-year frost is here. One of the old prince's voice came from the back of a side palace in the treasure vault. It attracted Duan Lingtian's attention, and he could not help but fly over. Soon after, he brought Xiongquan into the side palace. As soon as he entered the side hall, Duan Lingtian felt an icy cold and bone-piercing aura assault his face, causing him, who was completely unprepared, to be unable to refrain from shuddering, and he hurriedly used his origin energy to protect his body before blocking out the cold air. Next, he saw a high platform made entirely of translucent ice standing beside the old prince, who was also holding up an elemental energy shield. The cold aura was coming from the platform. The high platform was divided into two levels. One layer on the outside and one layer on the inside. If one looked carefully, they would find that although the platform was sparkling and translucent, the color of the outer layer was not as deep as the inner layer. The difference between the two was huge. The outside is the 1,000-year ice, and the inside is the 10,000-year ice. The old prince said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even if no one reminded him, he could easily tell the difference between the 1,000-year frost and the 10,000-year frost with the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara. The cold air was coming from the 1,000-year frost. To be precise, not all of it came from the Millennium Frost. Some of it came from the 10,000-year frost, and then from the Millennium Frost. Of course, without the 1,000-year frost as a restraint, the 10,000-year frost would be even more terrifying. It could freeze a person with a low cultivation within 100 meters into an ice sculpture. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian hugged Tian Wu with one hand and raised his other hand to form a palm blade. He slashed out continuously. Whoosh! 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 6 lightning-like blade beams shot out in a row and landed on the crystal-clear platform in the distance, which was made up of the 1,000-year frost ice and 10,000-year frost ice. Soon after, the outer layer of the 1,000-year frost broke off and fell to the ground with loud noises. At the same time, the 10,000-year frost finally revealed its true form. Not only that, but as the 10,000-year frost ice broke away from the 1,000-year frost ice, an even more terrifying chill swept out and spread in all directions. Duan Lingtian did not move at all. The Dark Han dynasty's old prince had a solemn expression on his face. He tried his best to form an origin energy light shield to block the cold aura. Crack! As for Xiongquan, the elemental energy barrier on his body was instantly shattered by the cold air, and the overwhelming cold air invaded his body, causing him to feel his entire body stiffen from the cold. Xiongquan. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Xiongquan had turned into an ice sculpture. Moreover, his life force was still fading away. If nobody came to save Xiongquan, he would definitely die in a dozen breaths at most. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, gusts of green wind appeared and twined around Xiongquan's body. It formed a barrier that blocked the cold aura that continued to attack Xiongquan. Whoosh! Subsequently, strands of raging flames were born within the green gale. As soon as the flame appeared, it twined around Xiongquan, who was frozen into an ice sculpture like gangrene. Subsequently, it melted the ice around Xiongquan's body and entered his body. The flame was the fire concept that Duan Lingtian controlled. Naturally, it did not affect Xiongquan at all. In just 3 breaths, Duan Lingtian activated the fire concept and easily expelled the cold aura from Xiongquan's body, allowing him to return to normal. Thank you, young master. Xiongquan hurriedly thanked Duan Lingtian after he inhaled sharply with lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, there was a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, he further felt the gap between him and his young master. He only felt like he was a burden following his young master. After expelling the cold aura from Xiongquan's body, Duan Lingtian's origin energy surged out of his body without reservation. It transformed into a light shield that enveloped Xiongquan. Xiongquan was instantly protected. He no longer had to worry about being attacked by the 10,000-year frost's cold aura.
M6th level void transformation stage?
The Darkhan dynasty's old prince who had just entered the side palace and the old prince who was originally in the side palace stared blankly at the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Duan Lingtian's head. Those silhouettes of ancient horned dragons caused them to be unable to help but be dumbstruck. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's strength was. At the same time, they were glad that they did not offend Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive even if they had 10 lives.
6th level void transformation stage?
Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he looked above Duan Lingtian's head when he heard the two Darkhan dynasty's old prince's exclamation. Although he knew his young master was strong, he did not expect his young master to be this strong.
The 6th level void transformation stage was not far from the martial monarch stage. A 6th level void transformation stage martial artist who's not even 30 years old. I'm afraid he's as rare as a phoenix's feather and a chelan's horn in the entire cloud continent, right?
Xianxia thought to himself as his heart jolted.
Bas, 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 bas.
Soon after, the three of them, including Xianxia, heard the sound of saber whistling. They could not help but look in the direction of the sound. They noticed that as Duan Lingtian's palm saber continued to sweep out, the thick 10,000-year frost quickly turned into an ice coffin.
Whoosh!
As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, the lid of the ice coffin flew up and hovered in the air. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian suddenly shook his other hand that was holding Feng Tianwu. At this moment, Feng Tianwu's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force as she slowly fell into the ice coffin. The lid that was hovering in the air finally fell and closed after her entire body fell into the ice coffin. Through the crystal-clear ice coffin, one could see a beautiful red-clad lady lying quietly inside. One could see the cold air surrounding the red-clad lady's body, but it could not penetrate her body.
If one looked closely, one could see it.
The red-clad lady's body was covered in red mist and white mist. It seemed to have formed a barrier that completely blocked the cold air from the 10,000-year frost. It was the protective energy that was automatically released from the red-clad lady's body. With Tianwu's cultivation base at the 9th level void interpretation and the origin energy that has been fused with the fire spirit body's energy, not only will she not be attacked by the cold air while lying in the ice coffin made from 10,000-year-old frost, she'll be able to cultivate better.
A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. It was a satisfied smile.
At this moment, the two old princes from the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family finally realized that Duan Lingtian needed the 10,000-year frost to make the ice coffin for the red-clad lady. However, they were puzzled. It was obvious that the red-clad lady's vitality was extremely strong. Why would Duan Lingtian hide it? Naturally, they did not dare to ask even though they were puzzled. I also need some materials to inscribe inscriptions and set up inscription formations. The Darkhan dynasty's imperial family's treasure vault has them.
Is it all right if I use them?
Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he looked at the two old princes.
No problem, no problem.
The two old princes hurriedly waved their hands.
Just take whatever you need.
That's right. It doesn't matter even if you empty the treasure vault. The two old princes did not have any objections to Duan Lingtian, whose cultivation base had broken through to the 6th level void transformation stage. They did not dare to have any objections. Therefore, the rest of the matter was simple. Duan Lingtian began to select the materials before he began to inscribe and set up the inscription formation. Apart from inscribing the selected materials, Duan Lingtian also had to inscribe inscriptions on the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was lying in to set up inscription formations. The first inscription formation was used to suppress the cold air on the ice coffin so that it would completely disappear. The second inscription formation was a defensive inscription formation. It allowed the ice coffin to have a strong defense. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy, the defensive inscription formation he inscribed could only block the attack of an ordinary martial artist below the 7th level void transformation stage at most. If a martial artist above the 7th level void transformation stage attacked, the ice coffin would still be destroyed. The third inscription formation was a killing formation. It was the only killing formation that Duan Lingtian could set up with his current spiritual energy. To be more precise, it was the only killing formation in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory that he could set up now. It was impossible for a single inscription to kill a martial artist who had entered the void. Chapter 1051. Naturally, the lethality of the killing formation formed by the inscriptions inscribed by Duanling Tian's current spiritual energy was limited. It could only kill martial artists below the 7th level void transformation stage. The killing formation that Duanling Tian set up could not kill martial artists at the 7th level void transformation stage or above. It was not powerful enough. The power of an inscription formation was closely related to the spiritual energy of the inscription master who inscribed and set it up. Both were indispensable. My current spiritual energy is still too weak. I can only inscribe higher-level inscriptions and set up higher-level inscription formations when my spiritual energy is powerful. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. However, he knew there was nothing he could do about it. I can only raise the level of the inscription formation after my spiritual energy has improved in the future. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he glanced at the ice coffin that was hovering in the air under his control. Xianxia, let's go. As soon as Duanling Tian finished muttering to himself, he called out to Xianxia and raised his hand to guide the ice coffin toward the side of the side palace's wall. The ice coffin seemed to have transformed into a crystal-clear lightning bolt. Boom! Wherever the ice coffin passed, the airflow would surge as it pierced a huge hole in one of the side palace's walls. Duanling Tian and Xianxia flew out as well. Whoosh! 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 As Duanling Tian flew out, he guided the ice coffin and Xianxia as well. The three of them transformed into 3 bolts of lightning and disappeared before the eyes of the 2 Dark Han Dynasty's old princes in just a blink of an eye. The 2 old men's mouths twitched when they saw the huge hole in the wall. Is this really a specially reinforced wall? One of the old men asked in a daze. It said that even a 9th level void interpretation martial artist would need at least half an hour to break through the wall. The other old man said in a daze. No wonder. He's a 6th level void transformation powerhouse. I wonder how much stronger he is compared to a 9th level void interpretation martial artist. In the end, the 2 old men realized the truth before their eyes. They could only smile wryly. Whoosh! 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 After the 3 bolts of lightning left the treasure vault in the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial palace, they did not leave the imperial city. Instead, they went to the Zhang clan's estate. Big brother Zhang. After arriving at the Zhang clan's estate, Duanling Tian's thunderous voice reverberated in the air. There was a commotion in the Zhang clan's estate. Soon after, a figure flew over like a bolt of lightning and appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes. It was a young man who seemed to be in his middle age. Brother Ling, what happened to Tianwu? The person was none other than Zhang Shouyong. As soon as he appeared, he instantly noticed the ice coffin hovering next to Duanling Tian. It was the ice coffin? Who would carry an ice coffin around with them? Soon, Zhang Shouyong saw a person lying in the ice coffin, and it was someone he was extremely familiar with. His expression changed for a moment. Something happened to Tianwu. She will be unconscious for a while. Although Duanling Tian said it casually, Zhang Shouyong could sense it was not a simple matter. However, since Duanling Tian did not say anything, he did not probe further. Through the ice coffin, he could see the origin energy that was constantly emanating from Feng Tianwu's body. It formed a protective layer to resist the cold. The origin energy that was constantly pulsing was enough to show the vitality in Feng Tianwu's body. Brother Ling Tian, you finally came to the capital. Since you're here at our Zhang clan's estate, why don't you stay for a while? Zhang Shouyong invited passionately. Tianwu can also rest well. Big brother Zhang, there's no need for that. I came here to ask you if you and sister-in-law plan to return to the Blade sect? If you want to go back, I can send you back and then go do my own thing. When Duanling Tian explained the purpose of his visit, there was a hint of eagerness in his tone. He was eager to bring Feng Tianwu to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. As long as he obtained the royal-grade resurrection pill left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he might be able to help Feng Tianwu heal her soul. Naturally, it was only a possibility. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, a large number of royal-grade resurrection pills were needed to heal an injured soul. However, There were not many royal-grade resurrection pills left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He did not know if it would be enough. However, no matter what, Duan Lingtian wanted to give it a try. Moreover, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's great treasure was originally his next stop. Brother Lingtian, Xianxia and I won't be returning to the Blade sect for the time being. I plan to stay and accompany her to every corner of the Dark Han dynasty before we go to the other 9 great dynasties. A doting smile appeared on Zhang Shouyang's face when he mentioned Wang Qiong. Duan Lingtian nodded. If that's the case, we'll take our leave first. Then without waiting for Zhang Shouyang's reply, Duan Lingtian brought the ice coffin with Feng Tianwu lying on it and Xiong Quan. It was as though they had transformed into 3 bolts of lightning as they headed toward the northern desert. Along the way, everything was calm and peaceful. Naturally, it was mainly because Duan Lingtian was flying too fast with the ice coffin and Xiong Quan. They left a trail of dust in their wake, causing the bandits to avoid them. They realized that Duan Lingtian was not a pushover, so they did not dare to provoke him. Just like that, Duan Lingtian entered the northern desert again. Soon after, he arrived at the first city he went to when he first came to the foreign lands, the ancient desert city. At the same time, it was also the territory of the Sky Wolf Fort. Initially, he came to the ancient desert city to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by the Sky Wolf Fort. Whoosh! A soft sound came from the spacious restaurant. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a crystal-clear ice coffin flew into the restaurant and floated in front of a table by the window. At the same time, 2 people appeared at the table. One of them was a purple-clad young man who sat down while the other was a middle-aged man who stood behind him. That's an ice coffin? Look at the texture of the ice coffin. It seems to be made of 10,000 years old ice. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man's identity is not simple to be able to find a huge piece of 10,000 years old ice that can be used to make an ice coffin. The customers in the restaurant discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Xiong Quan, sit down and eat. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiong Quan. Young master, I'm not hungry. Xiong Quan stood behind Duan Lingtian obediently. He had no intention of sitting down. What? You're not going to listen to me anymore? Duan Lingtian said calmly. Although Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, it was like a sudden clap of thunder in Xiong Quan's ears. He was so shocked that he shuddered and hastily sat on the other side of the table without any hesitation. Immediately after, Xiong Quan called the waiter and ordered a table full of dishes. After the table was filled, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan began to sweep through the food. Before long, the 2 of them were almost done eating. Just as the 2 of them were about to pay the bill and leave. An ice coffin made of 10,000 years old ice? Accompanied by a surprised voice, a figure approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Duan Lingtian. He looked up and down at the ice coffin floating beside Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he was directly ignored by the person. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and looked at the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived was a middle-aged man. He had a noble look on his face and obviously came from an extraordinary background. However, what attracted Duan Lingtian's attention the most was his attire. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this attire. There was a wolf head emblem on his chest and the wolf's eyes were bronze in color. A disciple of Sky Wolf Fort. The most surprising thing was the 2 old men following behind the middle-aged man. The 2 old men wore badges with the head of a gray wolf on their chests. The pupils of the gray wolf were all silver. The 2 old men were obviously the elders of Sky Wolf Fort. A disciple of Sky Wolf Fort was protected by 2 elders of Sky Wolf Fort. Duan Lingtian immediately realized that this disciple of Sky Wolf Fort was not simple. At the very least, his background was not simple. Xiong Quan, let's go. However, even if he realized that this person's background was not simple, Duan Lingtian had no intention of staying. After calling out to Xiong Quan, he took the lead and walked out of the restaurant. The ice coffin followed him wherever he went. What a beautiful woman! At this moment, the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort saw the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin. His eyes were filled with lust and greed when he saw the red-clad lady's peerless appearance. He could not wait to take her for himself and keep her as his exclusive property. Soon after, the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort noticed that Duan Ling Tian was dragging the ice coffin out of the restaurant. "Stop right there." Instantly, the Sky Wolf Fort's disciple flew out to block Duan Ling Tian's path at the first possible moment, and he said with a cold voice, "Kid, if you're sensible, then quickly put my cousin down. Otherwise, this young master will make you leave this place horizontally." The words of the Sky Wolf Fort's disciple had practically confirmed the fact that Duan Ling Tian wanted to abduct his cousin's sister. "Cousin." Duan Ling Tian smirked when he heard the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort's words. He knew what the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort was trying to do. However, he ignored the disciple and said coldly, "Scram!
You have a death wish, boy."
The Sky Wolf Fort's disciple had never been yelled at like this before, and his face couldn't help but go grim. After he shouted furiously, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and his concept pounced towards Duan Ling Tian like a shadow.
A mantis trying to stop a chariot.
Duan Ling Tian smirked in disdain when he saw the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort's thunderous attack. He raised his hand and casually threw a punch.
Whoosh!
The punch that seemed as if it possessed the help of the gods seemed to have transformed into a sledgehammer before the Sky Wolf Fort disciple could even touch the corners of Duan Ling Tian's clothes, and it fiercely descended onto his lower abdomen.
Bang!
A loud noise reverberated in the air. The disciple of Sky Wolf Fort was sent flying. The origin energy in his dantian leaked out without any reservation. It was as though a balloon had been punctured.
Boom!
The disciple of Sky Wolf Fort fell heavily on the ground. He only regained his senses after he felt dizzy for a while. When he realized that his dantian had been destroyed by Duan Ling Tian's punch, his face flushed red. His eyes were filled with rage as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. "How dare you destroy my dantian? You're so cruel. You're so cruel."
Cruel?
The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he didn't take it seriously.
Chapter 1052. Whoosh!
The ice coffin flew out of the restaurant under Duan Ling Tian's guidance. Just when Duan Ling Tian brought Xianxia along to follow up, two figures blocked their path. They were precisely the two old men who followed behind the Sky Wolf Fort's disciple. They were the two Sky Wolf Fort's elders. "Kill him! Kill him!" At this moment, the Sky Wolf Fort's disciple shouted hysterically at the two Sky Wolf Fort's elders. Early on when Duan Ling Tian crippled the Sky Wolf Fort's disciple's dantian, the expressions of the two Sky Wolf Fort's elders had already turned grim as they realized that they were going to suffer misfortune this time. They thought they had failed to protect the Sky Wolf Fort's disciple. The Sky Wolf Fort's disciple was not an ordinary person. Both of their faces turned grave when they heard the Sky Wolf Fort's disciples shout.
Killing intent flashed in their eyes.
Without wasting any time, the origin energy in their bodies skyrocketed. Their concepts followed like shadows as they charged at Duan Ling Tian.
Boom! Boom!
The two Sky Wolf Fort elders were 4th-level Void Transformation stage martial artists that had comprehended 4th-level Void Transformation concept. Even if they didn't utilize spirit weapons, they were still capable of drawing out a shocking phenomenon of the heavens and the earth when they attacked. When the two palms that were filled with origin energy covered the sky and the earth like palm leaf fans as they descended towards Duan Ling Tian. In the sky above their heads, there were thousands of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that charged towards Duan Ling Tian together with them in an imposing manner.
Boom! 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 Boom!
When both of their palms descended on Duan Ling Tian like they were covering the sky and earth, it was no surprise that a series of air explosions were set off in the air, causing gusts of violent wind to wreak havoc in the entire restaurant. This young man is dead for offending the people from Sky Wolf Fort in the ancient desert city. That Sky Wolf Fort's disciple whose dantian was destroyed is protected by two Sky Wolf Fort's elders. It's obvious his identity is not simple. I'm afraid he's doomed. With his age, it's impossible for him to fight back against the two Sky Wolf Fort's elders. Everyone in the restaurant, without exception, had their robes fluttering in the wind. Many people with lower cultivations even squinted their eyes. Currently, the gazes that most people shot at Duan Ling Tian seemed to contain a sense of pity. However, in the next moment, the pity in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by shock and disbelief.
Bang! Bang!
Two loud bangs reverberated in the air like thunder in the restaurant's ears.
They were shocked when they saw what happened.
In the face of the two Sky Wolf Fort's elders' palms that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons, the purple-clad young man did not dodge at all. He struck out with both of his palms as though they had transformed into two lightning bolts. Before the two Sky Wolf Fort's elders' palms landed on his body, his palms had already landed on the two Sky Wolf Fort's elders' lower abdomens.
That was where the Dantian was located.
In the next moment, the two Sky Wolf Fort's elders were sent flying like arrows and landed on the ground with a loud crash.
They were rolling on the ground in pain with cold sweat dripping down their backs. My origin energy! My origin energy! You're so ruthless! You're so ruthless!
Subsequently, everyone was able to hear the miserable shrill cries of the two Sky Wolf Fort elders that were on the verge of hysteria.
He destroyed the Dantians of the two Sky Wolf Fort's elders? Everyone in the restaurant was dumbfounded. When they regained their senses, they felt their scalps go numb. Then, they looked at Duan Ling Tian in a completely different light.
This young man, who looked at most 25 years old, had the strength to destroy two Sky Wolf Fort's elders.
This shocked them from the bottom of their hearts. After making his move, Duan Ling Tian did not look at the two Sky Wolf Fort's elders.
Instead, he walked out of the restaurant with a cold expression on his face. Wherever he passed, the onlookers in the restaurant would step aside and make way for him.
Xianxia followed closely behind him. After leaving the restaurant, Duan Ling Tian controlled the ice coffin as he brought Xianxia along and flew out of the ancient desert city. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon as though they had never been there. Not long after Duan Ling Tian left, whoosh, a figure appeared out of thin air outside the restaurant.
Then, as though he had transformed into a lightning bolt, he entered the restaurant.
What's going on?
The person who entered was an old man with a dignified expression.
When he saw the three Sky Wolf Fort's elders lying on the ground, his expression changed drastically.
It's the Deputy Fort Master of Sky Wolf Fort.
At this moment, everyone in the restaurant saw the Sky Wolf's head badge on the old man's chest. The eyes on the Sky Wolf's head were golden, indicating the old man's identity. In Sky Wolf Fort, other than the elusive Fort Master, only the 5 Deputy Fort Masters were qualified to wear the Sky Wolf's head badge.
Deputy Fort Master.
At this moment, the 2 Sky Wolf Fort's elders who were lying on the ground helped each other up.
They lowered their heads in shame in front of the old man.
Humph! The old man snorted coldly. After glaring at the 2 Sky Wolf Fort's elders, he took a few steps forward and helped the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort up.
Gina, are you all right?
Uncle! Avenge me! Avenge me!
When the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort saw the old man, it was as though he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw.
He said with grief and indignation, "It's Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu."
At this moment, someone in the restaurant recognized the old man.
Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu? The leader of the 5 Deputy Fort Masters in Sky Wolf Fort who's only below the elusive Fort Master?
That's him. I've long guessed that the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort who's protected by the 2 Sky Wolf Fort's elders is not a simple person.
I didn't expect him to be Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu's nephew.
That young man is too bold.
He even dared to destroy the Dantian of Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu's nephew. The people in the restaurant soon found out the identity of the old man and the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort whose Dantian was destroyed. They were all shocked. "Gina, your Dantian was destroyed?" Luo Fu's expression changed drastically when he heard the whispers in the restaurant. He hurriedly infused his origin energy into the person in front of him to test him. Soon, he confirmed it. Who did this? Luo Fu's eyes gleamed coldly. The energy in his body rolled out, causing the restaurant to be swept up by the wind again.
Some of the people with lower cultivation base were directly blown to the ground.
"I don't know."
The disciple of Sky Wolf Fort shook his head and said with a gloomy expression, "But I don't think he's too far away."
Whoosh!
As soon as the disciple of Sky Wolf Fort finished his words, Luo Fu disappeared before the eyes of the people in the restaurant.
In the north of the ancient desert city, Duan Ling Tian was rushing with the ice coffin and Xianxia. Initially, he could leave the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was sleeping in and bring the royal grade resurrection pill back to save her after he found the reincarnation Emperor Wu's great treasure. However, Duan Lingtian was worried about leaving the ice coffin behind. In his opinion, he would only feel at ease if the ice coffin was in a place where he could see it. Tianwu had become like this because of him. He did not want her to suffer any more harm. Ha! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stopped moving. Young master, what's wrong? Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. In the next second, Xianxia got his answer before Duan Lingtian could reply. Whoosh!
A gust of wind blew in front of him, and a figure appeared out of thin air before him.
It was an old man. How powerful! Xianxia's eyes narrowed.
The old man must be quite powerful to be able to appear out of thin air before him.
However, it made sense when he thought about it. This was the foreign realm. He would not be able to capture the movements of a martial artist above the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian? It's you.
The old man was Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, who had just rushed over from the ancient desert city. After leaving the restaurant, he asked the people outside and found out that the person who crippled his nephew was heading north. Therefore, he chased after him. However, he did not expect the person who crippled his nephew would be Duan Lingtian. The vice fort master of Skywolf Fort? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows when he saw the old man in front of him. This vice fort master of Skywolf Fort was the only vice fort master who did not chase after him. He had seen him at entrance number 2 of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu.
Duan Lingtian, why did you cripple my nephew's Dantian? Luo Fu took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. If it was someone else who crippled his nephew's Dantian, he would have killed that person at lightning speed. However, the person standing in front of him was Duan Lingtian, an existence that he could not help but fear. Your nephew. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he reacted. You're talking about that Skywolf Fort's disciple? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. Just like he said, what ability did a mere Skywolf Fort disciple possess to be able to make 2 elders of Skywolf Fort protect him? At that time, he knew the person's background was not simple. As it turned out, he was right. That disciple from Skywolf Fort was the nephew of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. Since he's your nephew, I think you should know him well. Do you think he started the conflict between me and him, or me? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly.
Luo Fu was stunned when he heard this.
Naturally, he knew his nephew well.
Ever since he came to Skywolf Fort 20 years ago, he had not been a person who knew his place. No matter what, your strength far surpasses his.
He's no threat to you and the people around you. Don't you think you've gone overboard by crippling his Dantian? Luo Fu asked in a deep voice. Overboard.
Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within, and he asked word by word in a deep voice.
If someone speaks rudely and blasphemes your woman, what will you do? Luo Fu's expression changed slightly. He finally noticed the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. The figure in the ice coffin attracted his attention. It was a woman in red with peerless beauty. Feng Tianwu, Blade Sect's disciple. Although he was not the one who hosted the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at Skywolf Fort, he had heard of Feng Tianwu and had seen Feng Tianwu at entrance number 2 of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, he knew the relationship between Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian was not ordinary. Senior Feng Tong from North Nether Sect didn't look for you. Chapter 1053. Naturally, this was only true for Duan Lingtian. From Luo Fu's point of view, he had asked this question after careful consideration. All of this was based on the fact that he had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had the mysterious Miss Xuanai backing him up. Unless he could kill Duan Lingtian without leaving any traces behind, he would not dare to touch Duan Lingtian at all. Unless he had a death wish. Today, he had undoubtedly encountered an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian without leaving any traces behind. Perhaps, many people in the restaurant today knew about the conflict between his nephew and Duan Lingtian, but none of them knew that the person who had the conflict with his nephew was Duan Lingtian.
Even he only found out that the person who had crippled his nephew's cultivation base was Duan Ling Tian after he caught up to him. For this reason, if there were no accidents, nobody would know even if he killed Duan Ling Tian now. It was precisely because he was worried that there would be accidents that he had asked such a question out of the blue. This was because some time ago, Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse from North Nether Sect, had come to Skywolf Fort and asked the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, including himself, about Duan Lingtian's background. During this process, he could feel the cold killing intent in Feng Tong's eyes. It was a killing intent that could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones into dust. Don't tell me that not only did Duan Lingtian kill the Izumo sect's disciple in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, but he also killed the North Nether sect's disciple? And now, the people from North Nether sect are here to seek revenge from him? This was his first thought at the time, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Initially, he thought that since the North Nether sect's martial monarch powerhouse had personally made a move, as long as Duan Lingtian was really in the Darkhan dynasty and the powerhouse from the North Nether sect found Duan Lingtian, it was almost certain that Duan Lingtian would die. And now, Duan Lingtian was alive and well. Therefore, he wanted to confirm something. Duan Lingtian wondered if he had met Feng Tong, the martial monarch of the North Nether sect. If they had met before, there was no doubt that Duan Lingtian had a strong cultivator protecting him in the dark. Otherwise, how could he have survived the attack of a martial emperor from the North Nether sect? If he didn't, it could only be attributed to Duan Lingtian's luck. He, on the other hand, would kill Duan Lingtian without leaving a trace to avenge his nephew. He had to be cautious about this matter, because if he was not careful, he would very likely fall into a bottomless abyss. I hope it's the latter. When Luo Fu thought of this, he stared at Duan Lingtian intently, waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Senior Feng Tong from the North Nether sect didn't look for you? Upon hearing Luo Fu's question, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened slightly. The 2 people from the North Nether sect found out the exact location of my hometown from the Skywolf Fort? 2 people from the North Nether sect. 2 people. Luo Fu was completely certain of Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian must have met the martial monarch from the North Nether sect because when the martial monarch from the North Nether sect arrived at the Skywolf Fort, there was another person with him. If Duan Lingtian did not meet the 2 people from the North Nether sect, how could he say there were 2 people on the other side? However, when Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, the coldness in his voice made Luo Fu's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. They found out about your origin from the Blade sect and came to the Skywolf Fort to confirm it. Only then would he be able to confirm the exact location of the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Only then would he be able to retrieve it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xianxia nodded as though he understood. If we can't find what we're looking for in the northern desert, then we can only continue to head north. Duan Lingtian continued. Currently, he did not know where he was on Cloud Continent. However, he could sense that the general location of the center of Cloud Continent should be north of the northern desert. He just did not know if it was in the northeast or northwest. Duan Lingtian brought Xianxia along and guided the ice coffin all the way north. Along the way, whenever they came across a city, Duan Lingtian would patiently stop and enter the city to see if he could find a general map of Cloud Continent. On the other hand, Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, had returned to the restaurant in the ancient desert city. He didn't say anything before bringing along his nephew and the 2 elders of Skywolf Fort to directly leave the restaurant and return to the Skywolf Fort's base. Uncle, how was it? Did you kill him? Luo Jin, a disciple of Skywolf Fort, asked Luo Fu with a hopeful expression. Luo Fu sighed when he heard this. Luo Jin's expression changed when he saw this. He said anxiously, Uncle, don't tell me you didn't manage to catch up to him? It seems like he must have changed his direction at the last minute. How despicable! Luo Jin scolded Duan Lingtian for being despicable when he reached the end of his sentence. I caught up to him. Luo Fu said. You caught up to him? This time, apart from Luo Jin, even the other 2 elders of Skywolf Fort looked at Luo Fu in confusion. They wanted to know why Luo Fu sighed earlier. Did Luo Fu manage to kill the purple-clad young man or not? Yes, I caught up to him. Luo Fu nodded and shook his head under the expectant gaze of Luo Jin and the other two elders of Skywolf Fort. However, I didn't kill him. Luo Jin's expression changed when he heard Luo Fu's words. Dissatisfaction could be seen in his eyes. The other two elders of Skywolf Fort frowned. They could sense that something was amiss. As far as they knew, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort was not a merciful person. Furthermore, this time, even his nephew's Dantian had been destroyed. He caught up to the culprit but did not kill him? This puzzled them no matter how they thought about it. Why? Luo Jin looked at Luo Fu with dissatisfaction and said angrily, Uncle, why didn't you kill him? Why? If it was someone else who dared to speak to him like this, as the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu would have killed him long ago. However, this person happened to be the son of his only family member in this world. He was the son of his biological sister. Jiner, it's not that I didn't kill him. It's that I can't kill him and I don't dare to. Luo Fu sighed and explained his concerns. He also revealed the identity of Duan Ling Tian. What? He's Duan Ling Tian. The two elders of Skywolf Fort were shocked. Duan Ling Tian was a familiar name to them. All those years ago, the person that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by their Skywolf Fort was Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian did not stay in Skywolf Fort. Originally, the name Duan Ling Tian had been gradually forgotten by them. However, a piece of news that came not long ago stunned them. The 20 most outstanding youths of Skywolf Fort were all killed by Duan Ling Tian. At first, they thought it was just a rumor. However, along with the passage of time, they didn't see the strongest 20 people in the younger generation of Skywolf Fort, and those 20 people seemed as if they'd vanished into thin air. Chapter 1054. Uncle, he's Duan Ling Tian. Why don't you kill him? He made a name for himself through the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort. However, he chose to join the Blade sect. He deserves to die. Luo Jin did not expect the person who crippled his cultivation base would be Duan Ling Tian. He could not help but clench his teeth as he spoke. He was no stranger to Duan Ling Tian. Of course I want to kill him. However, all of you only know one of the reasons. As for the reason, it's a long story. In short, you can just pretend that today's incident never happened. Luo Fu was frustrated as well. However, he had to be wary of the powerhouse hiding beside Duan Ling Tian. It was because of that powerhouse that he did not make a move on Duan Ling Tian. According to his judgment, since that powerhouse could fight the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse, he must be a martial monarch powerhouse as well. Even if he and the entire Skywolf Fort were added together, they would not be enough to fill the gap between that powerhouse's teeth. After he finished speaking, Luo Fu flew away without waiting for Luo Jin and the other 2 Skywolf Fort elders to reply. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before their eyes. It was as though he was never there. Sigh. At this moment, the 2 Skywolf Fort elders looked at each other before they sighed and left as well. If the Vice Fort Master could not avenge them, it was even more impossible for them to avenge themselves. At this moment, Luo Jin was the only one left. As if this never happened? Luo Fu's words echoed in Luo Jin's mind. His face turned gloomy and ugly. Impossible. Even if I have to return to that man's family and use up his promise to me, I'll never let that Duan Ling Tian go. Luo Jin, will kill you, Duan Ling Tian, even if I have to sacrifice everything. Luo Jin muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. Heading north, Duan Ling Tian soon arrived at the northern region of the Northern Desert. This was also an area where the North Nether Sect was the sole dominating force. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the last city in the northern part of the Northern Desert and continued to search for the map of the Cloud Continent. Shopkeeper, the area covered by your map is too small. Is there a map that covers a larger area? In a bookstore in the city, Duan Ling Tian asked the shopkeeper. Sir, this is the largest map I've ever sold in my shop. The bookstore manager smiled bitterly. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, He was greatly disappointed. He immediately turned around and walked out, preparing to meet up with Xianxia, who was waiting for him outside the city, and continue heading north.
Customer.
Duan Lingtian had just stepped out of the bookstore when he heard a voice calling out to him from behind.
Duan Lingtian halted his footsteps and looked at the source of the voice. It was the shopkeeper who called out to him. He could not help but ask curiously, "Is there anything else, shopkeeper?"
Customer, I heard some people say that the second elder of the Zhang clan has obtained a map of the Ruoshui River.
Perhaps you can look for him, the bookstore manager said. Ruoshui River? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up.
Of course, he was familiar with the Ruoshui River. It was a river that divided the Cloud Continent into the outer land and the inner land. The inner land was also known as the central region of the Cloud Continent. There were many powerhouses there. Void transformation stage martial artists were everywhere, and void interpretation stage martial artists were as common as dogs. In that place, second-rate forces were nothing, let alone third-rate forces. Third-rate forces were like cannon fodder there. They were not worth mentioning at all. In my memory, the reincarnation Emperor Wu left the great treasure in the inner land. It's located on the side of the Ruoshui River. If I know the exact map of the Ruoshui River and my current location, it won't be difficult to find the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu.
Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was moved.
Shopkeeper, is the Zhang clan a clan in this city?
Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. The shopkeeper nodded.
However, the second elder of the Zhang clan is one of the best inscription masters in our city.
He has a strange temper.
I'm afraid it won't be easy to get the map from him.
Inscription master?
The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. After leaving the bookstore, Duan Lingtian followed the shopkeeper's instructions and successfully arrived at the entrance of the Zhang clan's mansion. The Zhang clan was one of the most powerful clans in the city. It was said that there was a 9th-level void transformation martial artist in the clan. Their strength was only second to the third-rate forces in the northern desert.
I'm looking for Elder Zhang Yu.
At the entrance of the Zhang clan, Duan Lingtian was stopped by the Zhang clan's disciples.
He was not annoyed.
Instead, he smiled faintly and explained his purpose. Zhang Yu was the second elder of the Zhang clan.
Looking for our second elder? Who are you?
Our second elder doesn't usually see guests. One of the Zhang clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian warily.
You mean an outsider? I'm different.
I'm a friend of your second elder. Duan Lingtian, who was prepared since the beginning, grinned.
Good friend?
The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a few of the Zhang clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom. How can a young man like you be a friend of the second elder?
Get lost.
How dare you trick our Zhang clan?
You don't know what's good for you.
If you don't leave, I'll make sure you don't leave. The Zhang clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian warily.
What?
You don't believe I'm a friend of your second elder?
Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes.
He raised his hand and took out a dozen mid-grade primal stones and began to inscribe inscriptions on them.
His movements were elegant. He's inscribing inscriptions?
The Zhang clan's disciples were shocked. However, before they could recover from their shock, they saw the young man in purple waving his sleeves. The mid-grade primal stones shot towards them.
Oh no!
Their expressions changed drastically. When they saw the primal stones land at their feet, they felt a flash in front of their eyes. It was as though they had been sent into another space where they could not see anything. After an unknown amount of time, when their eyes flashed again, they found themselves back at the entrance of the Zhang clan's residence.
What's going on?
The few of them looked at each other, unable to react to what had just happened.
Oh no!
The young man in purple is gone. He didn't break in, did he?
No. We have to report this to the clan leader.
Three of the Zhang clan's disciples were on high alert.
There's no need to go.
The last Zhang clan's disciple shook his head and stopped the three of them. That person should really be a friend of the second elder.
Huh.
The three of them looked at him in confusion.
How do you know?
You should know that I've been studying the inscription technique. My attainment in the inscription technique is average,
but I'm confident in my judgment.
The latter's expression was solemn. Earlier, that young man inscribed inscriptions on the primal stones in a short period of time and set up an illusory formation under our feet. He broke into our Zhang clan while we were confused by the illusory formation. However, an illusory formation formed by a dozen primal stones would collapse on its own. That's why we were able to escape from the illusory formation.
The latter's words made sense.
What? He inscribed inscriptions on the primal stones in front of us and set up an illusory formation that can affect us?
How long did he take?
In an instant, the three of them were shocked. It was true that they were laymen in the inscription technique. However, as the saying went, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Even the second elder wouldn't be able to inscribe and set up an inscription formation that can affect us in such a short period of time.
One of the Zhang clan's disciples gulped. That young man's attainment in the inscription technique seems to be higher than the second elder's.
I presume such an inscription master should be a friend of the second elder.
Soon, the Zhang clan's disciples no longer doubted the purple-clad young man's identity. However, they were still surprised. How could there be such a young inscription master? Maybe he's a demon. But after thinking about it, they felt relieved. Duan Ling Tian used a dozen mid-grade primal stones to inscribe and set up an illusory formation. After confusing the Zhang clan's disciples at the entrance, he entered the Zhang clan's mansion. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian managed to find out the whereabouts of the Zhang family's second elder from the servants and maids he met. Although the servants and maids thought Duan Ling Tian was a stranger, they thought Duan Ling Tian was the Zhang clan's guest when they saw Duan Ling Tian walking freely in the Zhang clan's mansion. Duan Ling Tian followed the path and arrived at the mansion where the second elder lived. It was a mansion within a mansion. The door was wide open and a slovenly old man holding a wine gourd leaned against the door. When Duan Ling Tian approached, the slovenly old man put down the wine gourd in his hand and locked his eyes on Duan Ling Tian. 7th level void transformation stage? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. His spiritual energy immediately detected the old man's cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian did not dislike the slovenly old man holding the wine gourd. He still remembered. When he first met Zhang Shouyong in the ancient city of Everlast, Zhang Shouyong was also slovenly and held a wine gourd in his hand. The slovenly old man gave Duan Ling Tian a sense of familiarity. Who are you? Why are you here?
The slovenly old man asked when he saw Duan Ling Tian arriving at the mansion he was guarding.
His voice was calm but filled with killing intent. I'm looking for Zhang Yu. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly.
Zhang Yu.
Chapter 1055.
You don't welcome me? Duan Ling Tian grinned and continued to walk toward the slovenly old man who was standing at the entrance of the mansion within the mansion.
With every step he took, the purple robe on his body fluttered. It was like balls of purple flames that were constantly rising and emitting waves of terrifying aura. When the slovenly old man saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring his words, his face turned grave. He picked up the wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. He did not swallow it but merely kept it in his mouth. All of a sudden, "Go back!" A voice transmission pierced Duan Ling Tian's eardrums, causing Duan Ling Tian's heart to jolt. At the same time when Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted, the slovenly old man made his move. Whoosh! He opened his mouth and spat out the wine that he had swallowed earlier. The wine shot out from his mouth like a sharp arrow that was swift like the wind. The wine that seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow had raging and skyrocketing flames on its way, and it flashed directly towards Duan Ling Tian, transforming into a flaming arrow that shot out menacingly. It was as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Ling Tian. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon solidified. 1,800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air and pounced toward Duan Ling Tian. 7th level void transformation stage. 7th level advanced fire concept. The former was equivalent to 1,000 ancient horned dragons' strength. The latter was equivalent to 800 ancient horned dragons' strength. Of course, the slovenly old man still held back even after he had exerted the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. After all, it was impossible for a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist like him to have only comprehended one concept. However, in his opinion,
The strength that he had exerted now was enough to easily deal with the arrogant kid.
However, the slovenly old man soon realized he was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. How's this possible?
The slovenly old man who originally thought he would be able to see Duan Lingtian being pierced by the flaming arrow looked at the scene before him in a daze.
He was dumbstruck. As he muttered to himself, his tone was filled with disbelief. In the distance, the attack he unleashed was instantly defeated. The 1,800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons vanished along with it. A moment ago,
Duan Lingtian acted as if he did not see the arrow of wine that was shot out of the scruffy old man's mouth.
He continued to walk towards the scruffy old man. Just as the flaming arrow was about to pierce through his chest, he finally made a move. Whoosh!
He raised his hand at lightning speed and pointed his finger at the sharp arrow that contained the strength of 1,800 ancient horned dragons. The condensed energy shot out from the tip of his finger, and easily destroyed the sharp arrow that was condensed from wine.
Boom! With a loud sound, Duan Lingtian used a finger to neutralize the sloppy old man's attack. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian attacked at lightning speed. Even the power of heaven and earth could not react in time, let alone condense the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian was so fast that even the slovenly old man could not see it clearly. Due to this reason, the slovenly old man found it unbelievable. Who exactly are you? The slovenly old man suddenly straightened his back and took a step forward. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Why are you looking for my master? I'm a nameless person. I want to borrow something from him to read. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. As soon as his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian stomped his foot and instantly transformed into a hurricane.
He disappeared before the slovenly old man's eyes at lightning speed, causing the slovenly old man's expression to change drastically.
At the same time, he hurriedly chased after Duan Lingtian into the mansion behind him. In the spacious mansion within a mansion, the front courtyard was lush with flowers and plants. There was a pavilion in the middle.
A grey-clad old man stood there with a frown on his face as though he was thinking about something.
Ha! Suddenly, the grey-clad old man seemed to have noticed something.
He frowned and looked out of the pavilion. A figure had appeared out of nowhere.
It was a purple figure. The grey-clad old man was shocked when he saw the purple-clad young man before him. The purple-clad young man's speed was so fast that he only reacted when the purple-clad young man was in front of him. This undoubtedly showed that the purple-clad young man's strength was unfathomable.
Moreover, the purple-clad young man had undoubtedly passed the test of his old brother, who had followed him for many years to be able to barge into his mansion.
His old brother's strength was not much weaker than his. Are you a demon? The grey-clad old man asked. Do I look like a demon to you? The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian who had barged in.
After hearing the grey-clad old man's words, he asked with a strange look in his eyes.
When the grey-clad old man heard this, he could not help but be stunned.
Then, he squinted his eyes and asked in surprise, Could it be that you're not a demon?
The purple-clad young man before him looked to be about 25 years old.
If he was not a demon but a human martial artist, then his actual age would not be more than 30 years old. After living for so long, he still had a discerning eye. However, he could not help but feel that it was unbelievable for someone who was not more than 30 years old to have such strength.
After all, even Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force in the Northern District of the Northern District, North Nether Sect, did not have such strength when he was 37 years old. This was also the reason why he thought the other party was a demon. Based on the strength displayed by the other party and his young appearance, it was hard not to suspect that he was not a human but a demon. It doesn't matter if I'm a demon or not. The reason I'm here is to borrow something from you. Duan Lingtian did not answer the grey-clad old man's question. He was the second elder of the Zhang clan, Zhang Yu. Instead, he went straight to the point and stated his intention. Master! At this moment, the disheveled old man had also arrived. He stood in front of Zhang Yu as though he was willing to be his shield. May I know what you want to borrow from me? Zhang Yu asked with narrowed eyes. His expression was calm, and he did not panic at all. I heard that you obtained a map that covers the Ruoshui River not long ago. I came here precisely to borrow that map from you to look through it, and I'll return it to you after looking through it for the time of 20 breaths. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and said bluntly.
Both the disheveled old man and Zhang Yu were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian had only come to borrow a map.
So you're here for the map.
After a while, Zhang Yu was the first to regain his senses. He shook his head and smiled.
This is just a small matter to me. It's not worth mentioning.
However, since you want to borrow the map from me, regardless of whether it's a small matter or not, you owe me a favor.
May I know?
If I lend you the map, how will you repay the favor?
Zhang Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with interest and asked teasingly. Naturally, although he said that, he did not think that way. He only wanted to see how this ridiculously young powerhouse in front of him would respond to him.
To him, lending the map in his hand to the other party for 20 breaths of time was as easy as lifting a finger, and it wasn't a big deal. However, since the other party had barged into his residence, he had to make things difficult for the other party.
Favor?
Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he heard Zhang Yu's words. He seemed to be prepared as he said nonchalantly, I've heard that you're quite accomplished in the inscription Dao.
How about this?
Lend me the map for 20 breaths of time, and I'll solve a difficult problem in the inscription Dao for you. Duan Lingtian's words were spoken in an extremely casual and carefree manner. However, when Zhang Yu heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned.
Humph!
You think you're worthy to talk about the inscription Dao in front of my master? In the entire northern desert, only the 2 inscription masters from North Nether sect and Anika sect are qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as my master in the inscription Dao. You're showing off your slight skill in front of an expert when you talk about the inscription Dao in front of my master.
What a joke!
The disheveled old man sneered before Zhang Yu could speak. In the entire northern desert, there are only 2 inscription masters who can be mentioned in the same breath as him? Duan Lingtian smiled disdainfully when he heard the disheveled old man's words.
You're just a frog in a well.
A frog in a well. Duan Lingtian's words angered the disheveled old man so much that his face turned red. His origin energy that had merged with the fire concept was stirred, but he did not make a move. He did not dare to make a move. He had seen Duan Lingtian's strength before. He knew Duan Lingtian could easily defeat him. He reckoned only the Grand Elder who had entered the 9th level Void Transformation stage and comprehended the 9th level Void Transformation concept could deal with him in the Zhang clan.
You seem to be very confident in your attainment in the inscription Dao. If that's the case, I'd like to ask for your guidance.
Zhang Yu was completely convinced by the strength of the purple-clad young man before him. However, the purple-clad young man's words that questioned his attainment in the inscription Dao made him feel embarrassed. He had devoted his life to studying the inscription Dao, and he was confident that he had accomplished a lot. At the very least, he had never seen anyone who could subdue him in the Dao of inscriptions. Due to this reason, he was very confident in his attainment in the inscription Dao. Yet today, someone questioned his attainments in the Dao of inscriptions, and it caused him to be unable to sit still any longer.
Ask for guidance?
Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Zhang Yu's words.
What?
You were so full of yourself earlier, and now you don't dare to ask my master for guidance? The disheveled old man seized the opportunity to mock Duan Lingtian. Even Zhang Yu had a hint of disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he had the same thought as the disheveled old man. When did I say I don't dare? Duan Lingtian glanced at the disheveled old man expressionlessly before he looked at Zhang Yu and said calmly, I'll borrow the map in your hand to read for 20 breaths. In return, I'll answer a difficult question you've encountered in the inscription Dao.
As for giving you guidance, that's impossible.
I'm a person who will never make a loss in a transaction. Duan Lingtian finished in one breath.
Chapter 1056.
Duan Lingtian's words were very clear. I can answer one of your questions on the Dao of inscription, but I can't give you any more pointers. I don't do business at a loss. At this moment, Zhang Yu finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant when he shook his head. It was not that he did not dare to, but he felt that he would be at a disadvantage if he gave him pointers.
Everyone knows how to boast.
The slovenly old man sneered. He thought Duan Lingtian was just boasting. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. He looked at Zhang Yu and said calmly, "All right, you can ask me a question that you've encountered on the Tao of Inscription.
I'll answer it for you."
When Zhang Yu saw the confidence on Duan Lingtian's face, he could not help but feel a little shaken. Could it be that this young man is really an unfathomable inscription master?
Did he make a mistake?
When he recalled that he had encountered a question on the Tao of Inscription that had troubled him for many years, his eyes lit up. He asked bluntly, "I wonder if you know anything about the round shield formation?"
The round shield formation.
Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "The round shield formation belongs to the defensive type of inscription formation. Those with spiritual energy above the void transformation stage can inscribe and set it up.
This inscription formation is not difficult at all."
The round shield formation was indeed not difficult for Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the memories of the 2 lifetimes of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Moreover, when he was setting up the defensive inscription formation for the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was in a deep slumber, he did not even bother to use the round shield formation.
Instead, he used another defensive inscription formation that was even better.
Not difficult at all? When Duan Lingtian explained the round shield formation in a methodical manner, Zhang Yu knew that Duan Lingtian's attainment in the Tao of Inscription was high. When he heard Duan Lingtian's last sentence, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch.
In fact, he was currently stumped by the round shield formation.
To be more precise, he was stumped by one of the many inscription formations that formed the round shield formation.
What? You're the best inscription master in the northern desert. Don't tell me that you can't even set up a round shield formation? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Zhang Yu and asked mockingly. I don't have a good grasp of one of the inscription formations.
Zhang Yu smiled awkwardly.
Is it the array of the earth?
Duan Lingtian asked again. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the sloppy old man's expression did not change. However, Zhang Yu's expression changed and he asked in shock.
You? How did you know?
At this moment, he faintly realized that the attainments of the purple-clad young man before him in the Tao of Inscriptions might really be extraordinary.
Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly.
I'm sure it won't be difficult for you to inscribe the earth formation. However, you'll have to pay attention to the technique to perfectly integrate it into the round shield formation. If you can't control it well, it'll be impossible for you to perfectly integrate the earth formation into the round shield formation. The earth formation is the core of the round shield formation. If you can't even solve this problem, it'll be impossible for you to set up the round shield formation.
Duan Lingtian finished in one breath. Please enlighten me, master.
Zhang Yu's expression changed when Duan Lingtian was halfway through his sentence. He stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, waiting for Duan Lingtian to enlighten him. At this moment, he was completely convinced. He knew that this frighteningly young man in front of him was truly capable, and was not deliberately mystifying.
How's this possible?
The sloppy old man standing at the side narrowed his eyes in shock. He looked at the purple-clad young man before him in disbelief. He did not expect this at all. This young man who was far more powerful than him would have such a high attainment in the Tao of Inscriptions as well. His master was already convinced.
I'll only say this once. Remember it well.
It was not difficult for the formation of earth to perfectly merge with the formation of round shield.
As long as you use your spiritual energy.
Duan Lingtian told Zhang Yu the solution one by one. As for whether Zhang Yu could understand, it was not something he could control. Zhang Yu fell into deep thought after listening to Duan Lingtian's words.
Map.
Duan Lingtian did not plan to wait for him. He immediately spoke to wake him up. Zhang Yu's expression darkened when he was awakened. He hated it when people disturbed him when he was thinking. However, when he regained his senses and saw the person who had awakened him, the gloominess on his face disappeared and was replaced with respect.
Master, this is the map.
Then, he hurriedly took out the map he had obtained some time ago and handed it to Duan Lingtian. After handing the map to Duan Lingtian, he frowned and fell into deep thought again. He kept thinking about what Duan Lingtian had said to him earlier.
Swoosh.
At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened up the map, and his face that was originally filled with joy, after he carefully looked at the map, his face sank slightly, and he frowned.
Ruashui River. There's only a corner? How can I tell?
Duan Lingtian realized that although the map could pinpoint his location and the location of the Ruashui River, There was only a small corner. It was difficult to see the entire Ruoshui River. Because of this, he could not pinpoint the location of the great treasure hidden by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life. A moment later, 10 breaths passed. Help me return it to him. Duan Lingtian tossed the map to the slovenly old man as though he was throwing trash. He was very disappointed. Unlike Duan Lingtian, who tossed the map away like it was trash, when the slovenly old man received the map, it was as if he had obtained a precious treasure, and he was extremely careful. When he held the map firmly, he heard a short-lived whistling sound in his ears. Then, he realized that the purple-clothed young man from before had completely disappeared. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. He should be a demon, right? The slovenly old man thought to himself. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man looked to be around 25 years old, but his strength had already surpassed him. That was not all. The purple-clad young man's attainment in the inscription Dao had actually surpassed his master. It shocked him from the bottom of his heart. As the saying went, there was a specialization in every field. On the Cloud Continent, there were 4 types of people because of the different areas they focused on. The first type of people were those who focused on the martial Dao. They focused on improving their cultivation base and comprehending concept and profundity. They would try their best to possess a powerful strength before they died. They were the most common type of people. The second type of people were those who focused on the weapon refinement Dao. They were called weapon craftsmen. They focused on weapon refinement and worked hard to refine a higher-grade spirit weapon. The third type of people were those who focused on the medicine refinement Dao. They were called alchemists. They were similar to weapon craftsmen. The fourth type of people were called inscription masters. They focused on the inscription Dao. If the purple-clad young man was a human, his terrifying strength could already be considered heaven-defying. Not only that, but he also had such profound attainments in the Dao of inscriptions. In his opinion, it was impossible for a human martial artist to achieve such great achievements in 2 aspects at such a young age. Therefore, he could almost conclude that the purple-clad young man was a demon and not a human. After all, when a demon had just broken through to the void transformation stage and transformed into a demon, he could choose to transform into any appearance he wanted. Even a 100-year-old demon could transform into the appearance of an innocent child as long as it wanted to. Time passed by quietly. 2 hours later, Xianxia finally snapped out of his deep thoughts and muttered, I see. Thank you, Big. Just when Xianxia snapped back to his senses and was about to thank the purple-clad young man who had helped him solve his problem, he realized the purple-clad young man had already disappeared. Where's that master? Xianxia immediately looked at the unkempt old man and asked anxiously. Master that Big? Master left 2 hours ago. The unkempt old man said truthfully. Why didn't you ask him to stay? Xianxia said anxiously. That master's attainment in the inscription Dao is something I've never seen before. If I can ask him to stay in the Zheng family for a while, my attainment in the inscription Dao will definitely improve. Where did the master go? Xianxia looked at the unkempt old man and asked anxiously. I don't know. The unkempt old man did not expect his master to be so agitated. He was at a loss and could only reply with a wry smile on his face. Sigh. Xianxia stood on the spot. His face turned green and white. In the end he sighed. I'm the one who ruined my own opportunity. If I didn't ask the master to do me a favor, he wouldn't have been so calculative with me. I really shot myself in the foot. When Xianxia reached the end of his sentence, he had a helpless expression on his face. Master, that master's attainment in the inscription Dao is really that high? The unkempt old man could not help but ask. He was not an inscription master, so he was not familiar with the inscription Dao. Due to this reason, he could not determine how high the purple-clad young man's attainment in the inscription Dao was. I admit that I'm not as good as him. What do you think? Xianxia said as he looked at the unkempt old man. What? The unkempt old man's eyes narrowed when he heard Xianxia's words. Although he knew his master had a high opinion of the purple-clad young man, he did not expect it to be so high. His master's attainment in the inscription Dao was not as good as the purple-clad young man's. Go and see if you can find the master. If you can find him, you must invite him back respectfully. If you can't find him, it means I'm not fated with the master. Xianxia instructed the unkempt old man before he sighed. Yes. The unkempt old man did not dare to delay and left in a hurry. With the master's guidance, I'm confident I'll be able to inscribe and set up the round shield formation.
Chapter 1057. After Duan Ling Tian left the Zhang clan, he left the city and met up with Xianxia. Xianxia was placed in a secluded cave in the mountains outside the city. He even placed the ice coffin where Feng Tianwu was sleeping in there. For the sake of their safety, he had specially set up a killing formation outside the cave.
Young master.
Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Ling Tian.
Let's go.
Duan Ling Tian nodded and lifted his hand. An invisible energy surged out and led Xianxia and the ice coffin out of the cave. They left the mountain and continued to head north. According to the map, I'm heading in the right direction.
The Ruoshui River is over there.
Duan Ling Tian looked ahead and thought in his heart. Although the map he saw in the Zhang clan was not the map he wanted, it still marked the area from here to the Ruoshui River. It gave him a certain understanding of the surrounding area. After exiting the northern desert and continuing north, they still had to pass through 5 vast regions similar to the northern desert before they could reach the Ruoshui River. On the way, Duan Ling Tian took out the strange stone platform he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He obtained the strange stone platform from the second level of Qing Feng Palace.
The reason he put it away was because there was a miraculous inscription formation inside, and it was able to combine the energy within the numerous origin stones before unleashing it.
Its power would be raised to a terrifying level.
If the origin energy within the bodies of a group of people is able to converge onto a single person through this inscription formation,
then to what terrifying extent would that person's strength rise to? This was the reason why Duan Ling Tian kept the stone platform.
He wanted to study the inscription formation in it and see if it could fulfill his wish of joining forces with a group of 9th-level void transformation martial artists to kill a martial monarch powerhouse.
As someone who had fused with the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu from 2 lifetimes, Duan Ling Tian was equivalent to reincarnation Emperor Wu in certain aspects.
Therefore, his attainments in the Tao of inscriptions were extremely profound.
Therefore, it was not difficult for him to study the inscription formation on the stone platform. This inscription formation can easily gather the energy contained in the origin stones, but it can't do the same for the origin chi of humans or demonic beasts. After a few days of research, Duan Ling Tian confirmed this and was immediately disappointed. Moreover, even primordial stones need to be completely gathered together in order to combine the power contained within them and display a powerful attack. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also noticed this. At this time he also realized. His idea of gathering multiple martial artists and combining their strengths through this inscription formation was very immature. As for the primordial stones, there is no way to gather their power on a human warrior. After all, human warriors are made of flesh and blood. It's impossible for them to withstand the process of combining the power of the inscription formation. If they're not careful, they'll be killed in the process of combining the power of the inscription formation. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Therefore, unless I can create my own puppet and let the puppet combine the power contained in the origin stones through the inscription formation to display the strongest power, otherwise, it's almost impossible for me to use this inscription formation. The moment this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, it was difficult for it to go away. Create a puppet. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. I have a rough understanding of the inscription formation in the stone platform now. As long as I have enough materials, I can inscribe and set it up on my own. Besides that, I'm entirely capable of using other inscription formations to create puppets, and then using this inscription formation to allow the puppets to possess extraordinary strength. However, the power contained in the mid-grade origin stones is limited. No matter how many there are, the increase in the puppet's strength will be extremely slow and limited. What I need to do now is to obtain a large amount of high-grade origin stones so that I can increase the puppet's strength by a large margin. Duan Ling Tian's heart was suddenly enlightened. He had a new goal. The most important thing for this goal was to obtain a large amount of high-grade origin stones. This was the prerequisite. With the energy contained in the high-grade origin stones as the foundation, he would combine the energy of the high-grade origin stones through the inscription formation in the strange stone platform and display it through the puppet.
At that time, as long as I have enough high-grade origin stones, the puppet will be able to display even more powerful strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. To him, creating a puppet was not difficult at all. He only needed to prepare some materials and inscribe and set up the inscription formation. All of these were recorded in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. However, high-grade origin stones are too rare. Even the 3 old men's spatial rings did not have many high-grade origin stones. There were only slightly over 300 high-grade origin stones in total. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought of this. The 3 old men he mentioned were naturally the 3 martial monarch powerhouses from the 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert. The 3 martial monarch powerhouses who died in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Apart from Tong Shan's spatial ring which he had kept earlier, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong's spatial rings were also in his possession through Li Xian. However, the total amount of origin stones in the hands of these 3 martial monarchs was only slightly more than 300 pieces. Duan Lingtian still remembered. Back then, when he was still in the Darkhan dynasty's Crimson Sky Kingdom, he worked hard for gold and silver. Later on, when he stood on the stage of the Darkhan dynasty, gold and silver were no longer of any use to him. Currently, his desire for high-grade origin stones was similar to his desire for gold and silver when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Right now, I need a large amount of high-grade origin stones and some materials. It's time for me to find a place to settle down. With my current strength, it's quite risky to cross the Ruoshui River and enter the central area of the Cloud Continent. Moreover, Xianxia and I also need to improve our strength. Now, it's time for my Grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist identities to be put to good use. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he made up his mind. However, even if I'm looking for a place to settle down, I should look for the most powerful force near the Ruoshui River. Only a powerful force can satisfy my needs. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer hesitated and brought Xiongquan and the ice coffin along as he sped up and headed north. The speed he was displaying now was much faster than before. Soon after, Duan Lingtian left the northern desert. When he left the northern desert, a figure flew out of the ancient desert city in the southern area of the northern desert. His speed was even faster than Duan Lingtian's. When the figure flew, he was dragging another person along with him. Jean, are you sure you want to go back? The old man looked at the middle-aged man beside him and asked solemnly. Uncle, my Dantian has been destroyed, and my cultivation base is gone. It's meaningless for me to stay in Skywolf Fort. I want to go back to my mother's side. The middle-aged man said solemnly. Since you've made up your mind, I won't force you. The old man was the leader of the 5 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. As for the middle-aged man he was dragging along, he was his nephew, Luo Jin. Luo Jin had the same surname as Luo Fu because he took his mother's surname. Duan Lingtian, it's all because of you. You destroyed my cultivation base. Now, it doesn't matter if I go back or not. When I go back, I'll tear you into a million pieces and burn your bones to ashes at all costs. Luo Jin roared in his heart. At the same time, a purple figure that he loathed appeared in his mind, causing his expression to turn ugly and causing him to grit his teeth even more. Not long after Luo Fu and Luo Jin left Skywolf Fort and the ancient desert city. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled in the air, and a figure shot into the ancient desert city like a bolt of green lightning and arrived in the sky above Skywolf Fort. Since it was high up in the sky, it did not attract the attention of the people in Skywolf Fort. Only 4 figures shot up into the sky and arrived in the sky above Skywolf Fort in just a blink of an eye. Presently, there was a demon wolf that was completely covered in azure for standing in the sky above Skywolf Fort, and there was a crescent-shaped mark between the brows of this demon wolf. The crescent-shaped mark was green in color. Fort Master. The 4 people who appeared in the sky above Skywolf Fort were the other 4 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort other than Luo Fu. They bowed respectfully to the demon wolf that was covered in azure fur. If this scene was seen by outsiders, they would definitely turn pale with fright. The fort master of Skywolf Fort was not a human but a demon wolf? Yes. The demon wolf nodded. Then, with a shake of his body, he transformed into an old man dressed in green. The fort master of Skywolf Fort, Green Wolf. At this moment, there was still a trace of lingering fear on Green Wolf's face. It's a good thing the old ancestor came in time. Otherwise, I would have been ruined by those two young ladies. Thinking of the two young ladies he had served during this period of time, Green Wolf couldn't help but shudder. He didn't dare to recall the painful experience during this period of time. If it was possible, he hoped that this experience would disappear from his mind forever.
Where's Luo Fu?
Green Wolf frowned and asked in a deep voice as he looked at the four people in front of him.
Fort Master, my master has sent his nephew home.
Feng Wei, the last of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, hurriedly said when he saw Green Wolf's unstable emotions. Green Wolf nodded nonchalantly and asked, "How's your harvest from Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Did you obtain any profundity fragments that I can use?" Chapter 1058. When they heard Qing Lang and saw the yearning that filled Qing Lang's eyes, Feng Wei and the other vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort lowered their heads as the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Qing Lang's face sank when he saw the bitterness that appeared on their faces. "What? There's no profundity fragment that I can use?" "Fort Master." Under the indication of Ning Can's group of 3, Feng Wei summoned up the courage to look at Qing Lang and laughed bitterly. "We didn't obtain anything from the secret treasure of Emperor Wu, let alone a profundity fragment. It isn't just that. All the 20 young experts that entered the secret treasure of Emperor Wu from Skywolf Fort have died there." Feng Wei finished speaking in a single breath, and then he looked at Qing Lang with a perturbed expression. Qing Lang stood there with a calm expression, yet killing intent was concealed within his expression. Especially his eyes, they had become extremely sharp now, and they seemed to be filled with coldness as if they were choosing to swallow someone up. "Why is it like this?" Qing Lang asked with a low voice. "Fort Master, they died at the hands of the same person." Feng Wei laughed bitterly. At the same time, a violet-colored figure appeared in Feng Wei's mind. He'd met the owner of the violet-colored figure early on when the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Later on, the violet-colored figure had suppressed the 10 young experts and obtained the honor of being the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Practically at the instant Feng Wei finished speaking, an extremely formidable imposing aura suddenly gushed out from Qing Lang's body, and it caused the surrounding clouds and mist to shake. "Who is it?" Qing Lang's voice was icy cold and contained ghastly killing intent. "Duan Ling Tian." Feng Wei sighed. "Duan Ling Tian?" When he heard Feng Wei, the coldness that covered Qing Lang's face vanished without a trace, and it was replaced by astonishment. "The person that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort? He's the big brother Ling Tian that little grandaunt mentioned?" As he finished speaking, the figure of a yellow-colored young woman appeared in Qing Lang's mind, and his body shuddered for no reason or rhyme. "Yes." Feng Wei hurriedly nodded. "You didn't do anything to that Duan Ling Tian, did you?" Right at this instant, Qing Lang's gaze became fierce as he swept Feng Wei, Ning Can, and the other 3 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort before he asked in a low voice. "No." The 4 of them hurriedly shook their heads. "That's good. Remember, when facing that Duan Ling Tian, don't take any chances. The methods of the person behind that little grandaunt are beyond your imagination." As Green Wolf spoke, his expression became extremely solemn. When his words entered into the ears of Feng Wei's group of 4, it caused them to be unable to refrain from looking at each other, and they were able to see fear in each other's eyes. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties came to an end, should we tell the fort master about our pursuit of Duan Ling Tian? The 4 of them conversed privately via voice transmissions. "I don't think we'd better tell him. Given Castle Lord's fear of Miss Xuanai, if he knows about it, we'll definitely suffer." "That's right, I can't tell you." In next to no time, the 4 of them came to a consensus. On the other hand, Qing Lang, the fort master of Skywolf Fort, was kept in the dark as well. In the sky near the northern area of the northern desert, 3 figures flashed swiftly through the sky. The people in the lead were 2 young women, and an old woman in green clothes followed behind them. The old woman had an expressionless face, yet every single movement she made wasn't like the 2 young women that caused the clouds and mist all along the way to move. Everywhere she passed, it seemed as if even the airflow in the air wasn't affected by her. "Qing knew. Let me stay here for a period of time.
I still haven't found Big Brother Ling Tian.
The yellow-clothed young woman turned around to look at the old woman, and her mischievous eyes spun as she spoke pitifully.
Young miss, then don't make it difficult for me.
Master is extremely unhappy that you brought young Miss Shui away from home this time, and he asked me to bring both of you back at the first possible moment. When the old woman looked at the yellow-clothed young woman, her eyes were filled with tender love, yet as she finished speaking, she felt slightly helpless.
The yellow-clothed young woman was none other than Han Xuanai. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Han Xuanai's little head drooped listlessly. Father is so annoying. Even when I came out to relax, he still cares. Humph. When I return, I won't speak to him for a month. No, I won't speak to him for 2 months. When Han Xuanai's mutterings entered the ears of the young woman and the old woman, they could not help but smile wryly at each other. Qing knew, have little gold, little black, and little white come out from that place? Soon after, Han Xuanai seemed to have recalled something.
She lifted her head, and the gloominess from before was swept away. Her mischievous eyes turned to look at the old woman in green.
There was a hint of anxiousness on her delicate face. Not yet. The old woman in green shook her head. Can they come out safely? Han Xuanai asked worriedly. Those 2 little pythons ought to be fine.
Their bloodlines from before had already attained the level of a variant Saint Beast's descendant, and it isn't impossible for them to transform into variant Saint Beasts at that place.
The old woman said. What about little gold? Han Xuanai's delicate face went slightly pale, and she asked with an anxious expression. It won't be in trouble, right? If something really happens to it, how should I explain it to Big Brother Ling Tian? It's hard to say. That little gold mouse is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, a descendant of a saint beast. Its bloodline is relatively fixed, and it's much more difficult for it to transform into a saint beast compared to the 2 little pythons.
The old woman shook her head, and her words revealed that she wasn't certain.
What will happen if it can't transform? Han Xuanai asked. It'll be a dead end. As a demon that had once entered that place, the old woman knew the details of that place. It'll be a dead end. These 4 short words shocked Han Xuanai to the point her face went pale. Little gold, nothing must happen to you. After a long while, Han Xuanai took a deep breath and muttered. Young miss, it's time for us to depart, the old woman said calmly. The old woman said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared into thin air with the 2 girls without anyone seeing her do anything. It was as though they had never appeared before. In a place far away from the northern desert, there was an extremely luxurious and magnificent palace on an island suspended in mid-air. At this moment, there were 2 figures standing in the sky above the palace. The 2 figures were leaning against each other. It was a man and a woman. The man was dressed in green, and he was a young man. He stood there with a graceful bearing. The outline of his face was perfect as though it had been sculpted countless times. His sword-like eyebrows were straight, and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Under his sword-like eyebrows, his seemingly calm eyes were staring into the distance. There seemed to be strands of green energy pulsating in them. His eyes suddenly sharpened, as if they could see through everything. The woman next to him was dressed in green. Her peerless appearance that could cause the downfall of a nation seemed to overshadow everything in the surroundings. When she stood next to him, they were a match made in heaven. Brother Feng, you should bring Tiana over as well. I'm worried about leaving him alone there. The woman's voice was like an orchid as she spoke softly. You finally brought this up. However, there's a reason why I left Tiana over there. If it's for his own good, you should look on the bright side. The man said. Brother Feng, I know you left Tiana over there to train him. However, even if he's over here, can't he still train? Moreover, Tiana is under our eyes here after all. I'm more at ease. The woman said again. Of course I've thought about what you said. However, if I bring Tiana over from there, it'll be more harm than good to him. As for the reason, I don't know how to describe it. When you see Tiana again in the future, you'll naturally understand everything. The man said. But Tiana is alone over there. What if something happens to him? The woman said worriedly. Don't worry. I've left 3 Dao talismans for him. They can save his life 3 times. The man comforted her.
What if he uses up all the Dao talismans? Then, he can only rely on himself.
Can't you send someone to protect him? You can protect him secretly.
Those 3 Dao talismans are already the limit of my interference in his life.
He'll have to rely on himself for the rest of his life. How can I, Duan Rufing's son, be an ordinary person? What if something happens to him?
We have to trust him. After leaving the northern desert, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at his destination after traveling north for a few months. It was an area adjacent to the Ruo Shui River. This place was also known as the Northern Mountain Land. The Northern Mountain Land. The Northern Mountain Land. Back then, when Tian Wu, Uncle Feng, and I were on our way to the ancient desert city, the siblings that Uncle Feng saved seemed to be from the Northern Mountain Land. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the ice coffin hovering next to him. To be more precise, he was looking at the red-clad woman lying in the ice coffin.
The Northern Mountains Lu clan? I wonder if the Lu clan is ranked high among the numerous forces in the Northern Mountain Land. Duan Lingtian was curious about this. This was Duan Lingtian's first time in the Northern Mountain Land.
The reason he knew this place was called the Northern Mountain Land was because the Northern Mountain Land was marked on the map that he had borrowed from the Zhang clan previously. To the north of the Northern Mountain Land was the Ruo Shui River. Although the Northern Mountain Land is marked on the map, there's no detailed description of the Northern Mountain Land. I'll have to go there myself if I want to understand the Northern Mountain Land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With Xianxia and the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was lying in, Duan Lingtian began to search his surroundings in an attempt to find a city in the Northern Mountain Land. After spending half a day, he finally found a city. It was a small city in the south of the Northern Mountain Land. Although the city was small, there were many people going in and out of it. Xianxia, let's enter the city.
Chapter 1059. Whoosh.
After Duan Lingtian and Xianxia entered the city, the ice coffin that followed them like a shadow quickly attracted the attention of many passers-by.
The ice coffin was too eye-catching. Even so, not many people took a second look at the ice coffin.
In this world where the strong were respected, one had to be careful no matter what one did. If one was not careful, one could be doomed eternally. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Xianxia entered a restaurant and found a seat by the window. Boom! Under Duan Lingtian's control, the ice coffin landed steadily on the table next door. In an instant, all the customers in the restaurant looked over. What a beautiful woman! Some of the sharp-eyed people quickly saw the woman in red lying in the ice coffin. Even with the ice coffin between, the woman in red's peerless beauty could not be hidden.
She's full of vitality. Why is she lying in the ice coffin? Many people were puzzled.
Maybe she's suffering from some incurable disease.
Someone guessed.
Regardless, the appearance of the ice coffin had become the most eye-catching scene in the restaurant, attracting the attention of all the patrons.
Such a scene was not common.
However, Duan Lingtian's action of bringing the ice coffin along and occupying another table was undoubtedly a little overbearing. Sir, you! Soon the restaurant owner instructed the waiter to come over and look at Duan Lingtian.
I'll pay for 2 tables of wine when I settle the bill.
Duan Lingtian interrupted the waiter.
Naturally, he could guess what the waiter wanted to say.
The waiter wanted to say that he had occupied another table and was affecting their business. Both the waiter and the restaurant owner were speechless. After ordering some dishes and asking the waiter to prepare them, Duan Lingtian leaned against the window and narrowed his eyes at the passers-by outside the restaurant. He had a calm expression on his face. At this moment, he finally calmed down a little. When he was outside, he would often encounter rampant bandits, so he did not dare to relax easily. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Young master, what's our next step? Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously.
He had no idea what Duan Lingtian was planning. When the waiter serves the dishes later, ask him which force is the strongest in the Northern Mountain Land. After he confirms it, we'll pay that force a visit.
Duan Lingtian said.
When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes landed on the ice coffin on the neighboring table. To be more precise, he was looking at the red-clad lady inside the ice coffin. The peerless beauty of the woman in red completely attracted his gaze, making it difficult for him to move his gaze away. At this moment, his eyes were filled with tenderness, as if they could melt everything.
Tianwu, I will definitely wake you up as soon as possible. Wait for me.
Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
Yes.
Although Xianxia did not know why his young master wanted to go to the most powerful force in the northern mountain land, he did not ask. He believed that his young master must have a plan for doing so. What he had to do was to follow the young master and handle the trivial matters for him.
Soon after, the dishes were served one after another. Waiter, I would like to ask, which force is the strongest in the northern mountain land? Xianxia asked the waiter according to Duan Lingtian's instructions. Sir, this must be your first time in our northern mountain land, right?
The waiter asked as his eyes flashed.
That's right.
Xianxia nodded. Sir, the strongest forces in our northern mountain land are the two great clans. One of them is the O clan, and the other is the Lu clan. The waiter smiled as he answered Xianxia's question.
Two great clans? O clan? Lu clan?
Before Xianxia returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting at the side, had already raised his eyebrows as he thought to himself, "It can't be that coincidental, right?" Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he, Feng Tianwu, and Feng Wu Dao left the Darming dynasty and headed to the ancient desert city, the pair of siblings that Feng Wu Dao saved seemed to be from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was one of the two strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land. Merely two clans were actually able to become the two strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land.
How shocking!
Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he revealed an astonished expression. Of course, he knew very well in his heart that since these two clans were able to become the two strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land, they surely had some ability.
Clans.
Xianxia was surprised when he heard the waiter's words. One had to know that the difference between a clan and a sect was not just a little bit. No matter what, a clan revolved around the direct descendants and passed down their bloodline. No matter how outstanding the other branch family disciples and disciples with another surname were, it was difficult for them to stand out. In the end, they would at most become elders or revered elders. It was utterly impossible for the branch family disciples and disciples with another surname to touch the position of patriarch. Because of this, it was extremely difficult for a clan to become truly strong. On the other hand, sects were not merely limited to passing down their bloodline. Those who were capable would rise in the sky. So long as one had the ability, one could even become the leader of a sect. Therefore, it greatly increased the enthusiasm of the sect disciples. This was especially true in the foreign lands where powerhouses were as common as trees in a forest. The difference between clans and sects was undoubtedly even more obvious. However, in the northern desert the two clans were actually the strongest.
Unbelievable!
Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Xianxia, both of them were astonished by this. Dear guests, I heard that the two strongest forces in the northern mountain land are the two clans.
Don't you find it strange?
The waiter could not help but ask when he saw the astonishment on Duan Lingtian and Xianxia's faces.
It was obvious he could guess what both of them were thinking.
Duan Lingtian and Xianxia did not deny it and nodded in unison.
Dear guests, you might not know this.
Our northern mountain lands O clan and Lu clan are different from ordinary clans. It's said that these two clans have been passed down for 10,000 years. The waiter had a solemn expression on his face when he reached the end of his sentence.
10,000 years.
One must admit that the waiter's words shocked Duan Lingtian and Xianxia.
A clan that had been passed down for 10,000 years? How strong was their foundation? It was difficult for them to imagine.
There must be a reason why those two clans could be passed down for 10,000 years, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the waiter. He had a feeling that no matter if it was the Northern Mountains O clan or the Northern Mountains Lu clan, they were definitely not simple.
You're wise, dear guest.
The waiter smiled. There's indeed a reason why those two clans could be passed down for 10,000 years. It's because they're a weapons craftsman clan and an alchemist clan respectively.
Weapons craftsman clan? Alchemist clan?
The moment the waiter's words left his mouth, it made Duan Lingtian even more puzzled.
What do you mean?
It means more than 50% of the people in one of the clans are weapons craftsmen, And more than 50% of the people in the other clan are alchemists.
The waiter continued to explain to Duan Lingtian.
More than 50% of the people in one of the clans are weapons craftsmen? More than 50% of the people in the other clan are alchemists?
As soon as the attendant finished speaking, no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Xianxia, they were both dumbstruck.
On Cloud Continent, who did not know that a high innate talent in weapons craftsmanship and medicine refinement was required to become a weapons craftsman and alchemist?
If one's innate talent was insufficient, it would be impossible to become a grade 9 weapons craftsman and alchemist. However, someone was telling them now.
There was a clan where more than 50% of the people in it were weapons craftsmen. There was another clan where more than 50% of the people in it were alchemists.
Yes. The waiter nodded. He was not surprised by Duan Lingtian and Xianxuan's surprise. He had seen too many people with similar expressions.
Without exception, those people were either people who were coming to the Northern Mountain Land for the first time or people who were learning about the two strongest forces in the Northern Mountain Land for the first time.
It said that 10,000 years ago, the O clan and the Lu clan established themselves in the Northern Mountain Land at almost the same time. The O clan's ancestor was a grade 1 weapons craftsman. On the other hand, the Lu clan's ancestor was a grade 1 alchemist. Ever since the O clan and the Lu clan established themselves, the two clans have focused on the Tao of weapons craftsmanship and Tao of medicine refinement respectively. Until today, the two clans have become the famous weapons craftsman clan and alchemist clan in the Northern Mountain Land. The waiter continued. Grade 1 weapons craftsman. Grade 1 alchemist. Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. It did not cross his mind that there would be grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists outside of the foreign land's central area. Moreover, they were from two clans. In the 10,000 years of history of the two clans, there were more than 10 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists respectively. All of them had gone to the inner land on the other side of the Ruashui River. They were once the revered elders and foreign advisors of the first-rate forces. They refined spirit weapons and pills for the first-rate forces. Because of this, they formed a lot of good karma. This is the main reason why the O clan and the Lu clan were able to survive for 10,000 years. When the first-rate forces accepted the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists of the O clan and the Lu clan as their revered elders and foreign officials, they would publicly promise them that as long as the first-rate forces existed, they would not allow the O clan and the Lu clan to be annihilated. Due to this reason, although many forces have set their sights on the O clan and the Lu clan for the past 10,000 years, they did not dare to annihilate the O clan and the Lu clan. This allowed the two clans to develop until today, and become a colossus in the Northern Mountain Land. The waiter patiently explained the history of the O clan and the Lu clan to Duan Lingtian and Xianxuan. He also explained the reason why they could remain standing for 10,000 years. Even now, the first-rate forces in the inner land might be able to annihilate the O clan and the Lu clan, but they would not dare to do so. This was because as long as they dared to do so, they would be attacked by at least 3 first-rate forces. They might even be annihilated. The relationship between the O clan and the Lu clan is too terrifying. This is the wealth left behind by the ancestors of the two clans. Chapter 1060. The waiter's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears like thunder. Duan Lingtian could not help but fall into a daze. He did not expect this at all. To think that the O clan and the Lu clan of the Northern Mountain Land actually had such an enormous background, such an enormous foundation, and such a huge network of connections. No wonder they could become one of the two most powerful forces in the Northern Mountain Land. The O clan and Lu clan have existed for 10,000 years. Even those first-rate forces on the other side of the Ruashui River, I'm afraid the number of people who can exist for 10,000 years can be counted on one hand. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Naturally, he also learned the reason why the O clan and Lu clan could exist for 10,000 years from the waiter. It was all thanks to the network of connections that their ancestors, grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, had established on the other side of the Ruashui River. That network of relationships had an extremely strong deterrent force. It allowed the O clan and the Lu clan to smoothly pass on for 10,000 years. The inner land referred to the central area of the Cloud Continent. There were many first-rate forces there. A first-rate force was extremely powerful. A second-rate force could not be compared to it.
Moreover, if a first-rate force wanted to destroy a second-rate force, they only needed to send out a few of their most powerful martial monarch powerhouses to easily defeat the second-rate force. The second-rate force would not be able to retaliate at all in front of a first-rate force. It was already considered rare for a first-rate force to exist for 3,000 to 4,000 years. At the very least, during the 2 eras that Reincarnation Emperor Wu lived in, there had never been a first-rate force that had existed for more than 5,000 years. However, there are more than 10 Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the O clan and the Lu clan in the past 10,000 years. These Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists are more or less related to some of the first-rate forces that existed in the past 10,000 years. Due to this reason, when a first-rate force is destroyed, there will naturally be a second first-rate force to protect the O clan and Lu clan from being destroyed. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. This was the main reason the O clan and Lu clan could exist for 10,000 years. The Weapons Craftsman clan and Alchemists clan. What amazing clans! Duan Lingtian sighed to himself. At the same time, he recalled the pair of siblings that Feng Wu Dao had saved that day. Looks like they're from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Moreover, their status in the Northern Mountains Lu clan seems to be quite high. Duan Lingtian still remembered. Back then, the black-robed man who wanted to kill that pair of siblings called the elder brother Second Young Master, and the younger sister, 7th Young Lady. Between the O family and the Lu family, which one is closer to here? Duan Lingtian asked the waiter. His target this time was the strongest force in the Northern Mountain Land. Since the O clan and the Lu clan were listed as the strongest forces in the Northern Mountain Land, he had no choice but to choose one. In his opinion, whether it was the O clan or the Lu clan, it made no difference to him. Therefore, he preferred the one that was closer to his current location. To put it bluntly, he was too lazy to walk that far. Since there was no difference between the 2 clans, it did not matter which one he went to. If we're comparing the 2 clans, the Lu clan is closer. The Lu clan is located in the northeast outside the city. It's only 10,000 miles away from here. Although the waiter did not know why the young customer before him was asking about this, he still answered truthfully. Whether it was the Northern Mountains O clan or the Northern Mountains Lu clan. However, for the current Duan Lingtian, it would only take him an hour to reach the inner land. In less than an hour, Duan Lingtian could already see a vast building complex on the plains in the distance. The buildings stood tall like beasts hibernating there. Suddenly, as though he had noticed something, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and looked at his surroundings. That's the Northern Mountains Lu clan? Why are there so many people? Xianxia glanced to the left and then to the right as he spoke with a face full of surprise. Duan Lingtian saw it as well. At this moment, there were people flying toward the vast building complex from all directions before landing on the west side of the building complex. There was no exception. If I can get into the top 30 in the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan, I'll be able to become a disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan with a different surname. I won't have to worry about materials to refine medicine in the future. A clear voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. I want to become a disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan with a different surname through the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It's not just for the materials. Then, another voice resonated in the air. The Northern Mountains Lu clan has as many high-grade alchemists as there are clouds in the sky. They even have a few Grade 2 alchemists. If I can get their guidance, my achievements in the medicine refinement Dao will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, the Northern Mountains Lu clan's test is really harsh. The lowest requirement to participate is a Grade 6 alchemist. Alchemists below Grade 6 are not qualified to participate at all. The owner of the voice seemed to be complaining when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, 2 people who were talking to each other passed by Duan Lingtian. They were 2 middle-aged men. When they passed by Duan Lingtian, their eyes could not help but stop at the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. The ice coffin was just too eye-catching. Alchemist competition? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a rough idea of what was going on. The Northern Mountains Lu clan seemed to be organizing an alchemist competition. As long as one was ranked in the top 30 in the alchemist competition, One would be able to enter the Northern Mountains Lu clan and become a disciple with a different surname. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was an alchemist clan. More than half of the people in the clan were alchemists, and there was no lack of high-grade alchemists among them. To a low-grade alchemist, that place was like heaven. As long as one could enter that place, one would be able to interact with many alchemists and improve one's attainment in the medicine refinement Tao. If one had the chance to receive guidance from a high-grade alchemist, one would be able to improve by leaps and bounds. It seems like these people are here for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Other than some participants, there must be many people here to watch the show. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the people who came from all directions.
There seems to be a woman lying inside.
All of a sudden, a surprised voice sounded from behind Duan Lingtian. Then, Duan Lingtian saw 3 middle-aged men walking past him side by side. The voice came from one of them. However, after the 3 middle-aged men walked past Duan Lingtian, they did not leave. Instead, they went around the ice coffin and looked at it. What a beautiful woman! If I can get such a beautiful woman, I'm willing to lose 10 years of my life.
Why is she lying in the ice coffin?
The 3 middle-aged men pointed at the ice coffin and discussed among themselves. They acted as though there was no one else around them.
They completely ignored Duan Lingtian and Xianxia.
Scram! Xianxia's expression changed, and he was about to reprimand the 3 middle-aged men when a cold voice suddenly sounded. It was like a clap of thunder in the ears of the 3 middle-aged men. The 3 middle-aged men were so shocked that their bodies trembled. When they regained their senses, they turned around and looked at the source of the voice.
Boy, you're seeking death.
Soon after, the 3 of them locked their eyes on Duan Lingtian and shouted in unison.
Boom!
Chapter 1061. The 3 middle-aged men were sent flying by the energy that swept out from Duan Lingtian's body.
Barf!
Barf! Subsequently, the 3 of them were injured by Duan Lingtian's energy. Their faces turned red as they spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After they caught their breath, they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Apart from anger, there was also fear and dread in their eyes. It did not cross their minds at all. This purple-clad young man who looked like he was only in his 20s actually possessed such terrifying strength. It only took a blink of an eye to send them flying and injure them. They did not even have time to react. They did not even have time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy in the air, let alone gather the heaven and earth phenomenon.
They knew.
This young man's strength was far beyond theirs. I'll give all of you 3 breaths to disappear from my sight.
Otherwise you'll die, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His voice was as cold as ice.
The 3 middle-aged men's expressions changed drastically at once. They turned around and fled in panic. In just a blink of an eye, they landed in the buildings in front of them. It was the Northern Mountains Lu clan's residence. It was obvious they were here for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan.
Whoosh!
After the 3 of them left, Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At that moment, he even had the urge to kill the 3 middle-aged men. It was the after-effect of the Devil Seal tablet. He had forcefully suppressed it at the critical moment. At this moment, the people who saw the scene earlier no longer dared to get close to Duan Lingtian, let alone look at Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin.
Xianxia, let's go over as well.
Duan Lingtian called out to Xianxia. He brought the ice coffin with him and walked all the way to the buildings in front of them. They followed the crowd and entered the west side of the buildings before they landed in a vast field. The vast field was divided into 2 areas. One of the areas was close to a row of magnificent palace buildings. The other area was a field near the outer area. There were many people standing there. Most of the people, including Duan Lingtian and those who fell from the sky, were standing near the outer area of the field.
Duan Lingtian saw it.
In the area close to the palace building, tables were placed there, connected together. In addition, the same medicinal herbs were placed on every table. The alchemist competition should be held here. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see this.
Hmm.
Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, Duan Lingtian turned his head slightly and looked into the distance. There, 3 middle-aged men were looking at him. Seeing him looking over, the 3 middle-aged men shifted their gazes away. However, the moment he looked over, he saw the anger and hatred in their eyes. The 3 middle-aged men were not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. They were the 3 people he had injured outside. Duan Lingtian only glanced at the 3 before retracting his gaze. 3 martial artists at the first and second level of the void transformation stage were of no threat to him. In the distance, after the 3 middle-aged men retracted their gazes from Duan Lingtian, they looked at each other and saw fear and dread in each other's eyes.
He's also here to participate in the alchemist competition?
One of them spoke slowly, and his slightly suppressed voice seemed to carry a slight trace of anger within it.
Should be. Another man nodded. Then, he's human? Not a demon?
The last man frowned. Initially, after witnessing the purple-clad young man's strength, he thought he was a demon. This was because he was too young. A young man who looked like he was only in his 20s had a strength that far surpassed them. His cultivation base was suspected to be at the 4th level of the void transformation stage or above. Even the most outstanding young powerhouses in their northern mountain lands O clan and Lu clan who focused on martial Dao cultivation did not have such terrifying innate talent. More than half of the people in the O clan and Lu clan focused on the weapons refinement Dao and the medicine refinement Dao. The remaining people could not become weapons refinement masters or alchemists due to their limited innate talent. They could only focus on martial Dao to raise their cultivation base and protect their respective clans. The O clan and Lu clan were weapons refinement clan and alchemist clan respectively. They had a heritage of 10,000 years. The cultivation resources they had accumulated were almost comparable to a first-rate force. Therefore, the disciples from the O clan and Lu clan who focused on martial Dao cultivation would not be weak under the nurturing of such a huge amount of cultivation resources. If he's really here to participate in the alchemist competition, then he should be a human. It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist. This is the iron law on Cloud Continent. The 3 middle-aged men looked at each other again. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Such a young man who possessed a cultivation base that far surpassed theirs had already shocked them. Now, they found out the young man was most likely an alchemist who came to participate in the alchemist competition just like them. For a moment, they could not help but feel shocked. Their emotions surged and could not calm down for a long time. Perhaps he's here to accompany the middle-aged man next to him. The 3 of them could not believe Duan Lingtian was here to participate in the alchemist competition no matter what. Soon after, one of them speculated. That's possible. The other 2 nodded as well. They hoped it was true as well. After all, their previous guesses were simply too inconceivable in their eyes. They all felt that it was practically impossible for such a thing to happen. Yao Liang, didn't you say one of the referees for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan is your uncle? Suddenly, one of the middle-aged men looked at the other middle-aged man in green clothes, and his eyes lit up. Why don't you inform your uncle and ask him to directly eliminate the alchemist that's with that fellow? When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the middle-aged man standing behind the purple-clad young man in the distance. A faint sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The person he had his eyes on was, naturally, Xianxia, who was next to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he only thought Duan Lingtian was here to accompany Xianxia to participate in the alchemist competition. He thought Xianxia was the alchemist. That's right, Yao Liang. As long as your uncle says the word, they'll immediately scram. Therefore, Huang Chun guessed Duan Lingtian must be a grade 6 alchemist. He did not dare to think about whether he was a higher grade alchemist. The fact that Duan Lingtian could become a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age already shocked him from the bottom of his heart.
Chapter 1062. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly when he heard Huang Chun's words. Was it certain that he would become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? He did not come here to become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. He came to the Northern Mountains Lu clan to make him an interim advisor and revered elder. It was not hard to imagine. As long as he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, even the Northern Mountains Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouses would have to be respectful to him. However, I can still participate in the alchemist competition. When the competition starts, I'll reveal my grade 1 pill fire. It'll be interesting then. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face seemed to represent confidence in Huang Chun's eyes. He was confident that he would be able to rank in the top 30 in the alchemist competition and become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. If Huang Chun knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking right now, he would most likely faint from shock. The alchemist competition had yet to begin. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stood in place and waited patiently. As time went by, the number of people who came decreased. In the end, they did not see anyone for a long time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, two soft sounds of wind blew in the air, startling everyone, including Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and the others looked in the direction of the sound of wind, they saw two old figures. They were two old men. One was dressed in green while the other was dressed in gray. The green-clad old man had a sturdy body and a determined face. He had a dignified look on his face, and he gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression. The gray-clad old man had a skinny body and a bony face. He had a gloomy expression on his face, giving off an extremely eerie feeling. Whoosh! 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 Following the appearance of the two old men, another 5 figures appeared behind them, following them like shadows. Among these people, there were old and middle-aged people. They stood behind the two old men expressionlessly. Their eyes were fixed in front of them, and they did not move at all. The Lu clan has come out. Someone shouted in a low voice, causing everyone, including Duan Lingtian, to come back to their senses and re-examine the 7 people in front of them. The 2 people in the lead are both at the 8th level of the Void Transformation stage. As for the other 5 people, the weakest is at the 4th level of the Void Transformation stage while the strongest is at the 6th level of the Void Transformation stage. Duan Lingtian's mental power extended out and immediately detected the cultivation of the 7 people. In a second-rate force like the Northern Mountains Lu clan, the cultivation base of these 7 people could not be considered strong. However, Duan Lingtian knew that their cultivation did not need to be very strong. For them to appear right before the alchemist competition is about to begin. These 7 people must be from the Northern Mountains Lu clan who's hosting the alchemist competition. The people hosting the alchemist competition are undoubtedly all alchemists. Furthermore, their grades shouldn't be low. As a high-grade alchemist, being able to have this level of cultivation is already considered pretty good. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through the 7 members of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. Welcome to the Lu clan for participating in the alchemist competition. First of all, I'd like to represent the Lu clan to thank all of you for your enthusiasm. Secondly, the Lu clan will only recruit the top 30 people in the alchemist competition this time. If any of you are unfortunate enough to be eliminated, please don't be discouraged. The Lu clan will hold another alchemist competition 3 years later. The green-clad old man spoke in a loud voice that entered the ears of everyone present on the scene. I'm Lu So, an elder of the Lu clan. This person next to me is also an elder of the Lu clan. I'm sure all of you have heard of him before. He's Elder Lu Zhao, the green-clad old man continued. As he introduced himself, he also introduced the gray-clad old man next to him to the crowd. Elder Lu Zhao? Don't tell me he's the Lu clan's elder who can refine grade 3 pills with more than 70% purity? It should be him. I heard that one of the judges for today's alchemist competition is Elder Lu Zhao. Although Elder Lu Zhao is only a grade 3 alchemist, he can be considered as one of the top grade 3 alchemists because he's able to refine grade 3 medicinal pills with a purity of 70% and above. Many people whispered among themselves as they discussed the gray-clad old man who is also the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao. Elder Lu So is also a grade 3 alchemist in the Lu clan. He has also refined grade 3 pills with more than 70% purity. Although he's not as good as Elder Lu Zhao, he's not too far off. That's right,
Elder Lu So is also very powerful. If I can get his guidance, my progress in the medicine refinement Dao will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, I heard that Elder Lu So is very kind and doesn't put on airs. This is something that Elder Lu So can't compare to. Many people began to whisper among themselves again. At the same time, Lu Zhao's face turned slightly gloomy. However, he did not flare up in the end. As for Lu So, one could not tell if he was happy or angry on the surface. However, there was a hint of joy in the depth of his eyes. No matter who it was, everyone liked to be praised instead of being insulted. Today, Lu So and I will be the chief judges for this alchemist competition. The 5 people behind us are all outstanding alchemists in our Lu clan. They'll be the judges and be responsible for inspecting your results in refining pills. Lu So continued to speak to the crowd. Ha! Duan Lingtian only heard half of Lu So's words before he stopped listening. Naturally, it was not that he did not want to listen. It was just that his attention was attracted by someone else. His gaze was originally on Lu So and the other 6 people from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It was easy for him to see who was acting strangely. At this moment, he was attracted by Lu Zhao. He noticed that Lu Zhao was looking at a green-clad middle-aged man and nodding from time to time. It was as though he was communicating with the green-clad middle-aged man. In the end, a fierce gleam flashed in the depth of Lu Zhao's eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Initially, Duan Lingtian felt that the green-clad middle-aged man's back was slightly familiar, but he did not think too much about it. However, at this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man suddenly turned to look at him. There was a hint of mockery and disdain in the depth of the green-clad middle-aged man's eyes. There was also a smile on his face as though he had succeeded in his scheme. So it's him. Now that Duan Lingtian saw the green-clad middle-aged man's face, he finally recognized him. No wonder I felt that he was slightly familiar. The green-clad middle-aged man was none other than one of the 3 middle-aged men he had taught a lesson outside the Northern Mountains Lu clan.
Looks like he knows Lu Zhao. Not only do they know each other, but they seem to be very close as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. There was no need for him to guess what the green-clad middle-aged man and Lu Zhao were talking about. They were most likely discussing how to make things difficult for him. However, he did not care. If he was only a grade 6 alchemist, he might have fallen into their trap. However, the problem was that he was not a grade 6 alchemist. Everyone, be quiet. Soon after, Lu So's voice continued to sound.
It suppressed the noise in the scene and caused the scene to fall silent. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had their eyes on Lu South. The alchemist competition is divided into 3 rounds. The preliminary round, the semi-finals, and the final round. Before the preliminary round, all of you will need to draw lots and get your lots. Then, we'll proceed with the preliminary round according to the order. Lu So said when he saw everyone looking at him. It's about to begin. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. The preliminary round was the beginning of the alchemist competition. Only by advancing in the preliminary round would one be able to enter the semi-finals. After the semi-finals, it would be the final round. Only the most outstanding 30 people would enter the final round. Those who entered the final round would be able to enter the Northern Mountains Lu clan and become a foreign disciple of the Lu clan. The final round would determine the exact ranking of the 30 people. Those who were ranked at the top would be rewarded handsomely. At the same time, they would become the target of the Lu clan's nurturing. I heard. Apart from the rewards, the top 3 people in the final round would also become the personal medicine boy of the Lu clan's grade 2 alchemist and receive pointers from the grade 2 alchemist. My goal is to be in the top 3 in the final round. As long as I can receive pointers from a grade 2 alchemist, I'll definitely be able to become a grade 4 alchemist in a short time. Those who are qualified to participate in the alchemist competition don't just want to become a foreign disciple of the Lu clan. Everyone hopes to be able to receive pointers from a high-grade alchemist in the Lu clan. Many people discussed among themselves. Their eyes were burning with desire. Many of them were grade 5 alchemists. Their biggest goal was to become the personal medicine boy of the Northern Mountains Lu clan's grade 2 alchemist. As the saying went, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. A personal medicine boy could follow the grade 2 alchemist and assist him. As long as he served the grade 2 alchemist well, He would be able to receive pointers from the grade 2 alchemist at any time.
Let them draw the lots.
Lu Shou looked at a middle-aged man behind him and said nonchalantly,
Yes.
After the middle-aged man responded respectfully, he prepared to fly out and take out the items needed to draw lots so that Duan Lingtian and the others who came to participate in the alchemist competition could draw lots.
Wait.
At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the air, causing the middle-aged man to stop in his tracks.
He did not have time to fly out. Elder Lu Zhao.
The middle-aged man looked at the old man standing next to Lu South. He did not dare to act recklessly. Lu Zhao, do you have anything else to say?
Lu Shou asked as he looked at Lu Zhao with a raised brow.
Lu Zhao nodded faintly before he took a step forward. He glanced at the surroundings before he said with confidence, Today is the day our Northern Mountains Lu clan is holding the alchemist competition to recruit outstanding disciples with different surnames.
I personally welcome all of you here.
However, when the Lu clan recruits foreign disciples, other than looking at their talent in the medicine refinement Dao, we also look at their character. As far as I know, some of you are ruthless and easily hurt others. Such people are not qualified to participate in the alchemist competition held by the Lu clan.
Chapter 1063. Naturally, the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian.
As for the middle-aged man standing behind Duan Lingtian, he was Xianxia. When Lu Zhao said those words and fixed his gaze on Duan Lingtian and Xianxia, the others also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian and Xianxia. Soon after, the people standing near Duan Lingtian and Xianxia moved away from them as though they were afraid they would get into trouble. For a moment, the place where Duan Lingtian and Xianxia were standing was empty. Apart from the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian, only Huang Chun was standing there. However, Huang Chun did not look too good at the moment. He wanted to leave, but when he remembered that he was acquainted with Duan Lingtian, it did not seem right for him to leave. While Huang Chun was still hesitating, Lu Zhao's gaze fell on him. He asked faintly, Are you with them? The moment Lu Zhao's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Huang Chun's face. He hurriedly waved his hand and said,
No. I don't know them. I don't know them.
Huang Chun, who was in a panic, quickly moved away from Duan Lingtian and Xianxia. It was as though he was avoiding the god of plague. Huang Chun's words clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind. Putting aside the fact that he had only met Huang Chun once, even if Huang Chun was his friend, Huang Chun still had the right to choose. He could not force him. He was very open-minded about this. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and Xianxia were left standing in the empty space. To be more precise, there were 3 of them. There was also Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. Both of you have poor character. Our Lu clan doesn't welcome you. Both of you are disqualified from participating in the alchemist competition today. Lu Zhao said nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xianxia. There was no room for doubt in his words. It was as though he was a judge who ruled over life and death. With just one sentence, he had sentenced Duan Lingtian and Xianxia to death. Lu Shou, who was standing at the side, frowned slightly. Naturally, he could tell that Lu Zhao was intentionally suppressing the purple-clad young man and the people around him. As for the reason, he had seen Lu Zhao and the people who came to participate in the alchemist competition earlier.
He seemed to have seen him somewhere. That's right. The last time he came to our Lu family, he's Lu Zhao's nephew. Soon after, Lu Shou finally remembered. He was almost certain that Lu Zhao was abusing his power for personal gain. Although he was dissatisfied, he had no intention of stopping him. No matter what. To him, the purple-clad young man and the person beside him were all outsiders. He did not know them at all. No matter what, Lu was for him was. He could not offer was Lu was senior. Was he? For this reason. Bad character? Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. His laugh was bright and dazzling, causing everyone in the surroundings to think that he had gone mad. Keep smiling. You won't be able to smile for long.
The three middle-aged men, including the green-clad middle-aged man, who were injured by Duan Ling Tian outside the Northern Mountains Lu clan, had a mocking smile on their faces when they looked at Duan Ling Tian.
In their opinion,
one of the two chief judges of the alchemist competition had already announced that the purple-clad young man was disqualified. This purple-clad young man was destined to get lost.
"Didn't you hear what I said?"
Lu Zhao asked in a deep voice when he saw Duan Ling Tian, and Xianxia did not do anything after hearing his words.
He felt his dignity was being challenged. His eyes gleamed coldly.
"Elder Lu Zhao, this is against the rules." However, Lu Zhao did not receive any response from Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia. "Third young master, you?" Lu Shou's expression changed slightly.
"What?"
"Elder Lu Shou, if you don't believe in Elder Lu Zhao's judgment, don't tell me you don't believe in mine?"
Chapter 1064.
Duan Ling Tian looked at the young man who suddenly appeared calmly.
"The third young master of the Northern Mountains Lu clan?"
The sudden appearance of the Lu clan's third young master and his current stance proved one thing.
He was on Lu Zhao's side.
However, even then, Duan Ling Tian's expression did not change at all. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him.
"Third brother, you're really impressive."
When Lu Shou heard the Lu clan's third young master's words and was at a loss for words, a loud voice resonated and attracted the attention of everyone present. In the distance, a young man flew over and arrived next to Lu Shou in just a moment.
"Second young master."
The moment the young man appeared, Lu Shou and the other 5 Lu clan's disciples hurriedly bowed. When Lu Zhao saw the young man, he frowned slightly and bowed slightly in the end.
"It's the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai."
"I can't believe that not only the Lu clan's third young master, but even the Lu clan's second young master is here for the alchemist competition. I heard that the Lu clan's second young master is one of the 2 heirs to the next clan leader. The only person who can compete with the Lu clan's first young master for the position of the next clan leader is probably the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song."
"That's right."
As for the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, although he's not bad, he's still lacking compared to the Lu clan's first young master and second young master.
However, I heard that he's the younger brother of the Lu clan's first young master.
Many people whispered among themselves. These people had a certain level of understanding of the Northern Mountains Lu clan.
"I see."
With Duan Ling Tian's excellent hearing, it was only natural that he heard the whispers. He seemed to have understood something at once.
"Second brother, don't tell me you're trying to protect them?"
"They're despicable and have no right to enter our Lu clan," Lu Huai said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly when he saw Lu Bai. However, Lu Bai ignored him as though he did not hear him at all. He only looked at the purple-clad young man standing nearby.
"We meet again,"
Lu Bai said with a smile.
"Yes, we meet again."
The purple-clad young man who was being stared at by Lu Bai was none other than Duan Ling Tian. In the face of Lu Bai, who took the initiative to greet him, Duan Ling Tian responded with a smile. When Lu Bai first appeared, he recognized him. It was precisely the elder brother of the pair of siblings that he, Feng Tianwu, and Feng Wu Dao had encountered on the way to the ancient desert city when they left the Darming dynasty.
He still remembered.
At that time, it was Feng Wu Dao who saved the lives of that pair of brother and sister by chance. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had heard from the siblings that they were from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. However, he had no idea what the Northern Mountains Lu clan was. It was only when he arrived at the Northern Mountain land that he finally understood the meaning of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. A clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years. An alchemist clan. There were more than 10 grade 1 alchemists in the history of the alchemy sect.
Lu Bai.
Lu Bai looked at Duan Ling Tian and suddenly opened his mouth. It was obvious he was introducing himself.
"Duan Ling Tian."
Duan Ling Tian responded with a smile. At the same time, his gaze swept past Lu Bai and Lu Shou, who were standing together. His heart jolted as he vaguely guessed something. Earlier, this elder Lu so didn't intend to meddle in my business. However, in just a blink of an eye, he seemed to want to protect me.
I was wondering why he wanted to help me. Now, it seems like it was Lu Bai's idea.
Lu Bai must have been hiding in the dark since the beginning and recognized me.
Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, the fog that shrouded Duan Lingtian earlier completely disappeared. When the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai greeting each other like old friends, their expressions more or less changed. He actually knows the Lu clan's second young master? The green-clad middle-aged man and his two companions had a change in expression. There was a hint of dread in their eyes. It did not cross their minds that the purple-clad young man whom they hated to the core actually knew Lu Bai, the second young master of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Moreover, the two of them seemed to have a close relationship. No wonder Lu so didn't hesitate to offend me and meddle in my business. As it turns out, he's a friend of the second young master. I think the second young master must have secretly hinted for Lu So to help him. Lu Zhao's face darkened. He could vaguely guess what was going on. At the same time, his eyes gleamed coldly. His cold gaze did not leave the purple-clad figure in the distance.
Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the sinister gaze on him. He glanced at Lu Zhao indifferently for a moment before he ignored him.
Grade 3 alchemist? 8th level void transformation stage?
To be honest, whether it was the medicine refinement Dao or martial Dao cultivation, Duan Lingtian did not take Lu Zhao seriously at all. Duan Lingtian actually knows the Lu clan's second young master? Huang Chun stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was smiling at Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master. At the same time, his heart was filled with regret. He knew he had missed an opportunity to form a relationship with the Lu clan's second young master. If he did not avoid Duan Lingtian like he was avoiding the plague, if he did not say that he did not know Duan Lingtian, he would have been considered a friend by Duan Lingtian. If he was a friend of Duan Lingtian, it would be easy for him to form a relationship with the Lu clan's second young master through Duan Lingtian. However, he had ruined everything with his own hands. I was wondering why second brother would protect them. So they're people you know, second brother. Lu Huai took a deep look at Lu Bai and said with slight surprise. Second brother, you really have a wide circle of friends. You actually know people from all walks of life. Lu Huai's tone was laced with sarcasm. He paused for a moment before he continued. However, according to the rules of our Lu clan, even if a person with a despicable character is a friend of second brother, he cannot enter the Lu clan. However, Lu Bai was still the same as before. He did not pay any attention to him. This made Lu Bai's expression turn even uglier. Why did you come to our Lu clan? Lu Bai asked in surprise as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I came to your Lu clan to be a revered elder or an interim elder. Duan Lingtian replied honestly with a smile on his face. Revered elder? Interim elder. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Even Lu Bai was taken aback for a moment. It was not easy to become a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan. If he was a martial artist, he would need to be at least at the martial monarch stage. Only a martial monarch powerhouse was qualified to become a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan. If he was an alchemist, he would need to be a grade 2 alchemist at the very least. A martial monarch powerhouse? A grade 2 alchemist or above. Lu Bai studied Duan Lingtian for a while and secretly shook his head. He thought Duan Lingtian was just joking. Ha 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 ha. After a moment of silence, many people regained their senses and burst into laughter. For a moment, most of the people present looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. If he didn't rely on his relationship with the Lu clan's second young master, I'm afraid it would be a problem for him to successfully advance in the alchemist competition and become a disciple with a different surname. That's right. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself in the mirror? He wants to become a revered elder or guardian of the Lu clan. Is he even worthy? I think he's bragging too much. However, I think he's just asking for a beating since he dares to brag in front of so many people. I think he's daydreaming. Many people mocked Duan Lingtian. Without exception, they thought Duan Lingtian was bragging and daydreaming.
trying to become a revered elder or guardian of the Northern Mountains Lu clan.
Without a cultivation base at the martial monarch stage and a grade 2 alchemist or above, he could forget about it.
This Duan Lingtian is really crazy.
When the green-clad middle-aged man and his two companions looked at Duan Lingtian again, their faces were filled with mockery.
They thought Duan Lingtian was daydreaming. So, he's an idiot.
Lu Zhao sneered.
Haha. Second brother, is there something wrong with your friend's head?
Lu Huai could not help but laugh out loud.
His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Slap.
As soon as Lu Huai's words left his mouth, a loud and clear sound of a slap resonated in the air.
Then everyone saw that. Half of Lu Huai's face, the Lu clan's third young master, had a red palm print on it. Soon after, half of his face swelled up, making him look like half a pig's head. At the same time, everyone noticed that there was another figure standing in front of Lu Huai. It was a purple figure. Most of the people, including Lu Bai, were stunned when they saw the purple figure. You dare to hit me? Lu Huai held the swollen half of his face.
His cold eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the purple-clad young man standing in front of him.
He wished he could kill him immediately.
However, although he was extremely furious and wished he could cut the person in front of him into 1,000 pieces, he did not act rashly. The fact that the other party was able to slap him without him being able to react meant that the other party's strength was far superior to his.
Third young master, you keep saying that I'm despicable. I wonder if you're despicable for insulting others with your words? After slapping Lu Huai, the person standing in front of him was naturally Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Huai calmly.
A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
However, in Lu Huai's eyes, this smile was like the smile of a devil. Lu Zhao, kill him. The killing intent in Lu Huai's eyes intensified when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Whoosh.
Almost at the same time Lu Huai spoke, Lu Zhao, who had been accumulating his strength for a long time, shot out like a bolt of lightning toward Duan Lingtian.
Dang! Lu Zhao's originally gloomy face was filled with coldness. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness.
With a raise of his hand, a spirit saber appeared out of thin air and slashed toward Duan Lingtian's head.
Buzz! Chapter 1065. Clang. Whoosh.
An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air, followed by the sound of a sword whistling in the air.
Everyone present could hear the sound of metal clashing.
As for the sound of a sword whistling in the air, less than half of the people present could hear it.
So fast. Apart from Lu Zhao, Lu So, who was the most powerful person present, seemed to have seen something that shocked him. His eyes narrowed, and a look of shock appeared on his face. As for the others, they could not see what was happening at all. In their eyes, the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, shouted as the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, made his move on Duan Lingtian, intending to kill Duan Lingtian. When Lu Zhao pounced on Duan Lingtian, they heard the sound of metal clashing. Then, they saw a stream of blood splattering in the air. It seemed to have condensed into dazzling red roses in the air. Boom!
In the next moment, the sound of a body falling to the ground reverberated in the air.
How's this possible?
Many of the people present gasped as they looked at the lifeless body that fell to the ground.
Their faces and eyes were filled with disbelief. Soon after, all of their gazes landed on the purple-clad figure standing there proudly. These gazes were mixed with a sense of shock and inexplicable bewilderment. He killed Elder Lu Zhao? How can he be so powerful? How old is he? He looks like he's only 25 years old at most. Could he be a demon? No. If he's a demon, why would he participate in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan? It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, let alone a grade 6 alchemist or above. If he's a human martial artist, doesn't that mean that he possesses both a terrifying talent in the martial Dao and an enviable talent in alchemy? Soon after, the gazes that landed on the purple-clad figure were filled with shock. It was hard for them to imagine. There was actually such a monstrous existence in this world. Uncle. At this moment,
A green figure pounced out and landed beside Lu Zhao's body. He cried out sorrowfully, and his voice was filled with desolation. "Uncle?" Duan Lingtian, who had become the center of attention, coldly glanced at the green-clothed middle-aged man beside Lu Zhao's corpse. No wonder Lu Zhao saw me as a thorn in his side. It turns out that one of the 3 people I injured was his nephew. Now, Duan Lingtian understood everything. Other than Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin, Xianxia was the only one who was not shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. The others were so shocked that they couldn't regain their senses for a long time. He's actually so strong. To think that I was worried about his safety. When Lu Bai, the second young master of Lu clan, regained his senses, he stared blankly at the purple figure in the distance. At this moment, he only felt that the purple figure in front of him was so tall. Is he really someone from the far south? How could such a monstrous genius be born in such a small place? Lu Bai's face was filled with disbelief. It was not difficult for him to guess Duan Lingtian's origin due to their previous encounter. Where did second young master get to know this Duan Lingtian? What a monster! The corner of Lu Sou's mouth twitched violently. Earlier, Lu Zhao's attack on Duan Lingtian was as fast as lightning. He, who was unprepared, could not react at all. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by Lu Zhao. However, who would have thought that the outcome would be so dramatic? You! As Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Huai, the third young master of Lu clan, Lu Huai, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, had a horrified expression on his face. Just like the others. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to be so terrifying that even Lu Zhao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage, was killed by him. From the moment Lu Zhao attacked to the moment he was killed, let alone the fact that Duan Lingtian's strength did not trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon, even Lu Zhao's strength did not have the time to trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon. Lu Zhao made the first move and gained the upper hand by striking first. He was killed as soon as he made his move. It all happened in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's movements were so fast that he did not even see it clearly from the beginning until the end. Lu Huai's face was flushed red as he looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. His legs were trembling when Duan Lingtian made his move. Whoosh! His hand shot out at lightning speed and grabbed Lu Huai's neck easily. He lifted Lu Huai's feet off the ground and hovered in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Lu Huai looked at each other with a cold gleam in their eyes. Killing intent rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It was obvious he wanted to kill Lu Huai. You want to kill me? Lu Huai, whose face was flushed red due to Duan Lingtian's choking, asked with difficulty. Fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul could be seen in his eyes. You've already ordered someone to kill me. Don't tell me I can't kill you? Duan Lingtian's expression and tone were calm. However, the people present on the scene could hear the cold killing intent in his calm tone. It sent chills down their spines. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? He actually wants to kill the Lu clan's third young master. If he really kills the Lu clan's third young master, he won't be able to escape death no matter how strong his martial Dao or medicine refinement talent is. Killing the Lu clan's third young master is equivalent to slapping the Lu clan in the face. The Lu clan will definitely not let this go. At that time, even if the Lu clan's second young master pleads on his behalf, it'll be useless. He'll definitely die. The group of people who were watching by the side whispered among themselves. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Kill him. Kill him. On the other hand, the green-clad middle-aged man who was squatting beside Lu Zhao's body had just reached out to close Lu Zhao's eyes that were still wide open. However, his face was filled with rage and madness as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He knew it was impossible for him to avenge his uncle. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian had already offended the Lu clan by killing his uncle. However, with the Lu clan's second young master pleading on his behalf, the Lu clan would definitely not kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his uncle. After all, his uncle was only a collateral disciple of the Lu clan. Compared to the Lu clan's second young master, his life was as cheap as grass. However, if Duan Lingtian killed the Lu clan's third young master, then everything would be different. At that time, Even with the Lu clan's second young master pleading on his behalf, the Lu clan would still kill Duan Lingtian at all costs. Duan Lingtian, don't kill him! Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, and Lu So, the Lu clan's elder, shouted in unison when they sensed the killing intent rising from Duan Lingtian. A hint of panic could be seen on their faces. As members of the Lu clan, it was only natural that they knew the consequences of killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Huh! Duan Lingtian frowned and turned around to look at Lu Bai. He had a good impression of Lu Bai. However, he could not let Lu Huai go just like that. Although he had already killed Lu Zhao who wanted to kill him, Lu Zhao was still under Lu Huai's orders. Lu Huai was the culprit. He would not let go of someone who wanted him dead. Duan Lingtian, calm down. Calm down. Don't be rash. Lu Huai's death is not to be regretted, but there's no need for you to ruin your own life because of Lu Huai. Lu Bai's breathing quickened as he continued to persuade him. Ruin my own life? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. No matter what, Lu Huai is still a direct descendant of our Northern Mountains Lu clan. If you kill him, it's equivalent to slapping our Lu clan's face. Everyone in the Lu clan will kill you at all costs. Lu Bai hurriedly nodded and voiced his concerns. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. His eyes gleamed as though he was thinking about something. At the same time, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to know what decision Duan Lingtian would make. Kill Lu Huai? Or not kill him? I wonder if this Duan Lingtian will really kill the Lu clan's third young master or not. Many people spoke softly, and their voices were filled with doubts. He knows that he'll definitely die if he kills the Lu clan's third young master. I don't think he'll dare to kill him. I think so too. Most of them felt that Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill Lu Huai. After all, if Lu Huai died, Duan Lingtian would not be able to live as well. If they were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, they would not dare to kill Lu Huai. In their opinion, their lives were more important than their lives. His life was more important than anything else. There was no need to throw away his life for a moment of anger. Cough cough. You don't dare to kill me. You don't dare to kill me. At this moment, Lu Huai, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian, coughed twice. A smug expression appeared on his pale face as he stared at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Are you sure? I don't dare to kill you? Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be deep in thought, regained his senses when he heard Lu Huai's provocative words. He tightened his grip on Lu Huai's neck. Cough, cough, cough. You. What are you doing? Duan Lingtian tightened his grip, making it difficult for Lu Huai to breathe. Lu Huai's eyes narrowed as he struggled to break free. Duan Lingtian. No. Lu Bai's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Duan Lingtian, you better think this through. If you kill the third young master, you won't be able to survive. Lu So advised. Young master. At this moment, Xianxia was more or less affected by the surrounding atmosphere. He looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly and advised, there's no need to put yourself in danger for him. The Northern Mountains Lu clan has a history of 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Lu Bai, Lu So, and Xianxia's advice. Instead, he muttered to himself and paused for a moment. Then, he turned around and looked at Lu Bai before he asked, in the history of the Lu clan, has there ever been anyone who managed to survive after killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan? Yes. Although Lu Bai did not know why Duan Lingtian asked this, he nodded his head anyway. Who are they? Chapter 1066. They're divided into two types of people. One of them is a martial monarch powerhouse that our Lu clan is helpless against. Lu Bai paused for a moment when he reached this part of the sentence. His expression turned solemn, and his tone was filled with helplessness. Martial monarch powerhouse. Moreover, it was a martial monarch powerhouse that the Lu clan was helpless against. Everyone present on the scene heard Lu Bai's words clearly. For a moment, everyone agreed with him. A martial monarch powerhouse that the Lu clan was helpless against was obviously stronger than the strongest martial monarch powerhouse in the Lu clan. The Lu clan could not do anything to such a person.
He had killed a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Even if the Lu clan was furious, they could not exact revenge.
Although the Lu clan had connections with some of the first-rate forces on the other side of the Ruoshui River, those first-rate forces would only make a move when the Lu clan was annihilated. If the Lu clan was not in danger of being annihilated, the first-rate forces would not make a move even if the clan leader died, let alone the death of a direct descendant of the Lu clan. They were protecting the Lu clan, not anyone in the Lu clan. What about the other type of people? Duan Lingtian continued to ask as his eyes gleamed. The other type of people are not martial monarch powerhouses, Lu Bai said slowly. Lu Bai opened his mouth slowly. After successfully attracting everyone's attention apart from the Lu clan's disciples, he continued to say, that group of people has almost reached the peak in the medicine refinement Dao. They're grade 1 alchemists. Grade 1 alchemists. The moment Lu Bai's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At this moment, even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound would be audible. So they're grade 1 alchemists. The Northern Mountains Lu clan is an alchemist clan. A grade 1 alchemist is enough to earn the Lu clan's respect. Moreover, a grade 1 alchemist is very influential. This can be seen from the fact that the Lu clan has been around for 10,000 years. The reason the Lu clan has been around for 10,000 years is because of the dozen or so grade 1 alchemists in the Lu clan's history. After everyone came back to their senses, they all came to a sudden realization. When they whispered to each other, they deeply agreed with this. A grade 1 alchemist might not be as strong as a powerhouse in the Northern Mountains Lu clan. However, the influence of a grade 1 alchemist was enough to make the Lu clan fearful. Cough cough. Did you hear that? Only a martial emperor, a grade 1 alchemist, cough cough, can kill me. After killing me, come out unscathed, cough cough. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. At the same time, Lu Huai, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian, became restless once again. He stared at Duan Lingtian with contempt, fearless. Only martial monarchs and grade 1 alchemists can come out unscathed after killing you? Duan Lingtian and Lu Huai looked at each other calmly. Both of his eyes flashed and a crazed look appeared on his face. No. When Lu Huai felt Duan Lingtian's grip tightening, his expression changed again. He struggled and screamed shrilly. Duan Lingtian. The expression of Lu Bai, who was watching from the side, changed greatly. He never thought that Duan Lingtian would actually dare to take such a risk when he knew that he would definitely die after killing Lu Huai. Crack. The crisp sound of a bone breaking suddenly reverberated in the air and entered everyone's ears. They could not help but shudder secretly. One of the 5 Lu clan's disciples who came out with Lu So and Lu Zhao hastily turned around and left. The other 4 people also had a look of disbelief on their faces. Their gazes, without exception, landed on that purple figure. The other people's eyes were also focused on the purple figure. The owner of the purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who was dressed in purple. At this moment, Duan Lingtian exerted more force in his hand and broke Lu Huai's neck. His head fell to the side. Boom! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and threw Lu Huai's body on the ground. His expression was calm as though he had done something insignificant. Crazy! Many people's eyes narrowed. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. They thought Duan Lingtian had gone crazy. He really killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master? Is he not afraid of death? It's useless even if the Lu clan's 2nd young master pleads on his behalf for killing the Lu clan's 3rd young master. What's he thinking? I think he doesn't want to live anymore. The onlookers discussed among themselves. They found it difficult to understand Duan Lingtian's actions. He knew he would not be able to escape death after killing the Lu clan's 3rd young master. But he still killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master. Was he not digging his own grave? Duan Lingtian. Lu Bai's expression turned ugly. Lu Bai's expression was ugly. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Of course, the reason his expression turned ugly was not because of Lu Huai's death. Although he and Lu Huai were both direct descendants, there was no blood relationship between them. In fact, Lu Huai had secretly plotted against him in the past because he and Lu Song, the Lu clan's first young master, were competing for the next clan leader's position. To be honest, Lu Bai was happy that Lu Huai was dead. However, when he thought about how Duan Ling Tian might lose his life because of this, his heart could not help but sink. Although this was his second time meeting Duan Ling Tian, he was saved by the powerhouse by Duan Ling Tian's side during their first meeting. Due to this reason, out of gratitude, he did not want anything to happen to Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, how could he face his benefactor who had saved his life?
Young man, you're too competitive.
Lu So sighed. He thought Duan Ling Tian had lost his rationality and killed Lu Huai because of his competitive nature after being provoked by Lu Huai. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. In his opinion, this was the most appropriate way to describe Duan Ling Tian right now. Whether it was Lu Bai or Lu So, none of them asked Duan Ling Tian to flee. It was not that they wanted to see something happen to Duan Ling Tian. It was just that they knew even if Duan Ling Tian fled now, the Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouses would catch up to him. Unless Duan Ling Tian was also a martial monarch powerhouse. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for him to flee now. I'm afraid Duan Ling Tian won't be able to escape death today. What a waste for such a monstrous genius. That's right.
Duan Ling Tian is really monstrous.
Not only is his cultivation base shocking, but he even killed Lu Zhao in just one blow. He's suspected to have entered the 9th level void transformation. Even his innate talent in medicine refinement Dao is shocking. Heaven is jealous of a genius. Heaven is jealous of a genius. Most of the people present on the scene felt Duan Ling Tian would definitely die today. They shook their heads and sighed. They felt pity for Duan Ling Tian, this monstrous genius, who was about to die. Uncle, did you see that? Duan Ling Tian killed the Lu clan's third young master. He killed the Lu clan's third young master. The green-clad middle-aged man who was squatting next to Lu Zhao's body had a maniacal smile on his face. He lowered his head and kept whispering to the body next to him. You have to watch carefully. Duan Ling Tian will be executed by the Lu clan soon. At this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man's face was filled with joy. It was as though he could already see Duan Ling Tian being killed by the Lu clan's powerhouses. Young master. Compared to the others who felt Duan Ling Tian would definitely die, Xianxia's thoughts were completely different. Initially, he was affected by the surrounding atmosphere. He was worried that his young master would kill the Lu clan's third young master on impulse and bring disaster upon himself. However, now that his young master had killed the Lu clan's third young master, his heart calmed down. He knew his young master well. He knew his young master would never do anything he was not confident in. He had a feeling his young master would definitely be able to overcome this crisis. He was looking forward to it. Who are you? Why did you kill my Lu clan's lineal disciple? At this moment, a loud and clear voice resonated from afar, attracting everyone's attention. A moment later, 2 old men appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The 2 old men walked side by side. One was fat while the other was skinny. The fat one was short while the skinny one was tall. The former looked like a ball while the latter looked like a bamboo pole. The 2 old men walked in the air and entered everyone's line of sight. They only stopped when they were not too far away from the crowd. They hovered in the air and immediately locked their eyes on the purple-clad young man. Soon after, another figure appeared. It was the Lu clan's disciple who had left earlier. He was the one who had informed the 2 old men. Elder Yuan, Elder Gue. When the 2 old men appeared, Lu So and the other 4 Lu clan's disciples bowed respectfully at them. Even Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, took the initiative to nod at the 2 old men. However, the 2 old men did not respond to Lu Bai and the others. This was because their attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian. When they inadvertently saw the body lying near Duan Ling Tian, they could not help but feel enraged even though they were prepared for it. In their rage, their gazes turned extremely sharp as they stared at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, they did not seem to make any movements. They did not even seem to emit any energy from their bodies. However, the air around them began to stir. The sound of air exploding could be heard, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. 2 martial monarchs? When the fat and thin old men appeared, The spiritual energy that Duan Ling Tian extended out seemed to have merged with a ball of cotton. At this moment, he realized the two old men in front of him must be martial monarchs.
As expected of the Northern Mountains Lu clan, two martial monarchs have personally come just because one lineal disciple died. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian deeply understood the meaning of the word clan. If it was a sect, it would be impossible for something like this to happen. Why did they kill your Lu clan's lineal disciple? Chapter 1067. To us, the process is not important. What's important is the outcome. Do you know the consequences of killing our Lu clan's lineal disciple? The two old men, one fat and one skinny, spoke almost at the same time. Their voices entered everyone's ears. Whoosh, whoosh.
As soon as the two old men finished speaking, a majestic and vast aura surged out of their bodies and swept toward Duan Ling Tian, who they had their eyes on. However, Duan Ling Tian did not move at all in the face of the aura from the two martial monarchs. He remained as still as a mountain in the midst of the storm.
Ha! The two old men could not help but be stunned by the scene before them. When they regained their senses, astonishment was written all over their faces. Not bad, little fella. Unfortunately, you'll definitely die today for killing our Lu clan's lineal disciple. The old man, who was short and fat like a ball, Lu clan's guardian elder Lu Yuan, narrowed his small eyes and took a step forward. A rolling energy rose from his body as though it was about to burst out at any moment. Elder Yuan, please have mercy. Just as Lu Yuan was about to make his move on Duan Ling Tian, a voice suddenly rang in the air, causing Lu Yuan to withdraw his energy slightly.
Then, his eyes landed on the figure that appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed.
Lu Bai. Lu Yuan could not help but frown when he saw the person who pleaded for Duan Ling Tian.
He did not expect the Lu clan's second young master would plead for mercy for the person who killed the Lu clan's third young master.
Lu Bai, as the second young master of our Lu clan, you should know our Lu clan's rules. Stand down.
The skinny old man, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, Lu Gui, looked at Lu Bai with a grave expression and said coldly.
Lu Bai was the Lu clan's second young master, a lineal disciple of the Lu clan. However, as the Lu clan's guardian elder and a martial monarch, his position in the Lu clan was not inferior to the clan leader of Lu clan. He did not care about a lineal disciple at all. Elder Yuan. Elder Gui. Lu Bai took a deep breath and stared at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. He said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Lu Huai's death is purely his own fault. He can't blame anyone else. As for Duan Lingtian, he saved my life, and I can't watch my savior be executed by you. After Lu Bai finished speaking in one breath, he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui with a serious expression. His feet did not move an inch. Whoosh! Lu Bai's words caused an uproar. Duan Ling Tian saved the life of the second young master of the Lu family? Many people were surprised. Young master saved second young master Lu's life? Xianxia was also stunned.
However, he had never heard his young master mention this before.
Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Among those present, other than Lu Bai, he was probably the only one who knew. He had never saved Lu Bai's life. The one who saved Lu Bai's life was Feng Wu Dao, not him. Naturally, he knew why Lu Bai would say this now. It was all because he wanted to protect his life from the two Lu family martial emperors. Duan Ling Tian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Lu Bai's good intentions. Lu Bai, even if he saved your life, it doesn't change the fact that he killed a lineal disciple of the Lu family. He'll definitely die today. Lu Gui took a step forward and stood next to Lu Yuan. At the same time, an overbearing invisible energy surged out of his body and shrouded Lu Bai in an instant, pulling him away from Duan Ling Tian. Elder Gui. Lu Bai's expression changed drastically.
He realized that the invisible energy that shrouded him and pulled him away from Duan Ling Tian was so overbearing that he could not break free from it.
Since you've saved the second young master of the Lu clan, we'll give you 10 breaths of time to leave behind your last words. After 10 breaths, I'll send you on your way.
Lu Yuan said slowly as his eyes flashed and locked onto Duan Lingtian. Young master. At this moment, Xianxia, who was pulling the ice coffin in place of Duan Lingtian, had a change of expression. He took a step forward and tried to block Duan Lingtian like Lu Bai did earlier. Go back. However, as soon as he took a step forward, he heard a voice that sounded like thunder. It was a voice that he was extremely familiar with. Young master, Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian, who suddenly turned to look at him. His face was filled with anxiety. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice that came out of nowhere. He could tell that it was his young master's voice. Although Xianxia did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from, he trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. For a moment, he stood there obediently. He'll be fine? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lu So, who was standing nearby, shook his head and sighed. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have not realized the severity of the matter. Unless Duan Lingtian was one of the two special types of people, he would definitely die for killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan today. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. There was no suspense about this. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? How dare he say he'll be fine? I think he's just pretending to be strong. He's just trying to comfort the people around him. I heard the people from the Lu clan call them Elder Yuan and Elder Gue. They must be two of the Lu clan's three great guardian elders, Lu Yuan and Lu Gue. Two martial monarch powerhouses. Elder Yuan and Elder Gue came out personally. It's useless for the Lu clan's second young master to plead for mercy. This Duan Lingtian will definitely die. The people present on the scene discussed among themselves. They all thought Duan Lingtian was indulging in fantasy. At this moment, most of the people present on the scene were looking at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. From the beginning until the end, they did not associate Duan Lingtian with the two types of people that the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, had mentioned earlier. Subconsciously, they thought it was impossible. Even Lu Bai himself subconsciously felt the same way. If Duan Lingtian dies, how am I going to explain to my benefactor when I meet him in the future? Lu Bai, who was bound by Lu Gui's energy, had a terrible expression on his face. However, although he was anxious about Duan Lingtian's current situation, there was nothing he could do to help. With his strength, there was no way he could break free from Lu Gui's energy. Lu Gue was a martial monarch powerhouse. She was not someone he could compare to. How arrogant of you! Lu Gue heard Duan Lingtian's words as well. His eyes gleamed coldly. If Lu Yuan had not said that he would give Duan Lingtian time to leave behind his last words, Lu Gue would have attacked Duan Lingtian already. Duan Lingtian had said that in front of him. It was obvious that he did not respect him at all. You have 5 breaths of time left, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. At this moment, his expression was a little ugly. He did not expect the purple-clad young man in front of him to be so arrogant. If he had known earlier, he would not have given him the time to leave behind any last words. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, as soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian extended his right hand and turned it so that his palm was facing up and the back of his hand was facing down. What's he doing? Most of the people present on the scene looked at each other when they saw Duan Lingtian's action. They could not understand what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. You have 3 breaths of time left. Soon after, another 2 breaths of time had passed. Lu Yuan spoke again in a cold voice. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had already maintained this action for 2 breaths. Even Lu Yuan and Lu Gue, the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders who were at the martial monarch stage, did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Lu Yuan, leave him to me when the time is up, Lu Gue said indifferently. Lu Gue said nonchalantly. It was obvious he wanted to personally deal with Duan Lingtian. All right. Lu Yuan nodded, indicating that he had no objections. 2 breaths of time left. This Duan Lingtian can be considered to have lived his life in vain if he can be killed by a Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouse. Do you think there's something wrong with Duan Lingtian's head? He's already at death's door, but not only is he not leaving behind any last words, he's even posing in such a strange way. Don't tell me he thinks Lu clan's Elder Yuan and Elder Gui will let him go because of this? How naive. Duan Lingtian, a monstrous genius. A single slip that causes everlasting sorrow. He's going to die in the Lu clan today. God is jealous of his talent. I think he's just digging his own grave. He didn't have to kill the Lu clan's third young master, but he still did. The people present on the scene whispered among themselves. Many of them felt that it would be a pity if Duan Lingtian died just like that. After all, not only did Duan Lingtian display a powerful innate talent in martial Dao, but his innate talent in medicine refinement seemed to be extraordinary as well. He could be considered as an all-around monstrous genius. However, Duan Lingtian, the monstrous genius, was facing a certain death because he had killed the Lu clan's lineal disciple. You have one more breath of time left. Lu Yuan spoke again. His voice was even colder now. His gaze was cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His voice was emotionless. Humph! Lu Gui snorted softly. His robe fluttered in the wind. Waves of energy were quietly brewing, rising, and accumulating in his body. He was ready to strike in a breath's time to kill the purple-clad young man standing on the ground in front of him. The martial monarch powerhouse was accumulating his energy. Everyone present held their breaths as they watched quietly. Young master. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Although he believed in Duan Lingtian, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian due to the surrounding atmosphere. It seemed like Lu Gui would make his move in a breath's time. Duan Lingtian, who had been quietly spreading out his hands with a calm expression, finally had a change in his expression. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was a smile that was difficult to detect, and nobody noticed it. Time's up. Finally, a breath's time was up. Everyone present on the scene was shocked. Everyone's eyes shifted to Lu Gui in unison. They wanted to see him make his move on Duan Lingtian. However, they noticed that Lu Gui was hovering in the air without making any move. They had a completely different feeling toward a grade 1 alchemist compared to ordinary people. In their eyes, a grade 1 alchemist was someone they had to look up to. They were not qualified to offend, even if they were martial monarch powerhouses. On the Cloud Continent, any grade 1 alchemist had an extremely shocking influence. As long as a grade 1 alchemist was willing, they only needed to promise that they could customize a grade 1 spirit weapon for the person who killed them. That was enough to tempt many people who were stronger than them. At that time, they would definitely become the target of public criticism and even be annihilated. All in all, it was just one sentence. They could not afford to offend a grade 1 alchemist. Of course, they did not immediately admit defeat after Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist. It was not because they were afraid of getting into trouble. They were more concerned about the Lu clan. The Lu clan was an alchemist family. If they offended a grade 1 alchemist, people would laugh their heads off and say that the Lu clan was as blind as a bat. If this grade 1 alchemist really wanted to make a fuss with the Lu clan, even if the Lu clan was protected by a first-rate force in the inner land and could survive, they would still be in chaos. Of course, they could choose to take the risk and kill this grade 1 alchemist who might not be as strong as them. However, they would have to face a crisis at any time. No matter how eccentric a grade 1 alchemist was, it was impossible for him not to have helped someone refine a grade 1 spirit weapon before. The network of connections developed by a grade 1 alchemist was enough to cause chaos in the Lu clan as well. Once that happened, the two of them would be dead for sure. Nobody knew the influence of a grade 1 alchemist better than the Lu clan. The Lu clan was able to survive for 10,000 years because of the dozens of grade 1 alchemists in history. What? You're not going to kill me? Duan Lingtian sneered. We dare not. We dare not. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two martial monarch powerhouses who were standing in the air and looking down at Duan Lingtian as if he was an ant, were terrified when they faced Duan Lingtian. They were like mice that saw a cat. Duan Lingtian is actually a grade 1 alchemist. Oh my god, how old is he? Previously, he killed the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage with just a single blow. For him to possess such strength at such a young age, his innate talent in the martial Tao can be considered as monstrous. The problem is, other than his talent in martial Tao, his talent in refining medicine is even more monstrous. He's already a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age. If I didn't know that it's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, I wouldn't believe he's a human like us. At this moment, everyone regained their senses. Their hearts were filled with shock as they discussed among themselves. How's this possible? The green-clad middle-aged man standing next to Lu Zhao's body was stunned. Like his two companions, he could not believe what he had just seen. Duan Lingtian is actually a grade 1 alchemist? If one were to ask who among the people present, it would be none other than Huang Chun. Huang Chun and Duan Lingtian could be considered as friends. They had a good time interacting with each other. However, due to his wrong decision, he had ruined his friendship with Duan Lingtian. A single mistake could cause everlasting regret. There was nothing more to it than this. At this moment, even if Huang Chun was filled with regret, it was too late. It was too late. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Grade 1 alchemist? Young master. Is a grade 1 alchemist? Xianxia's eyes lit up. His face was filled with joy. No wonder young master said he would be fine. He's a grade 1 alchemist. A grade 1 alchemist was one of the two types of people who could get away with killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, walked towards Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. You're actually a grade 1 alchemist. You've really kept this a secret from me for a long time. Lu Bai's tone was filled with resentment when he spoke. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw Lu Bai. I don't think you asked me, right? If I knew you were a grade 1 alchemist, I wouldn't have to worry about you at all. Lu Bai smiled wryly. Earlier, his heart was in his mouth. He was worried that he would not be able to answer to his savior. After all, Duan Lingtian was with the person who saved his life. It was obvious the relationship between the two of them was not simple. That's right. I still remember. You told me earlier that the reason you came to our Lu clan this time is because you want to be a revered elder or an external elder in our Lu clan. Suddenly, Lu Bai seemed to have recalled something. He stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes as though he was looking at a peerless treasure. Revered elder? Interim elder? The moment Lu Bai's words left his mouth, Lu Yuan and Lu Gue, who were standing not far away from Duan Lingtian, heard Lu Bai's words. Their eyes lit up immediately, and their faces were filled with joy. They immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. If this young man before them could become a revered elder or an interim elder of their Lu clan, it would undoubtedly be a blessing to the Lu clan. This was a grade 1 alchemist. In the history of the Lu clan, the last grade 1 alchemist could be traced back to almost 1,000 years ago. In the past few hundred years, there had never been a grade 1 alchemist. Now that I heard the Lu clan's second young master's words, I remember. Duan Lingtian said he wanted to be a revered elder or an interim elder in the Lu clan. He did say that. I heard it too. However, at that time I thought he was just bragging. Me too. I thought he was just bragging. After all, to be a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan, one has to be a martial monarch powerhouse or a grade 2 alchemist or above. At that time, I didn't think he was qualified at all. Who would have thought that not only was he a grade 2 alchemist or above, but he was also a grade 1 alchemist. After being reminded by Lu Bai, many people recalled that Duan Lingtian had indeed said that. Master. Chapter 1069. Initially. When Duan Lingtian said he came to the Lu clan to become a revered elder or an interim advisor, Lu So, like the others, thought Duan Lingtian was bragging. When Duan Lingtian ignored his and the Lu clan's second young master's advice and resolutely killed the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, the first thought that rose in Lu So's mind was undoubtedly, Duan Lingtian is doomed. When the two Lu clan's guardian elders appeared and targeted Duan Lingtian for the death of the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, and the second young master Lu Bai, failed to plead for mercy. Lu So did not think Duan Lingtian would survive. However, the development of the situation was completely out of his expectations. When their Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Gui, was about to make his move to kill Duan Lingtian condensed a wisp of pill fire in the nick of time. Violet gold pill fire. Grade 1 pill fire. He forcefully revealed his noble identity as a Grade 1 alchemist and completely turned the situation around. Not only did he survive, but he also gained the respect of everyone present. Grade 1 alchemist. Just this title alone was equivalent to a death exemption card in front of a second-rate force like the Lu clan. Now, this terrifyingly young Grade 1 alchemist had the intention to join the Lu clan and become their Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor. How could he not be excited and excited? Once this Grade 1 alchemist joined the Lu clan, he might be able to ask some questions about medicine refinement since he was on the second young master's side. Perhaps, he might be able to make a breakthrough and become a Grade 2 alchemist with the guidance of this Grade 1 alchemist. There were many Grade 3 alchemists in the Lu clan, but there were only a handful of Grade 2 alchemists. Once he became a Grade 2 alchemist, it would mean that he would soar to the sky. Lu So looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly, waiting for his response. Now, while he was feeling nervous, he kept praying. He could only hope that this first-grade medicine refinement master would not have any negative opinion of the Lu clan because of the unpleasant incident just now, and dispel the idea of becoming a guest elder of the Lu clan. Right now, Lu So wasn't the only one feeling uneasy. Everyone in the Lu clan, including Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two Lu clan's guardian elders, felt a little uneasy. Duan Lingtian. Lu Bai stared at Duan Lingtian with a face full of anticipation. After what happened earlier, I wonder if Master Duan Lingtian is still willing to join the Lu clan and become their interim advisor or revered elder. Everyone present looked at Duan Lingtian one after another. They were also filled with curiosity. Of course, most people's eyes were filled with anticipation and hope. These people were very confident in their attainments in the medicine refinement Dao. They felt that they would definitely be able to pass the alchemist competition and join the Lu clan. Now they subconsciously considered themselves as disciples of the Lu family with a different surname. In their opinion, if this first-grade medicine refinement master really became a guest elder of the Lu clan, perhaps they would have the opportunity to ask him some questions about the medicine refinement Dao in the future.
Perhaps I should reconsider. Just now those two wanted to take my life. After Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Bai, he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui again. His eyes narrowed subconsciously, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Lu Bai's expression changed when he heard this. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui, I hope the two of you will apologize to Duan Lingtian. If the Lu clan loses a first-grade medicine refinement master because of your rudeness, you'll be the sinners of the Lu clan. Lu Bai looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui immediately and shouted at them, disregarding the situation. Currently, he had completely disregarded Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's high status in the Lu clan. All he knew was that he had to make Duan Lingtian stay and become a guest elder of the Lu clan. If it was any other time, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui would definitely be displeased if Lu Bai shouted at them in public. However, they were not displeased at all today. Moreover, as soon as Lu Bai finished speaking, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui had already bowed to Duan Lingtian tacitly and said in unison, "Please forgive us, Master. If Master is willing to join our Lu clan, both of us will definitely do our best to fulfill your orders. Even if Master wants to punish us, we won't say a word." A first-grade medicine refinement master was too important to the Lu clan. Due to this reason, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two Lu clan's guardian elders who were at the martial monarch stage, were willing to bow and apologize to Duan Lingtian, a first-grade medicine refinement master. It seems like the Lu clan's 10,000 years of history and strength is not entirely because of the protection from the first-rate forces in the inner land. It's really rare for the Lu clan to go this far for the sake of the Lu clan. That's right. As Lu clan's guardian elders and martial monarch powerhouses, they're willing to bow and scrape in order to get a first-grade medicine refinement master for the Lu clan. Not many forces martial monarch powerhouses can do this. The people present on the scene whispered among themselves as they praised the Lu clan's courage. At the same time, they stared at Duan Lingtian intently. They wanted to know if Lu Yuan and Lu Gui would be willing to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor since they were so sincere. Suddenly, The air in the distance stirred.
Following that, a loud voice resonated in the air. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, together with guardian elder Lu Ji, and a group of elders, greets Master Duan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a strong and handsome middle-aged man in a green robe and an old man in a red robe walked side by side. They brought more than 10 old men and middle-aged men with them. In just a blink of an eye, they landed on the ground and stood next to Lu Yuan and Lu Gue. They looked at Duan Lingtian in awe. It's the clan leader of Lu clan. There's another guardian elder from Lu clan as well.
Oh my god!
The patriarch of the Lu clan and the 3 guardian elders had all arrived.
It's rare to see such a scene.
All of this is because of Master Duan Lingtian.
A first-grade medicine refinement master means a lot to the Lu clan. The Lu clan will definitely fight for him at all costs.
After the crowd recovered from their shock, they began to discuss among themselves. Their words pushed Duan Lingtian's status as a first-grade medicine refinement master to a whole new level.
Clan leader Lu. Elder Lu Ji. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he greeted Lu Rue and Lu Ji. Then, he looked at the group of Lu clan's elders behind them and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the arrival of the group of Lu clan's senior officials. As soon as he revealed his grade 1 pill fire, he noticed the Lu clan's man who had called Lu Yuan and Lu Ji over had left quietly. It was obvious that the group of senior officials led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, was also called over by him. Master Duan is really a rare genius. Not only is his martial Dao cultivation base extraordinary, but he has also achieved great things in the medicine refinement Dao. He's already a grade 1 medicine refinement master. How admirable, Lu Rue praised.
His words came from the bottom of his heart without any falsehood. Such a young man with extraordinary martial Dao cultivation base and a grade 1 medicine refinement master. Even though he was the clan leader of Lu clan, he could not help but feel shocked.
Master Duan, please forgive the Lu clan's juniors for offending you. If Master Duan doesn't mind, please come to our Lu clan's estate for a chat. We'll definitely treat Master Duan as a VIP and offer you an apology gift. Lu Ji added. The moment Lu Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Everyone present knew the ins and outs of today's matter clearly. Duan Lingtian had first killed a Lu clan's elder and then killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master.
It was fine if it was the former, but the latter was a noble lineal disciple of the Lu clan.
He was not someone who could be killed just like that. Even if Duan Lingtian was in the right today, it was still not enough.
It was precisely because of this that the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders had arrived and wanted to kill Duan Lingtian without asking for the reason.
However, after Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, there was an earth-shattering change in all of this. First, the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders apologized sincerely. Then, the clan leader of Lu clan and another guardian elder led the group of Lu clan's elders to the scene. Guardian elder Lu Ji was the representative to apologize to Duan Lingtian. Based on their words, they even wanted to treat Duan Lingtian, the person who had killed their Lu clan's lineal disciple, as a VIP and offer him an apology gift. Everyone present felt like they could not keep up with the development of the situation. When they finally regained their senses, they were enlightened. They knew all this was because Duan Lingtian had revealed his identity after he had condensed a grade 1 pill fire. Grade 1 medicine refinement master. Clan leader, Elder Ji. At this moment, the Lu clan's 2nd young master, Lu Bai, walked up to Lu Rue and Lu Ji and whispered something. When he spoke, Lu Rue and Lu Ji's eyes lit up. They were pleasantly surprised. It seems like the Lu clan's 2nd young master has told the clan leader that Master Duan intends to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's foreign elder or revered elder. That must be it. Many people speculated secretly. What happened next proved that they had guessed correctly. Master Duan, if you're willing to join our Lu clan, we're willing to make you the first foreign elder. In the future, if Master Duan needs anything, the Lu clan will do our best to help you. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, cupped his hands and bowed to Duan Lingtian as he said sincerely. Master Duan, please join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's foreign elder. Then, the Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Ji, led the group of Lu clan's elders and bowed respectfully.
They invited Duan Lingtian to become the Lu clan's foreign elder with the highest position. At this moment, Lu Bai, Lu So, Lu Yuan, and Lu Gui bowed and said, "Master Duan, please join the Lu clan." Everyone from the Lu clan bowed and sincerely invited Duan Lingtian to join the Lu clan. The scene fell into a dead silence again. For the people present. Chapter 1070. A young man who looked like he was in his 20s made the high-ranking officials of the Lu clan, one of the two most powerful forces in the northern mountain land, bow to him. They only wanted to invite him to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's first interim advisor. Faced with the sincere invitation from the Lu clan's senior officials, Duan Lingtian remained calm. His expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. It was as though he was not the one who was invited. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still thinking about the words that the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, said earlier. If Master Duan needs anything in the future, the Lu clan will do our best to help you. Was this not the reason he came to the Lu clan? Since the clan leader of Lu clan and the elders are so sincere, and Lu Bai is my friend, it would be unreasonable for me to reject them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth slowly. Initially, he was just going with the flow, but now, he was doing Lu Bai a favor. He agreed. As expected. The moment his words left his mouth, the Lu clan's high-ranking officials turned to look at Lu Bai, making him the center of attention. Lu Bai, you're very good. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, nodded slightly as he looked at Lu Bai. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. For a moment, Lu Bai could not help but feel a little terrified. Although he was the second young master of the Lu clan, he was only ranked second among the direct descendants of the Lu clan. In terms of relationship, the clan leader of Lu clan was only his uncle. The direct descendants of Lu clan were ranked according to their age. Up until now, they were already ranked in the 20s. Lu Bai was ranked second, the second young master of Lu clan. The next successor to the clan leader of Lu clan would be chosen from the 20 of them. Up until now, the people who had the highest chance of inheriting the Lu clan's business were none other than Lu Bai, the second young master of Lu clan, and the first young master of Lu clan, Lu Song. Now that Lu Bai was praised by the clan leader of Lu clan, it meant he was one step closer to becoming the next clan leader. When the second young master was very young, I could already tell he was not as simple as he seemed. He was a talented general. It seems like I was right. This time, he can be considered to have won over a great benefactor for our Lu clan. With the relationship between second young master and Master Duan, if he were to inherit the position of patriarch in the future, why would our Lu family worry about not prospering? You're right. At this moment, many of the Lu clan's elders began to flatter Lu Bai. The elder who was originally on Lu Bai's side took advantage of the opportunity, and bluntly said that Lu Bai would bring benefits to the Lu clan if he became the next clan leader. As for the elders who stood on the side of the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song, they looked at each other and smiled wryly. If it was any other time, when they heard these sworn enemies flatter the second young master Lu Bai like this, they would definitely mock and ridicule him. But now, they didn't dare to do so. Who knew if that great Master Duan would flick his sleeves and leave because of their lack of tact? After all, he was a friend of the second young master, Lu Bai, and they seemed to have a good relationship. They did not want to become the sinner of the Lu family, so they could only shut their mouths obediently. At the same time, some of them broke out in cold sweat as they thought about whether they should abandon their old master and pledge their allegiance to the second young master, Lu Bai. After all, the current second young master, Lu Bai, had become a grade 1 alchemist. His status in the Lu clan was destined to rise. Even the clan leader and the 3 guardian elders with the highest position in the Lu clan would pay more attention to him since he was in a weaker position in the past. When he heard the Lu clan's elders who were neutral in the past and did not stand on his side and Lu Song's side flattering him, it was obvious that they were going to pledge their allegiance. Lu Bai could not help but smile wryly to himself. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's words would be more useful than his 10 years of operation. He had only managed to get some of the Lu clan's elders to side with him after 10 years of operation. Lu Bai felt relieved when he thought about it again. Duan Lingtian was a grade 1 alchemist after all. To the Lu clan, he was a high and mighty existence that could not be disrespected. One could imagine. If he was a grade 1 alchemist, he would not have to compete with Lu Song anymore. Even if he wanted the current clan leader to step down and become the clan leader immediately, no one in the Lu clan would have any objections, let alone the fact that he did not have to fight with Lu Song. In the Lu clan, no matter who it was, once they broke through and became a grade 1 alchemist, their status in the Lu clan would be above everyone else. If he said 1, no one in the Lu clan would dare to say 2. This included the clan leader and the other martial monarch powerhouses in the Lu clan. The Lu clan had been passed down for 10,000 years. The earliest rule passed down from their ancestors was this: a grade 1 alchemist, regardless of whether he was a direct descendant or a collateral descendant, had a high status that was above everyone in the Lu clan. The descendants were not allowed to disobey. Perhaps, it was because of this that the Lu clan's members reacted like a mouse that saw a cat when they saw a grade 1 alchemist. But I think I killed the third young master of the Lu clan earlier? I don't think I'll be punished after I become the Lu clan's interim elder, right? Duan Lingtian's words came out of nowhere when the Lu clan's members were still excited. It was as though he had poured a bucket of cold water on the Lu clan's members who were taking a hot bath. This caused them to tremble all over, and with a start, they came back to their senses. Of course not. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, was the first to snap back to reality. He shook his head and expressed his opinion. That kid, Lu Huai, has always been a troublemaker. I think if he didn't take the initiative to offend you, Elder Duan, you wouldn't have killed him. Lu Ji, the Lu clan's guardian elder, who was standing next to Lu Rue, chimed in. Lu Ji had already addressed Duan Lingtian as Elder Duan. From the moment Duan Lingtian agreed to become the Lu clan's interim elder, he was already an elder of the Lu clan with a high status. It was just as Lu Rue, the clan leader of Lu clan, had said. He was the Lu clan's first interim elder. In terms of status, even Lu Rue had to be respectful to him and did not dare to slight him. With his current status in the Lu clan, to a certain extent, he was above everyone else. That's right. That kid, Lu Huai, didn't look like a good person in the past. Elder Duan, you did the right thing by killing him. You've gotten rid of a scourge for our Lu clan. Another guardian elder, Lu Yuan, chimed in. That's right, Elder Duan. We can't thank you enough for getting rid of the scourge for the Lu clan. How could we possibly punish you? Previously, guardian elder Lu Gue, who was still clamoring about personally attacking Duan Lingtian and killing him to avenge Lu Huai, had a completely different expression now. The speed at which he changed his expression stunned everyone present. However, no one dared to say a single word of gossip. What a joke! They were not like Duan Lingtian, who was a grade 1 alchemist. If they dared to gossip about the Lu clan's guardian elder, he might not be able to make a move on them due to his reputation. However, he would definitely not let them go once he had the chance. If the cloud continent is compared to the starry sky and the people on the cloud continent are compared to the stars in the starry sky, young master is undoubtedly the brightest star. Xianxia stood in the distance with a big smile on his face. He was proud to be able to follow such a young master. However, when he thought about it again, he could not help but feel a little discouraged when he thought about his insignificant strength. With his current strength, he could not help the young master at all. He could only drag him down. Hopefully, I'll be able to elevate my strength by relying on the Lu clan this time. According to young master, other than using spirit fruits to elevate my cultivation base, I can also elevate the sword concept that I've comprehended with the profound assimilation formation. At this moment, Xianxia recalled what Duan Lingtian had said to him not long ago. This Lu clan must have spirit fruits and that profound assimilation formation or something, right? Xianxia was a little anxious when he thought about this. That's good then. Although Duan Lingtian had already guessed that the Lu clan's senior officials would not punish him after he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, he was still secretly pleased when he heard what they said. He did not expect this at all. He did not expect his identity as a grade 1 alchemist to be so useful. Of course, this is also because the Lu clan is an alchemist clan. If it was other clans like the Lu clan, they might not be so polite to me. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Elder Duan, you must be tired from the journey. Please go into the mansion to rest.
Lu Rue greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically before he looked at Lu Bai.
Let Lu Bai bring you there.
There's no hurry. I still want to watch the alchemist competition. Duan Lingtian shook his head.
Although it was impossible for him to participate in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan, he was still very interested in watching from the side.
This was the first time he had ever seen an alchemist competition in his life. He was curious and looking forward to it. He was curious about how the winner of the alchemist competition would be decided. He was also curious about the level of the alchemists from the foreign lands. He was looking forward to seeing the group of alchemists present. It was his first time seeing so many alchemists. Since you're so interested, Elder Duan, we'll accompany you. Lu Rue smiled at Duan Lingtian. The Lu clan's senior officials nodded one by one.
They did not have any objections, and they did not dare to have any objections.
Clan leader, elders, I'm just looking around. All of you should go back and rest first.
Duan Lingtian could not take it when he saw the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, leading the group of senior officials being so enthusiastic. Elder Duan, the reason why we want to stay is because we want to see you evaluate the level of these little fellows.
I think since you're here, you'll be the main judge of the alchemist competition. Lu Ji smiled at Duan Lingtian.
However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the smile on his face seemed like the smile of an old fox.
That's right, Elder Duan. We want to see you evaluate these little fellows. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel.
Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.